In northern Shojin, he was simply known as Number 7A living weapon, designed for a singular purpose, to become the perfect soldier. From a young age, he had been molded for this life. After years of grueling training, he was finally assigned his first long-term mission. His objective: infiltrate the opulent South, blend into its ruling class, and bide his time until the party called upon him to strike from within. An assignment that would last for decades. To survive in this new world, this perfect soldier and his comrades must master their most challenging disguise yet: a clueless, happy family, a role they certainly weren't trained for. Number 7, or rather, Kang Geon, is already feeling the irritation rise. Comrades, do we really have to wear these ridiculous outfits? As the father nearly exposes their cover in the taxi, the mother swiftly puts him to sleep with a precise chop to the neck. It's clear this mission is going to be a long one. Meanwhile, as Kang Jin begins his infiltration at an elite high school, he remains blissfully unaware of the mission's true objective. Meanwhile, his parents are engaged in a very different conversation behind closed doors. His father gazes out at the sprawling city and declares, just getting him out of that hell is enough for now. This was never an infiltration, it's a rescue. Today, the mission truly begins. Their focus shifts to Seoul International High School, an elite institution for the privileged sons and daughters of the 1%. A new student is about to make his debut. Inside the classroom, the teacher stands before the class and announces, "Everyone, we have a transfer student joining us today." The room erupts in excited chatter. "A transfer student," one student exclaims. "That's incredibly rare for our school." The teacher raises a hand, silencing the buzz. "Now, remember, anyone placed in this advanced class is bound to be exceptional." She then turns to Kang Geon, who has been standing there like a statue. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" He scans the class with a completely deadpan expression. "I'm Kang Geon. Nice to meet you." One girl smirks, her decision already made. "My type," she declares confidently, prompting her friend to shout in agreement. Aura has called dibs, and the teacher claps to regain control of the room. All right, let's start class." Kang Geon makes his way to an empty seat in the back, settling next to a guy with spiky red hair, who immediately regards him with suspicion. However, the teacher isn't finished with him just yet. "Kang Geon, do you think you can keep up?" "This is an advanced class, you know," she remarks, expecting a challenge, but he remains silent. To test his confidence, she writes a ridiculously complex math problem on the board. "If you're so sure of yourself, why not come up and solve it?" Without a hint of hesitation, Kang Geon glances at the board and calmly states, 224. The teacher is left utterly speechless. "What?" Suddenly, another student, furiously scribbling in his notebook, raises his hand. "Teacher, I just solved it!" he exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. The teacher stares back, his mind racing. This student has just cracked an advanced problem in under 5 seconds. It's as if he's seen a ghost. The teacher's brain momentarily short-circuits, struggling to comprehend the brilliance before him. The rest of the class is equally astonished by this casual display of sheer genius. But for Aura, the admiration runs even deeper. She finds herself liking him more than ever. Meanwhile, Kang Geon remains seated, his gaze fixed ahead, resolute in his determination to complete this mission without fail. After showcasing his intellect, Kang Geon has officially captured everyone's attention. Among them, one girl in particular, Aura, is definitely keeping her eyes on him. Suddenly, he's surrounded by a throng of girls, each vying for his attention. Questions bombard him from every direction, their curiosity palpable. They're convinced he must be the son of a diplomat or some high-profile figure from abroad. But this relentless interrogation is starting to wear him down. After all, he's trained for combat, not for facing a social firing squad. Just as he teeters on the brink of despair, the crowd parts like the Red Sea, revealing none other than the Queen Bee herself. With a confident smile, she steps forward and introduces herself. "Hello, I'm Lee Aura." She inquires if he is Kang Geon, but he responds with a distant, thousand-yard stare. His defenses are firmly in place. His gaze is absolutely piercing, unwavering, and intense. Flashback to the night before, Kang Geon isn't poring over a math book. No, he's studying his classmates as if they were part of a mission briefing. And who's the first file on his desk? You guessed it, the girl he just met, Leora. Just then, his father enters the room, not with snacks, but with another assignment. He drops a massive stack of papers onto the floor, the details of the targets to memorize. The number is greater than expected, so he warns Kang Geon to take note. Kang Geon's response is icy and mechanical, and his father is clearly unimpressed. His father lays down the mission's #1 rule: blend in. He must act like an entirely normal kid. With a glare that could curdle milk, he reluctantly agrees. And so, we return to the classroom. He fixes his gaze on his target, the mission objective flashing vividly in his mind. Liara is the top priority target. She's not just any classmate. She's the daughter of the chairman of the Samjung Group, the largest and most influential company in the country. The mission is straightforward: get close to her, gain her trust, and uncover her family's corporate secrets. Finally, Aura breaks the silence, her irritation evident. "Are you always this tight-lipped?" he begins, but before he can finish, she interrupts, sliding her phone across the desk. "Give me your Insta!" Kang Jian stares at the phone, utterly bewildered. What on earth is an Insta? Noticing his confusion, she tries again. Perhaps he uses another social media app called Obook instead. Changing her tactics, she extends her hand. "Then give me your phone. Let me get your number." This moment is the one thing his years of brutal training never prepared him for. The man is completely at a loss. The girls stare in disbelief. "No way, you don't even have a phone?" Kang Yeon is drenched in sweat, his facade as an ordinary high schooler shattered. Aura glares at him with palpable disgust. "What's wrong with you? Are you a caveman?" Her disappointment is evident as she turns on her heel and walks away. Mission failed. The classroom falls into a brief silence before whispers and laughter ripple through the air. The gossip spreads like wildfire. No phone, no Instagram. His parents must be incredibly strict. Aura and her friends quickly abandon him, leaving him utterly isolated at his desk. He clenches his fist beneath the surface, his mind racing with frustration. Instagram, Obook, handphone. All his world-class training feels utterly useless against the ultimate challenge: navigating teenage social life. After school, he trudges home, feeling utterly defeated. Suddenly, he halts in his tracks, sensing something unusual. A fleet of supercars is lined up outside the school, gleaming in the sunlight. This is how the other half lives, he thinks. As he takes it all in, he notices another student passing by, a tall girl with flowing dark hair. His eyes widen in an instant. This must be another target. His internal mission file activates, revealing her classification as Priority 0. But before he can make a move, a massive bodyguard steps in front of him. The bodyguard is an imposing figure, glaring down like an unyielding wall of muscle. The man addresses the girl as Miss and guides her toward a waiting black limousine. Just then, Era appears, making her way to her own vehicle. She slips into a light blue Rolls-Royce, and soon, the entire procession of luxury cars begins to pull away. As Kang Jian absorbs this astonishing display of wealth, a hand suddenly covers his eyes. "Don't get in the way. Move." A punk with red hair shot him a dirty look, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're kinda annoying." Just then, another imposing bodyguard appeared, ready to escort the kid to his bright yellow Gagon. Kang Jian stood there, feeling like a complete outsider in this world of the super rich. Just as he's about to leave, another student calls out to him. The newcomer introduces himself as Jiang Dongwu, and it quickly becomes clear that he comes from a privileged background. He's the grandson of the Minister of Justice. Noticing Kang Jian standing by himself, Dongwu boldly offers him a ride home. Kang Jian pauses for a moment, contemplating the unexpected invitation. Noticing Kang Jian's hesitation, Dongwu's nerves begin to surface, and he starts to second-guess himself. But to his surprise, Kang Jian unexpectedly accepts the offer. Dongwu is over the moon. As they cruise in a pristine white Audi, he eagerly asks where Kang Jian lives. With a calm demeanor, Kang Jian replies, "Banpo Blue Tower." Dongwu is left in awe. That's one of the most luxurious places to call home. They introduce themselves properly, and a new friendship begins to blossom. Dongwu instructs his driver to drop Kang Jian off first, before continuing to his next destination. As they ride in silence for a while, Dongwu starts to fidget, clearly eager to ask something. He finally gathers the courage to ask about that mind-boggling math problem from class. "How did you do that?" Dongwu asks, his eyes wide with amazement. Kang Jian simply stares at him, slightly puzzled by the question. Dongwu, feeling a bit awkward, begins waving his hands animatedly, apologizing for his enthusiasm, while raving about how incredible it was to solve the problem entirely in his head. He sheepishly admits, "Actually, I'm not very good at math." Kang Jian immediately seizes the opportunity. "I can tutor you," he offers, leaving Dongwu utterly stunned. "Really?" Dongwu's face lights up at Kang Jian's response, his excitement palpable. He's over the moon. Meanwhile, Kang Jian thinks to himself that this mission is going even smoother than he had anticipated. But then Dongwoo asks the one question he had been dreading. Is it true you don't have Instagram or a phone? Just like that, the mood shifts, heavy with awkwardness. Meanwhile, in a light blue Rolls-Royce, Ara speaks with the driver's Secretary Yang. I need you to look into the new transfer student, she instructs, her tone serious. I want to know everything. Secretary Yang inquires whether he should involve the corporate strategy team, but Ara quickly dismisses the idea. I just want to know if there's someone I can connect with, she clarifies. Understanding her intent, her secretary nods and assures her, I'll have a full report on your desk by tonight. As Ara gazes out the window, a curious smirk forms on her lips. This is getting interesting. When Kang Jian arrives home, his mother greets him with a radiant smile. Oh, my son, you're back, she exclaims. He simply stares at her, his expression blank. She playfully chides him for not saying, I'm home, like a typical kid. Meanwhile, his father glances up from behind his newspaper, a hint of concern etched on his face, as Kang Jian awkwardly mumbles a response. His mother chuckles softly and gives him a reassuring pat on the back. Good job, my son. Now hurry to your room. Confused but amused, he allows her to playfully nudge him toward his bedroom. As he opens the door, he's taken aback. His entire room has been transformed. A new desk, a fresh bed, even a shiny new keyboard. The sheer cost of it all leaves him speechless. But his mother simply laughs, her eyes twinkling with delight. It's all necessary, his mother insists. Never forget, our family is filthy rich. Kang Jian's gaze shifts to his new desk, where a laptop, a tablet, and a brand new smartphone await him. He picks up the phone, the wheels in his mind visibly turning. After a moment of hesitation, he turns to his mom and asks the million-dollar question. Perhaps you're familiar with Instagram. His mom, however, is completely in the dark. Just then, his dad steps in with a confident grin. That's something I can teach you, he declares, giving a sparkling thumbs up. Kang Jian looks horrified while his mom chuckles at her husband's boomer enthusiasm. Later that night, we find Ara on an intense run, pushing herself to her limits. She halts as Secretary Yang unexpectedly materializes, holding a file out to her. Taking the clipboard, she glances at the profile inside. Steve Kang, the father of Kang Jian. The report is staggering. He's the Korean-American CEO of a leading cryptocurrency company, boasting a net worth of at least 30 billion won, and that's just the beginning. His security business is thriving in the US, Japan, and even catching attention in China. Ara closes the folder, her expression contemplative. Her secretary inquires if he should continue digging for more information. With a confident smirk, she hands the folder back. No need, she replies. He seems like someone I can get along with. The next morning, Kang Jian relaxes at his desk, a brand new phone gleaming in front of him. He makes a small sound to catch their attention, and Aura glances over, curiosity sparking in her eyes. Kang Jian can feel her gaze lingering on him, so he crosses his arms, patiently awaiting her next move. And just like that, their eyes lock across the classroom. A silent standoff begins. Now that he has her attention, he smoothly pulls out a brand new smartphone, a little gift from his parents. Instantly, Aura's interest is piqued, and her smile widens. It seems the bait is working perfectly. His new buddy, Zhang Dongwu, slides over, brimming with excitement. You bought a phone, he exclaims. But the good vibes are short-lived. A massive shadow looms over them, and a hand grips Dongwu's shoulder with a vice-like force. What's this? The red-haired guy sneers, a wicked smirk twisting his lips. You two getting cozy already? Poor Dongwu is sweating bullets, nervously stammering that Kang Jian is merely helping him with math. Meanwhile, a guy with slicked-back hair observes the scene, his expression entirely unimpressed. As for Kang Jian, he remains silent, quietly assessing the new challengers. The red-haired punk scoffs at Dongwu's excuse, clearly not buying it. Right, study hard, he mocks, but I've got business with him. With that, he shoves Dongwu's head down onto the desk and takes his seat. What a jerk. Now these two hulking figures loom over Kang Jian, trying to box him in. But our boy just stares back, completely unfazed by their pathetic intimidation. You love to see it. He quickly sizes up the first guy, Go Jin-sok, the son of a politician with presidential aspirations. The other is Huang Wei-yong, heir to the powerful Daeyan Group. These two are serious players. Kang Jian seizes the moment, flashing a friendly smile as he asks, Want me to tutor you guys in math too? His offer lingers in the air, leaving both of them utterly speechless. Jin-sok scoffs, shaking his head as he turns to walk away. Make sure this guy doesn't get annoying, he mutters to his friend. Suddenly, Wei-yong's voice cuts through the tension. Hey, transfer student! He lunges forward, grabbing Kang Jian by the collar and pulling him close. Their faces are inches apart, and Wei-yong's voice drops to a menacing growl. The most important thing here is knowing your place. Keep quiet and stay under the radar, he snarls, tightening his grip. Got it? For just a moment, all of Kang Jian's training floods back to him. He instantly envisions the perfect counter. In his mind's eye, Kang Jian envisions his hand as a blur, striking Wei Yang's throat with deadly precision. One swift hit and it would all be over. The imagined strike is clean and silent, a flawless execution from a seasoned killer, but reality is far from that fantasy. Wei Yang simply reiterates his threat. I said, got it? Kang Jian offers a smile, placing a hand on Wei Yang's arm, choosing to remain under the radar. What does that mean? He asks politely, though Wu Zhang is utterly confused. Suddenly, he feels a sharp, crushing pressure on his arm. Kang Jian's grip is like a steel vice, twisting Wei Yang's wrist with terrifying strength. Sweat begins to pour down Wei Yang's face as the pain escalates to unbearable levels. Kang Jian bends his arm back effortlessly, as if it were a mere toy. With that same friendly smile, Kang Jian asks, is this how you make friends around here? What a savage move. Jin Sok, hearing the commotion, turns around, visibly annoyed that his friend is being handled so easily. Furious and utterly humiliated, Wei Yang yanks his arm free and unleashes a wild haymaker aimed straight at Kang Jian's head. He roars, you little fool, are you trying to get yourself killed? Yet Kang Jian remains unfazed, his expression a mask of serene composure as he watches the punch hurtling toward him. But he isn't merely focused on the fist. His gaze pierces through it, locking onto the security camera in the corner of the room. Suddenly a flashback unfolds, a lesson from his father. In South Korea, cameras are everywhere, his father explained, as he showcased live feeds from across the city. With just a few clicks, his instructor demonstrated how to breach the entire school's security system. He even pulled up the feed for this very classroom. Welcome to your classroom, he said with a knowing smile. He moves through the gym, the offices, the music hall, the library, and the sports field, his gaze sharp and observant. His father boasts that breaching this level of security is child's play. Kang Jian beams with pride. Comrade number one, I always knew you were the best computer expert in the North. But his father quickly cuts him off, dismissing the compliment. Stop talking like that. Just fix it already. The weight of his final warning echoes in Kang Jian's mind. No violence. Everything is being recorded. In the present, Wu Yang's fist comes dangerously close to Kang Jian's face, but he deftly dodges it. With a swift motion, he slams his hands flat against the desk and drives them into Wu Jin's gut. The force of the impact catches Ryong off guard, sending him stumbling backward. His attack has been completely thwarted, leaving him in a state of disbelief, seething with anger. This bastard. Just as the tension reaches its peak, A-Ra's voice slices through the chaos. She steps forward with her friends, boldly calling Wu Yang out for his childish behavior. Across the room, Jin Sok observes the new kid, realizing he clearly doesn't understand the rules. With a sneer, he thinks it's time to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, A-Ra isn't finished. She shouts at Wu Yang to stop before he embarrasses himself even further. Wu Yang, however, glares past her at Kang Jian, ominously promising a one-on-one confrontation later. But Kang Jian isn't scared at all. He simply grins back and asks, when? Where? What a bold move. Completely thrown off, Wu Zhang storms out of the classroom in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Kang Jian is kicking himself. This guy is a 4-star, a prime target for recruitment, and he knows he needs to get on their good side. What on earth should he do now? Suddenly, the English teacher strides in, a cheerful blonde woman who instantly notices the new student. Kang Jian, still lost in thoughts of Jin Sok, is jolted back to reality when the teacher asks if he can keep up in her all-English class. Without hesitation, Kang Jian responds in perfect English, assuring her that it's no problem at all. The teacher is taken aback, impressed by his flawless accent. He unveils his cover story. He attended an international school in New York and moved here for his father's business. Dongwu is genuinely impressed, while the teacher beams with excitement, declaring that his accent will benefit the entire class. Meanwhile, Kang Jian can't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction about it all. A-Ra watches him with newfound intrigue. Meanwhile, Jin Sok and Wu Zhang look on, clearly annoyed. Now that everyone knows he's from New York, the girls are flocking to his desk once more. All right, time to focus. He extends his phone toward the bewildered girls, but before he knows it, A-Ra swoops in to snatch it away. This is from our company, she says with a grin. You passed. Inside, Kang Jian is celebrating. His plan has worked flawlessly, total success. Meanwhile, A-Ra begins scrolling through his social media, which is overflowing with pictures of him and his fabricated family enjoying extravagant vacations. As Aira scrolls through pictures of their adventures in Paris, on a tropical beach, and in Japan, she can't help but feel enchanted. Each snapshot captures a warm, happy family, and she finds herself completely sold. Yet, deep down, she knows it's all a facade. Kang Jian silently applauds his support team for crafting this flawless digital disguise. Let me tell you, that didn't fool us for a second. As the final bell rings while everyone else rushes out, Kang Jian stands alone, a lone wolf in a sea of sheep. Outside, it's a showcase of luxury, with a line of high-end cars waiting for the privileged kids. Speaking of rides, Kang Jian recalls his dad boasting about a new car he's supposed to unveil today. Oh boy, this should be interesting. He stands there as the other students pass by, lost in thought. Suddenly, Ara turns and gives him a friendly wave. "See you tomorrow," she calls out with a bright smile. As she walks away, Kang Jian can't help but smile to himself. Ara is finally noticing him. But wait, Wang Wuyang and Go Jinzok are right behind him. This can't be good. A hand slams down on his shoulder, and he turns to find Huang Wuzhong, his expression dark and menacing. "Guess we'll be going together," he growls. Kang Jiang quickly assesses the situation. Two new complications have just entered his life: Huang Wuyang and Go Jin-sok. But here's the twist: his mission parameters flash in his mind, reminding him of the stakes at play. He's not meant to fight them. He's meant to recruit them. "All right, where to?" Jian asks. Standing by a yellow SUV is a massive bodyguard, his presence imposing. Wu Young glares at him, urging, "Get in the car," while I'm still asking nicely. But Kang Jian isn't intimidated. Instead, he thinks to himself, "Perfect. This is my chance to win them over and complete the mission." Without uttering a single word, he strides confidently toward their car, an absolute Chad move. Suddenly, the screech of tires pierces the air as a flashy red sports car careens down the road, seemingly out of nowhere. The car executes a flawless drift, sliding sideways to a halt just inches from them, completely obstructing their path. Everyone stands in stunned silence. And who emerges from the driver's seat? It's his dad, sporting a vibrant Hawaiian shirt and shades, waving like a total maniac. "I saw you! I came to pick you up," he calls out with a grin. He yells, completely oblivious to the tense situation he just interrupted. Wu Young and Jin-sok stand frozen, their tough guy facade crumbling in the face of this absurdity. Meanwhile, Kang Jian's expression is one of pure horror. The second-hand embarrassment is palpable. "Dad's here," his father shouts once more, grinning from ear to ear as if he's the coolest guy in the world. Meanwhile, other students stroll by, their eyes fixed on the absolute train wreck unfolding in the middle of the street. Desperate to salvage what little dignity he has left, Kang Jian tells his dad he's hanging out with friends. Wu Young and Jin Sok stand by, utterly baffled by the scene. His dad, however, is absolutely thrilled. "So you've made another friend, huh?" he beams, giving a huge thumbs up. At that moment, Kang Jaeon's soul seems to have physically left his body. The cringe is overwhelming. He shoves his dad back into the car, shouting that he'll see him at home. He just needs this to end. With one final roar of the engine, his dad peels away, leaving a trail of tire marks and a cloud of pure confusion in his wake. Kang Jian lets out a heavy sigh as he watches the wreck of a vehicle disappear down the street. Jin Sok shoots him a piercing glare. "You really need some proper guidance," he remarks. Moments later, they all cram into Wu Young's SUV and drive through the bustling city. Kang Jian sits in silence, likely pondering the latest mess he's found himself in this time. The car finally arrives at a massive modern corporate building. This certainly isn't a back alley beatdown. Jin-sok steps out and gazes up at the sign, TJ Sports. What on earth is happening here? He attempts to wave off his bodyguard, urging him to go ahead since he'll be late, but the guard stands firm, clearly unwilling to leave his side. He states that his orders are to never leave Jin-sok's side, not even for a moment. With an annoyed expression, the bodyguard sighs and reluctantly follows them into the sprawling building. Inside, Jian is taken aback. It's a colossal MMA training center, complete with a full octagonal cage at its center. A training center, he thinks, absorbing the impressive scene before him. Things are about to get intense. A man in a tracksuit approaches them, confirming that cage number 3 is completely cleared and ready. Wu Young barks a command, ensuring that no one else can enter. The man bows in acknowledgement, clearly aware of his authority in this place. But then, in a hushed tone, he leans toward Kang Jian and whispers, "Just beg for forgiveness, and I'll call an ambulance right away." Wu Ying can sense the tension in the air, growing increasingly impatient as he shouts about the ambulance's arrival. Meanwhile, Kang Jian remains silent, observing Wu Ying as he prepares for the impending confrontation. Then, in a sudden burst of energy, Wu Ying tears off his school shirt, unveiling a remarkably muscular physique. This guy is a force to be reckoned with. He slips on a pair of red MMA gloves and shoots Kang Jian a deadly glare. It's clear that things are about to get intense. Meanwhile, up on a balcony, Jin Sok smirks, noting that it's been a while since he's seen someone exude such confidence. Kang Jian glances up at him, unfazed. "So you want me to spar with that guy?" he asks, his calm demeanor unwavering. Jinsok bursts into laughter, his excitement palpable. Sparring? A match? Call it whatever you like. He's ready for it. His laughter takes on a wild edge as he urges Kang Jian to hurry up and sign the waiver. Meanwhile, on the floor, Wu Ying shoves a clipboard in front of him, her finger firmly pressing down on the signature line. It's a liability waiver, and the stakes are about to get real. It essentially states that if you get hurt, you can't sue. Just the usual disclaimer, I suppose. Kang Jian's eyes narrow slightly as he scans the terms, his mind racing with possibilities. He looks up, calm and collected. "You want me to sign here?" Jinsok leans over the railing, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "What's the matter?" "Are you scared?" Jinsok taunts, but Kang Jian responds with a cold, calculating stare, his expression a complete blank. Jinsok's eyes gleam with a twisted delight as he continues. "Get on your knees and bark like a dog, and maybe I'll let you go." Yet, Kang Jian's reaction? Silence. Utterly unmoved. He remains utterly unfazed by the looming threat. For the first time, Jinsok's smile falters. "Why aren't you reacting?" he mutters, a hint of confusion creeping in. This guy is strange. Kang Jian then turns toward the cage and asks a chilling question. "There are no cameras in here, right?" Just look at Jinsok's face. His smug confidence evaporates, completely shattered by that one simple inquiry. Even Wu Ying, eager for a fight in the cage, is taken aback. "What?" he asks, glancing over his shoulder. With a wary sigh, Kang Jian simply signs their waiver. "So, we really have to do this, huh?" Jinsok, recovering from his surprise, bursts into laughter. "Are you kidding? Our Wu Ying is a national champion. You're going to get destroyed." Kang Jian, completely unfazed, simply pushes the clipboard back toward them. "You sign it too." And he shoots them a glare so icy it could freeze flames. "Hurry up," he commands. The tables have officially turned. In the fighting ring stands Huang Wu Ying, looking absolutely shredded and far too confident for his own good. Across from him, Kang Jian calmly adjusts his gloves, maintaining a killer poker face. Wu Ying, as expected, can't help but chatter away. "Kid, look at that face, completely frozen." It's classic bully banter. The two square off. Wu Ying bounces around like he's had too much sugar, while Kang Jian remains perfectly still, a picture of composure. The contrast is amusing, but within Kang Jian's mind, his supercomputer is whirring to life, calculating the best way to navigate this predicament. He quickly runs a simulation. Option 1, a devastating punch straight to Wu Ying's temple. That would certainly make an impact, but no, that's a no-go, too much force. We're trying to teach a lesson here, not send him off to meet his ancestors. All right, let's consider the next option. A vicious body blow that cracks ribs and draws blood, and that's pretty intense. But no, that won't do. How about a finger jab to the eye? Too extreme. A knee to the ribs? Not quite right. What about a crippling leg kick? No, absolutely not. He can't afford to kill or seriously injure the son of a corporate chairman. Such a move would spell disaster for business. Whoa, Yang is genuinely perplexed. How does one educate a privileged brat without igniting an international incident? Finally, he decides to act, launching a test jab that halts just inches from Kang Jian's face. Remarkably, Kang Jian doesn't even flinch. He follows up with a flashy hook kick, but Kang Jian dodges it effortlessly, as if it were nothing. Wu Ying's eyes widen in shock. You can almost see the error message flashing in his mind. Watching from the railing, Gojin Sok and his bodyguard are equally stunned, their expressions utterly priceless. Wu Ying takes a step back, attempting to maintain his composure. "You've been working out, huh?" he remarks, trying to sound casual. "Yeah, you could say that," Kang Jian replies, his silence hanging heavily in the air. The stoic expression on Kang Jian's face begins to unnerve Wu Ying. The silent treatment is clearly effective. Wu Ying grits his teeth, his earlier cocky grin re-emerging as his frustration mounts. What's with that look? He yells, charging forward with all the grace of a runaway train. In an effortless motion, Kang Jian slaps him across the face. Just like that, bam. He flexes his fingers, completely unfazed by the attack. It's a stark mismatch in power levels. Up on the balcony, Go Jin-sok and his companion look as though they've just seen a ghost. They can hardly believe their eyes. Wu Yong trembles, a storm of rage and fear etched across his face. Today is definitely not going his way. Meanwhile, Kang Jian slowly tightens his fist, narrowing his eyes. All right, the games are officially over. Losing his last shred of composure, Wu Yong screams, "You wanna die or something?" But his words are abruptly silenced by a sharp backhand across the face. The force of the blow sends him stumbling backward, completely stunned. He has no idea what just hit him. Before Hua Ying can recover, Kang Jian pivots and lands a brutal open palm strike to the side of his head. His eyes roll back as he crashes to the floor, lights out. Jin-sok and his bodyguard stand frozen, their jaws nearly hitting the ground in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? Kang Jian glanced up at them, a smirk playing on his lips. "There won't be any major damage since I went easy," he declared. His idea of easy was nothing short of terrifying. With that, he turned and strode out of the ring. "If there's nothing else to see, I'm out," he added nonchalantly. Just another Tuesday for our boy. But Jin-sok wasn't ready to let it go just yet. He shouts from the balcony, "Stay right there." The plot thickens. Moments later, Jin-sok and his bodyguard rush down to the main floor, eager to intercept him. With a wild, excited grin, Jin-sok makes a shocking declaration. "From now on, you're my right-hand man." Kang Jian stands there, completely baffled. Right-hand man? Jin-sok is eager to get home and dive into some video games. He turns to his bodyguard, practically buzzing with excitement. "This guy is really strong, right?" The bodyguard simply stares back, his expression suggesting he could use a raise. Meanwhile, Kang Jian, still trying to wrap his head around it all, wonders aloud what that even means. "Welcome to the club, buddy." Jin-sok strides back toward him, a confident grin on his face. "Being my right-hand man is fantastic. You know who my dad is, right?" He throws a friendly arm around Kang Jian's shoulders. "Come on. To celebrate, I'll take you out for dinner at a nice place." Jin-sok laughs exuberantly, but Kang Jian is left feeling flustered. This has to be a good thing, right? Everything is unfolding as planned. Later that night, Kang Jian returns to his family's opulent apartment, announcing his arrival. His father inquires if he made any good friends. With a hint of exhaustion, Kang Jian replies affirmatively, which is technically accurate. His mother, ever cheerful, asks about dinner, but he informs her that he has already eaten with his new friends. As he walks away, his parents share a glance filled with unspoken concern. Back in his room, Kang Jian collapses onto his bed, utterly exhausted from a day filled with manipulation and conflict. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of a situation settling in. This mission is turning out to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. His thoughts drift back to dinner, where Go Jin-sok had proudly showcased the opulent restaurant. "How's it? Pretty amazing, right?" Jin-sok, with a grin, mentions that it's a family favorite and encourages him to dig in. "The food looks absolutely incredible, seriously. Artist, you're making me hungry." Kang Jian takes his first bite, and in that moment, his entire world comes to a standstill. The flavor is so intense that he's left utterly speechless. Jin-sok bursts into laughter at his dramatic reaction, clearly enjoying every second of it. It's evident that our boy has never dined at a fine establishment before. As Kang Jian observes Jin-sok's overly friendly grin, he can't help but question whether this is the same unhinged guy from school. Jin-sok leans in closer, his tone conspiratorial, and explains that being his right-hand man is surprisingly straightforward. His sole responsibility? To crush anyone who dares to rise above. Simple, direct, and just a touch sinister, Kang Jian has a way about him. He makes it clear that he doesn't target the weak. Then, he drops a name, Dongwu. "You mean Zhang Dongwu, our classmate?" Jin-sok asks, his curiosity piqued. The mere thought of Dongwu being weak sends Jin-sok into another fit of laughter, leaving our protagonist utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Jin-sok reveals that back in middle school, he was a supporter of Dongwu. A rather polite way to put it, really. Noticing Kang Jian's blank stare, he quickly clarifies, "A lackey. You don't know what a bread shuttle is." Jin-sok's tone shifts, growing serious as he explains that Dongwu's family is the most powerful legal dynasty in the country, with his father serving as the chief prosecutor. He confesses that this was before his father became a party leader. During that time, he had to tread carefully around Dongwu. This revelation about the school's hidden power dynamics shakes Kang Jian to his core. The hierarchy in high school is merciless. Jin-sok captures it succinctly. That's just how life is in South Korea. Your parents' power is your power, harsh but undeniable truth. As the flashback fades, Kang Jian finds himself back on his bed, the weight of this new reality pressing heavily upon him. He reflects once more on the daunting nature of his mission. No kidding, my friend. No kidding at all. Just then, a knock echoes from the door. And there they are, his so-called fake parents, who are in fact his real ones, peering in with those all-too-familiar concerned expressions. They ask, "What's wrong, son? You can talk to us." He quickly brushes them off, insisting it's nothing a classic tough guy act. But deep down, they can see right through him. That shared glance speaks volumes. Alone once more, Kang Jian finds himself in the throes of a mini-existential crisis. It turns out that navigating South Korean high school is far more complex than any Black Ops mission he's faced. Clenching his fists, he reluctantly acknowledges that trying to fit in is a significant struggle. But just then, his father drops the facade. He snaps at him to stop wallowing in self-pity. "Have you forgotten who your comrade is? Ouch. That's all it takes." Kang Jian straightens up like a soldier, apologizing and vowing to refocus. Just like that, the fake parents are all smiles again. Look at that. Our boy's got his game face back on. So, what's his next move? Grinding. He slams his fingers against the keyboard, furiously researching terms like laki, otaku, and even MBTI. He needs to master the local meta, reminding himself that he's the best agent from the Shadow Unit. He makes a dramatic vow. "I will never fail my mission." Easy there, buddy. Meanwhile, his comrades eavesdrop at the door, giggling like proud parents. The next day at school, the atmosphere is thick with tension. A visibly nervous Dongwoo shuffles up to Kang Jian, attempting to broach the subject of yesterday without directly asking. But Kang Jian sees right through him. With a scoff, he calls Dongwoo out, reminding him of his past as the school bully. Dongwoo begins to panic, but Kang Jian interrupts him with an unexpectedly calm remark. "Don't worry, I don't need shuttles." He follows it up with an absurdly cheesy grin and a thumbs up, declaring, "We're friends now." Dongwoo is left utterly baffled, while Kang Jian thinks to himself, "Man, I'm so smooth." Spoiler alert, he's really not. As class comes to a close, Dongwoo breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing went awry. He keeps a cautious eye on Jinsok as he passes by. Meanwhile, Kang Jian leans back, exuding an air of calm confidence. "Don't worry," he says with a grin. "My new plan is for all of us to become friends." Oh boy, this guy still doesn't get it. Speak of the devil. A voice calls out his name. It's Jinsok, summoning him over. Kang Jian approaches, her smile so artificial it could be mistaken for plastic, even flashing a V sign. "Thanks for dinner," she chirps. Jinsok remains unimpressed, but the others, including Ara, stare at her as if they've just seen a ghost. The entire class is frozen, eyes wide as they witness this unpredictable figure casually offering to buy dinner for the school's top bully. Jinsok remains silent, simply gesturing to the empty seat beside him. Everyone knows that's Hwang Woo-jin's throne. Then, with a sharp gaze, he poses the question, "Why aren't you sitting?" The pressure mounts, and Kang Ji-yeon's mind races. He realizes this isn't just an invitation, it's a promotion. Take the seat. Become the new number 2. Without hesitation, he sits down and crosses his arms, exuding an air of ownership. It's a total power move. Jinsok can't help but smirk at the display. Kang Ji-yeon can't help but feel a surge of triumph, internally celebrating his success. Meanwhile, the lecture continues to drone on, but all eyes are fixated on the one empty seat. Hwang Woo-jin is officially MIA. Jinsok leans in, whispering to Woo Young that he should have been tough enough to show up, even after that brutal beatdown. Meanwhile, across town at TJ Sports, the reason for Woo Jin's absence becomes all too clear. He is being mercilessly beaten with a wooden pole. The assailant, livid with rage, berates him for wasting the money spent to enroll him in that class, only for Woo Jin to squander the opportunity. And here's the kicker. The man dishing out the beating is none other than Hwang Jae-shol, a powerful CEO and Woo Young's own father. Talk about a candidate for Dad of the Year. Jae-shol is on a rampage, shouting that Jinsok's father is running for president, insisting that Woo Young must get close to him no matter the cost. He uses some rather colorful language to make it clear Woo Young needs to become Jinsok's best friend, or else. With a powerful roar, he makes it clear, if you understand, then get lost. A battered Woo Young limps away, defeated. With his son gone, Jae-shol shifts his focus to his secretary. It's time for business. He demands to know everything about the company owned by the father of the boy who hurt his son. Yes, he's referring to Kang Ji-yeon. The secretary reveals that Kang Ji-yeon's father supposedly owns a crypto company called 11 Coin, but we all know that's just a front, right? Rumor has it, the company is quite wealthy. Jae-shul's eyes narrow at the news. "Let's have a meal," he says, his tone suggesting anything but friendliness. The secretary inquires about the location, and Jae-shul's response sends a chill down the spine. In this gym, it's clear that this dinner won't be pleasant. The secretary nods slightly, understanding the unspoken threat. Jae-shul sees, muttering about some punk who has dared to cross him. It's evident that this guy has some serious anger issues. Meanwhile, back at school, the day comes to a close, and a cheerful atmosphere surrounds Kang Ji-yeon as she bids farewell to her friends. She strides over to her sleek car, only to be confronted by a group of well-dressed men in suits. Across the street, Jin Sok's bodyguard stands watch. Suddenly, Jin Sok speaks up, "Take good care of your parents." The words hang in the air, leaving everyone puzzled. What could he possibly mean by that? Jin Sok smirks as if he's privy to a secret, casually telling him he'll see him tomorrow before walking off with Mohawk Guy, leaving our protagonist utterly bewildered. Take care of his parents, he thinks, realizing that Jin Sok is a North Korean spy. Those aren't his real family. His confusion is abruptly interrupted when his dad pulls up in an outrageously flashy sports car, shouting for him to hop in. Kang Ji-yeon closes his eyes and lets out a weary sigh. He's utterly exhausted by this guy's over-the-top antics. Later that night, the fake family gathers for what they hope will be a normal dinner, well, as normal as it can be for three spies. Just then, the doorbell rings. A man in a suit stands at the door, exuding professionalism. He introduces himself with a calm demeanor, identifying himself as a representative from the Daeshon group. Instantly, a sense of unease fills the room. Kang Jo-yeon's parents exchange worried glances, their concern palpable as they inquire about his intentions. Suddenly, the name resonates with Jeon Daeshon group. That's Woo Young's family, the very kid her brother had beaten up. The secretary isn't here for idle chatter. He cuts straight to the chase, delivering a serious accusation that hangs heavy in the air. "Our group's young master was assaulted by your son." The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, freezing the entire family in place. A single bead of sweat trickled down Kang Ji-yeon's face. He knew he was in deep trouble. The secretary quickly tried to diffuse the tension, assuring them that his boss wasn't looking for conflict, just a friendly meal with Dad. "A meal, huh? I've seen enough movies to know exactly what that really means." But Dad is a professional, folks. He simply laughs it off, playing the role of the clueless parent. "Oh, it's just a little scrap between kids," he says, delivering an Oscar-worthy performance. The secretary insists that the invitation is for right now, and with surprising confidence, Dad agrees to go. Our protagonist watches him leave, a mix of confusion and concern etched on their face. His cool demeanor has vanished, leaving him looking like a worried kid and way over his head. But just before the door closes, his father's entire vibe shifts. He glances back, his expression turning stone cold, and delivers a single commanding order: "Stay home." The door clicks shut behind him. And just like that, Kang Ji-yeon and his mother find themselves staring at the situation, their earlier facade of a happy family giving way to genuine concern. Meanwhile, we shift to the sinister lair TJ Sports headquarters, the stronghold of the Hwang family. Inside, the secretary guides Ji-yeon's father through a dimly lit hallway, leading him into the arena. And there stands our final boss, Hwang Jae-shul. He lounges casually by the MMA cage, exuding an air of ownership because, in truth, he does. Jae-shul wastes no time. With a grin that practically shouts, "I'm the villain here," he declares. "My kid got beaten up pretty badly by your brat." Then, with a theatrical leap down from the cage, he attempts to project an intimidating presence. "So, what are you going to do about it?" he challenges. But Dad is playing it cool, way too cool, if you ask me. He simply smiles and asks what the big bad CEO wants. The demand is classic rich guy bully behavior. "Transfer your brat to another school, and then I'll let this slide." Dad just laughs again, scratching his head. He replies that it's a bit tough, considering his wife worked so hard to get him into the best school in Korea. Jae-shul has reached his breaking point. He steps forward, attempting to leverage his size to intimidate his father, a classic "I'm bigger than you" tactic. However, as anger contorts Jae-shul's face, his father's friendly facade shatters. His eyes turn icy as he delivers a chilling warning: "Don't do anything you'll regret." But Jae-shul, fueled by his emotions, chooses to ignore the warning. He throws a massive hook. Bam! It connects squarely with Dad's face, splitting his lip. But here's the twist. It's Jae-kul who screams in rage. "You bastard!" he yells, incredulous. "You're the one who threw the punch, my dude." He follows up with a series of brutal shots to Dad's gut, sending him stumbling backward. Things are not looking good. Dad collapses to his knees, and Jae-shul cracks his knuckles with a smug grin. "I'll let it slide for today," he declares, feigning generosity, but he's far from finished. Grabbing Dad by the hair, he yanks his head up. "Transfer your kid now," he snarls, "or I'll run you out of the country." With that, he slams Dad's head into the floor. "Geez, dude, chill." With that, Jae-shul strides away, instructing his secretary to throw some money at the problem, as if cash could fix a face that's been rearranged. A short while later, the secretary presents Dad with a check 10 million won, the price for his beating. Dad's face is a mess, but he stares at the check as if it's nothing more than a piece of trash. As the secretary slides into his car, he delivers a classic villain's warning. "Don't even think about calling the cops. We own them." A smirk plays on his lips, but the father responds with a deadpan expression. "I won't do anything stupid." The double meaning hangs heavy in the air, leaving a palpable tension between them. The secretary waves the check in front of Dad, who snatches it from her grasp. He watches as they drive away, his face a mask of simmering rage. Meanwhile, the goons in the car are laughing, oblivious to the storm they've just stirred. Back at the apartment, Dad walks in to find his anxious family waiting for him, concern etched on their faces. The atmosphere is thick with tension. The moment Kang Ji-an catches sight of his bruised face, her eyes widen in shock. It's the expression of a child suddenly aware that this is all his doing. She rushes over, concern etched on her face, as she asks if he's all right. But their father simply raises a hand, signaling her to hold on. "Not now, kid, he's in the zone." Then, we turn to their mother. Her initial worry dissipates, transforming into a chilling, silent fury that speaks volumes. Dad settles into what resembles a NASA command center in his office, fingers flying across the keyboard with fervor. His expression is one of pure determination. He vows silently, "I will make him regret crossing the wrong person." Oh yes, it's time to unleash his hacking skills. The next morning's bright and sunny at the corporate tower, where everything appears deceptively normal. Jae-shul sits in his office, savoring a cup of tea, blissfully unaware of the storm about to hit. But his moment of tranquility is abruptly shattered when his secretary bursts in, panic etched across her face. "CEO, we're in trouble," she cries, her voice a mix of urgency and alarm. Jae-shul, clearly annoyed, raises an eyebrow. "What on earth is going on?" he demands, frustration creeping into his tone. "Why is my peaceful morning being ruined?" The secretary, visibly on the brink of a heart attack, delivers the grim news. The company's servers are completely down. Jae-shul quickly inquires about the IT team, only to learn that their computers are also lifeless. The portal is offline. And then, for the final blow that drains all color from his face, he hears that refund inquiries are pouring in. Just what he needed to brighten his day. Back in the office, the phone rings incessantly. Jae-shul finally picks up, and it's clear this isn't good news. "CEO, we're in big trouble," says the voice on the line. Jae-shul's expression shifts to annoyance. "What now?" Then the bombshell drops. The bank has frozen our accounts. In an instant, his face transforms into a mask of pure, unfiltered panic, the moment we've all been waiting for. As night descends, Jae-il finds himself alone in the vast darkness of his office, a shadow of his former self. He sits amidst the wreckage of his company, sweat glistening on his brow, his body trembling with despair. In a hushed voice, he questions the empty room. Is there any hope left? But deep down, he knows the truth. He is merely talking to himself. It's over. He mumbles about what the bank is saying when, out of the shadows, a voice replies, "Well, hello there." It's his mother. Jae-shul completely loses it, screaming about how she managed to bypass his security. "Buddy, your security is the least of your problems," she quips, a smirk playing on her lips. "I put them to sleep cold, absolutely ice cold." And she's not joking. The cameras are down and the entire security team is enjoying an extended nap. Jae-shul tries to play tough, but Mom isn't having any of it. With a swift motion, she grabs him by the collar and with one powerful punch, sends him flying. Dazed, he looks up to find her perched on his desk, gazing down at him with disdain. "Do you know who you messed with?" she asks, her tone dripping with menace. The truth is, he has no idea. Jae-shul feels a cold sweat break out as she continues, explaining that under normal circumstances, she would simply kill him. Just then, she produces a syringe, the glint of the needle catching the light. However, it seems she made a promise to someone that she would no longer take lives. So, it's a fortunate day for Jae-shul, I suppose. Instead of delivering death, she has something else in mind. Pressing the needle to his throat, she declares, "I will wake you up in 3 years." She injects him, whispering that he will wake up after Jiao's graduation. As his world fades to darkness, all that remains is her cold, determined gaze. Do not mess with this family. The next morning, Kang Jian prepares for school while his parents handle cleanup duties. Just before stepping out, he pauses at the door, casting one last glance back. His dad still looks like he went 10 rounds with a brick wall, bandages and all. But his mom? She's all sunshine and rainbows, waving him off as if nothing happened. This, of course, sends our boy spiraling into guilt. He tries to apologize for the trouble he caused, but his mom simply giggles it off. Don't you worry, she says. Mom and Dad took care of everything. That doesn't sound ominous at all, right? We cut to Seoul International High School, where our protagonist is holding court with her friends before class begins. As she scans the room, her gaze lands on someone across the way, and a sly smirk spreads across her face. Her target? Kang Ji-hyun, who appears far too relaxed for someone in his situation. He reflects on how parents in South Korea are involved in every aspect of their children's lives. Little does he know the depth of the situation he's about to face. Just then, Go Jin-sok swoops in with some shocking news. Leaning in close, he drops a bombshell. Woo Jin's father has collapsed, and his company is in complete freefall. Kang Ji-hyun's eyes widen in disbelief. You can almost see the gears turning in his mind. Jin-sok whispers that he heard it might be a stroke or perhaps a heart attack, something serious. Suddenly, his mother's unsettling words from that morning flood back to him. He shakes his head vigorously, desperately trying to deny it. No way they wouldn't, right? Just as he feels a panic attack creeping in, A-Ra appears, casually asking what his plans are for the weekend. She breezes past the tension and invites him to her birthday party. Talk about perfect timing. Meanwhile, Jin-sok glares from across the room, his eyes shooting daggers. Clearly, someone isn't pleased. Kang Ji-hyun stands there, utterly stunned by the unfolding drama. Birthday party, he asks, as if the concept is entirely foreign to him. Aura smirks, radiating confidence. Yeah, it's my birthday, you're coming, right? Without hesitation, he agrees. She waves goodbye, promising to text him the details. As Aura walks away, Jin-sok stands there, his expression utterly blank. The plot thickens, my friends. Just then, the man of the hour, Hwang Woo-jung, shuffles into the classroom. He looks utterly defeated. His earlier arrogance has vanished, leaving him a shadow of his former self. A-Ra attempts to ask about his father, but Woo-jung ignores her completely, walking past without uttering a single word before slumping into his seat. He looks like a complete ghost, the fight completely drained from him. Kang Ji-hyun observes quietly, piecing everything together. It's clear his parents have taken care of the situation. Later that day, he stands alone at a crosswalk, realizing his dad is likely too unwell to pick him up today. Suddenly, a voice breaks through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. He turns to find a trio of his classmates approaching him. One of them asks if he's heading home alone. He recognizes them from class, but is clearly taken aback that they're speaking to him. This guy could really use some friends. They decide that since they're all taking the bus, they might as well go together. Our boy, ever the social butterfly, awkwardly nods in agreement. The girl who spoke up introduces herself as Shin Yuna, along with her friends, Seo Dong-jun and Ji-hyun Yi-ju. Yi-ju admits they've been eager to get to know him. Flustered, Kang Jun stammers, "Nice to meet you." Then, Yuna curiously asks where he lives. When he mentions the Bampo Blue Tower, their reactions short-circuit. Our boy stands there bewildered like a confused puppy. One of them exclaims that he must be wealthy, given that it's the most luxurious apartment in the area. He simply replies that it belongs to his parents. Since their cram school is nearby, they can all take the same bus together. Then, a brilliant idea strikes her. There's an incredible taekwondo studio nearby. Want to go? She asks eagerly. Kang Ji-hyun blinks, repeating, "Tito-ba-ki?" Clearly, he has no idea what it is. Yuna, brimming with excitement, assures him that he's going to love it. After a quick bus ride, they arrive at the legendary Daezirong snack bar. Inside, they ordered nearly everything on the menu, a true feast fit for high school royalty. As the dishes arrive, everyone eagerly digs in, raving about how delicious the food is. However, while munching on some kimbap, Yuna notices Kang Jun simply staring at the spread. Leaning in, she asks the burning question, "Don't tell me this is your first time eating tae-tteokbokki?" He quickly denies it and pops a piece into his mouth to prove his point. Big mistake. The moment it touches his tongue, the spice hits him like a freight train. His eyes nearly bulge out of his head as he breathes fire, no exaggeration here. The artist even illustrated actual flames erupting from his mouth. Yiju and Dongjin burst into laughter at his misfortune. Desperately, he grabs a cup of water and chugs it down, trying to extinguish the fiery sensation. Once he finally recovers, Yiju's expression shifts to seriousness. She admits she was taken aback that he agreed to hang out with them. Dongjin chimes in, noting that since transferring, he's only been seen with the elite crowd. Yiju explains that even though they're all in the same special class, their social standings are worlds apart. Kang Jin looks utterly confused, prompting Dongjin to clarify. He points out that compared to the elite circles of A-Ra and Jinsok, their little group is rather ordinary, but Yiju refuses to let that slide. With a burst of pride, she declares that Yuna has never lost her position as the top student in the entire school. Yuna simply shrugs it off, claiming that the only reason she's at the top is that all the real geniuses head overseas for college. This revelation completely stuns Kang Jin. You can almost see the gears grinding in his mind as he processes the information. His mission intel had mentioned nothing about these kids. They weren't even on his radar. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. These are just ordinary South Korean students. But just as he's coming to this realization, a mocking voice interrupts from the entrance. A group of students in different uniforms struts in, and one of them sneers. "Rich kids from the International High are invading our turf." Kang Jin doesn't flinch. He simply stares back at them, completely unfazed. The leader grumbles about them occupying space meant for the common folk, despite the area being mostly empty. Classic bully logic at its finest. Yuna and Yiju exchange anxious glances, clearly unsettled by the confrontation. But Kang Jin remains unfazed. Noticing his smirk, one of the bullies steps closer, invading his personal space. "Hey, when someone asks you something, you answer," he snaps. And just like that, the smirk vanishes, replaced by a chilling glare. Playtime is officially over. The leader of the local bully squad steps up, invading Kang Jin's personal space, demanding to know why he's being ignored. But Kang Jin, he responds with that iconic, ice-cold anime stare, the one that says he's completely unfazed. Meanwhile, Dongjin is sweating profusely, as if he were in a sauna, desperately trying to usher everyone out before chaos erupts. But of course, it's never that simple. Just as Kang Jin attempts to make his exit, the bully leader steps in, blocking his path like a human roadblock. With a smug smirk plastered on his face, he taunts, "Oh, you thought you could just walk away? No way, not today, my friend." Poor Dongjin stammers, desperately trying to explain that they were merely being polite by giving up the table. Bless his heart, he's really putting in the effort. But the bully isn't having any of it. He leans in, cutting straight to the chase. "You all look wealthy, don't you?" Meanwhile, Kang Jin remains silent, his unreadable expression still firmly in place. Does this guy even have any emotions? Finally, the demand comes, "Buy us some food." Ah, the classic shakedown, how original. He grips the terrified Dongjin by the shoulder, who looks as if he might faint at any moment. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a hand suddenly clamps down on the bully's wrist. And who should appear but our silent protagonist, finally taking action. With a gaze that could freeze flames, Kang Jin delivers the ultimate comeback. "Are you guys broke?" You can practically see the gears grinding to a halt in the bully's mind. He clearly wasn't expecting that comeback. Even his sidekick looks taken aback, remarking that he thought International High was just for nerds. Clearly, he's never encountered a nerd with a spine before. But Kang Jin remains unfazed, his gaze locked onto the leader, laser-focused and unwavering. The leader regains his composure and smirks, launching into an explanation of his entire business model. He insists that a little intimidation works wonders when it comes to collecting allowance money. However, Kang Jin, wearing a sly grin of his own, interrupts him. "You're not beggars, my friend. You're just plain old robbers." The curly-haired thug does not take this correction well. He puffs up, growling, demanding payment for the food. Meanwhile, Kang Jin's friends are in full-blown panic mode, their expressions screaming, "This is not going according to plan." The bully, sensing the tension, decides to escalate the situation, declaring that Kang Jin has made such a scene that they'll have to take it outside. Classic move. But just wait. Eunice steps forward, extending a 50,000 won bill. The voice of reason has arrived. She attempts to diffuse the tension, apologizing and explaining that Kang Jin is new and doesn't quite understand the situation. In essence, she pleads, "Please don't hurt my clueless friend." The bully merely scoffs, mocking Kang Jin for allowing a girl to fight his battles. "Look at you, your cool points just evaporated." But Kang Jin isn't having any of it. He gently pushes her hand down, his hero complex kicking in. With a calm reassurance, he says, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Famous last words, perhaps? Then he turns back to the bullies and delivers the ultimate flex. My family is wealthy, residing on the royal floor of Banpo Blue Tower. The moment they realize this, dollar signs seem to flicker in their eyes. Their expressions shift from smug confidence to unrestrained greed. Meanwhile, his friends stand by, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the intricate game our boy is playing. For the grand finale, he reveals a thick wad of cash 50,001 bills, stacked high. With a confident grin, he fans the money out, silently challenging the bullies. So, do you want to talk now? The bullies are utterly captivated, completely hooked. In the presence of that much cash, words become unnecessary. They all make their way to a secluded back alley, one of those hidden spots without cameras, ideal for a private conversation. The bullies exchange puzzled glances at his unexpected confidence, but who could resist the allure of easy money? After all, who would dare question such an opportunity? Meanwhile, Kong Jin's friends huddle in the back, likely regretting every decision that brought them to this moment. And what is our boy up to? He's calmly crunching the numbers, strategizing the most efficient way to take down this entire crew without appearing too extreme. But he knows he can't go all out against these guys. His school buddies surround him, and the leader cracks his knuckles, delivering the classic line, "Do you know who we are?" Plot twist. They're from the Seoul Sports High School boxing team. With that, he throws the first punch and misses. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Kang Jin can't help but look almost disappointed. "You were an athlete?" he asks, the disrespect dripping from his words. His friends stand in stunned silence, jaws dropped in disbelief. They never saw this coming. Before the boxer can even comprehend the situation, Kong Jin delivers a devastating counter. Bam! The impact is thunderous, sending spit flying as the boxer's face crumples in shock. And just like that, he's out cold. One punch, and the boxer is down for the count. The rest of the crew stands frozen in shock, whispers of disbelief filling the air. "One punch," they murmur. "Yes, guys, just one punch." Suddenly, the curly-haired one snaps back to reality, yelling like a madman. But wait, he tells his own team to hold back. Instead of launching an attack, he poses a completely random question. "Do you know Wu Young?" The question catches Kong Jin off guard, his eyes widening in recognition. The bully smirks, clearly enjoying the moment. "Yeah, that Wu Young. We used to roll with the same crew. Guess he hasn't trained you yet, huh?" Kang Jin is left bewildered, but the bully quickly pivots, presenting a new proposition. "How about this? Pay me 500,000 won a month, and we won't bother anyone from your school. My guy is attempting to start a protection racket right after getting one-shotted." Bold move. Even Kang Jin can't help but wonder, is this guy for real? Is he the dumbest bully alive? The bully cracks his knuckles, offering to help him consider his options with a few punches. How generous of him. With a wild grin, he charges in, floating like a butterfly and aiming to sting like a bee. For a brief moment, Kang Ji-yan is taken aback by their sheer foolishness, but then his expression hardens. It's go time. He moves like a blur, effortlessly dodging their clumsy attacks as if they're moving in slow motion. The first guy lunges, throwing a punch so telegraphed it could be seen from a mile away. Kang Ji-yan simply sidesteps, effortlessly evading the blow. From the sidelines, his friends watch in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they alternate between shock and fear. Among them, Shin Yuna stands out, her expression filled with deep concern. She glances over and gasps. Kang Ji-yan's foot effortlessly halts the bully's advance. Looking down at him, her expression conveys a clear message. "Is that really all you got?" Finally snapping back to reality, the bully resorts to the last desperate threat of all losers. "You're asking for it, but it's too late for threats, my dude." Kang Ji-yan's foot is poised for a direct flight to his face checkmate. Just as she prepares to deliver the final blow, a voice shouts, "What in the world are you doing?" They all turn in surprise. Uh-oh, sirens are blaring. The cops have arrived. One of the thugs on the ground yells for everyone to scatter. The thugs shove past the officer and make a break for it. Kang Ji-yan stands by, unfazed by the chaos unfolding around him. With a calm demeanor, he pulls out his phone and, with the precision of a seasoned pitcher, hurls it. Whack! The device strikes the thug squarely in the back of the head, sending him tumbling forward. Now that's what you call a critical hit. Completely dazed, he can only look back in shock as the police close in on him. It's safe to say he's not having a good day. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yan stands there with an unnervingly calm expression as the officers surround them, rounding everyone up. Later, at the police station, Kang Ji-yan and the bully engage in a silent staring contest, each refusing to back down. The tension in the room is palpable. The officer interrogates Shin Yuna and her friends, who are frantically trying to convey that they were the ones being shaken down for money. Turning to the bully, the officer asks, "Did you really do that? Extortion is a serious crime, you know." This guy just leans back, playing dumb. He claims they all attend the same cram school and was merely asking for a meal. Yeah, right. He even has the audacity to say, "And you didn't even lend it, did you?" Trying to paint them as the villains. The nerve of this guy. If that's the case, then why did you even fight? The officer shouts at them, demanding they get their story straight or risk spending the night at the station. "We're the victims here," Yuna protests. The bully merely scoffs, claiming his friend was the one who got hurt. But the students quickly retaliate, shouting that it's all because his entire crew gamed up on Ji-yeon. The officer slams his clipboard down. This is not looking good for our heroes. Even Kang Ji-yeon, the super soldier, senses that things are spiraling out of control. It seems he wasn't quite prepared for legal battles and the mountain of paperwork that comes with them. Just then, the door slides open and a man in a tracksuit strides in, announcing to the officer that he heard a student was here. Here comes the cavalry. The bully leader looks up, and his expression falls. "Teacher," he stammers, realizing he's in deep trouble now. Chu Si-young-soo, the teacher, immediately begins apologizing to the officer for her student's terrible behavior. But then, something unexpected happens. The officer's demeanor shifts entirely. He recognizes the teacher as a renowned fighter, and suddenly, the situation seems far less serious. Classic. Si-yeon-soo assures the officer that he will take care of his student, and the cop, clearly a fan, is more than willing to let the matter slide. But then, without warning, the teacher grabs his student by the ear, his fury palpable. He shouts about how a professional fighter should never be brawling with civilians before a match. Kang Ji-yeon observes the unfolding drama with his signature unblinking stare. The teacher and the bully exchange tense glances, their expressions thick with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, Chu Si-yeon-soo yanks his student out by the ear, a clear display of authority. The officer informs Kang Ji-yeon's group that they can head home once their parents arrive. Just then, a car pulls up to collect him. His dad pulls up in a flashy sports car, his face completely wrapped in bandages, waving as if nothing is amiss. Totally normal, right? But once they're back home, the cheerful facade crumbles. Dad is absolutely furious, demanding to know if Ji-yeon has any idea what he's just done. Mom chimes in, revealing that the police informed them Ji-yeon had been bullying his own friends, a massive no-no. Dad delivers a stern lecture about how everything is recorded in today's society. All Ji-yeon can do is apologize, feeling the weight of his father's disappointment. Mom attempts to offer some comfort, but Ji-yeon quickly realizes that this world is far more complex than the battlefield he once knew. Just like that, the warmth of the moment evaporates. Dad's voice turns icy as he asks, "Are you going to continue displaying such incompetence?" Kang Ji-yeon's demeanor shifts dramatically. He straightens up like a soldier, vowing that it will never happen again. This family is truly something else. Later that night, he immerses himself in his work not in a game, but on his laptop, fervently researching South Korean law and the legal ways to confront bullies. The following day, he stands at a bus stop, a new plan clearly brewing in his mind. In a brief flashback, we see him informing his parents that he'll be taking the bus. From now on, he's going solo. However, as he walks away from the stop, he catches sight of something suspicious. Yesterday's bully is conversing with Hwang Woo-jung. However, when the goon spots Kang Ji-yeon, he quickly slinks away. He turns to Woo-young, asking if he knows those guys. True to form, Woo-young doesn't even glance his way. With a frosty tone, he replies, "That's none of your business," before walking off. Just then, his friends catch sight of him from the school entrance and begin waving enthusiastically. Perfect timing, guys. However, their joyful reunion is abruptly interrupted when a flashy yellow SUV screeches to a halt right in front of them. The door swings open, and all they see is a single extravagant red sneaker hitting the pavement. You can tell this guy has money. And who steps out? None other than Go Jin-suk, exuding an air of authority as if he owns the entire school. Another boss battle is on the horizon. The scene shifts to the classroom, where Go Jin-suk has decided it's time to have a little chat with Kang Ji-yeon, who is simply minding his own business. He leans in, looking as if he's about to deliver a presidential address on the importance of being cool. Without hesitation, he asks our protagonist why he's spending time with the so-called losers. Kang Ji-yeon, blissfully unaware of the high school social hierarchy, simply replies, "Why not? They're our classmates after all." Jin-suk scoffs at this revolutionary idea. He explains that you should only associate with people on your level, as mingling with those below you can hurt your social standing. Seriously? Meanwhile, Shin Yuna and her friends are just relaxing, blissfully unaware of the high-stakes drama unfolding in the background. Our protagonist is still grappling with this absurd social hierarchy. Jin-suk concludes his unsolicited life coaching session with a blunt command. "Stop being so boring. Got it?" An awkward silence lingers in the air, heavy enough to slice through. Jin-suk is simmering with annoyance, while Kang Ji-yeon remains as calm as a cucumber. Suddenly, a notification chimes, shattering the tension. They both pull out their phones, and there it is, a message from Ara. She invites them to her birthday party at the Hilton Hotel's Crystal Room, a truly elegant venue. Kang Ji-yeon glances over and spots Ara, engrossed in her phone and surrounded by her friends. They are clearly trying to set her up with a new transfer student, and their enthusiasm is anything but subtle. Meanwhile, he simply smiles back at them, radiating cheerful confidence. The master plan is unfolding perfectly, igniting a silent fury within Jin-suk. You can practically see the steam rising from his ears as he grits his teeth, his pride taking a severe blow. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, we find Kang Ji-yeon relishing his lunch, though relishing might be an understatement, as he devours it like a vacuum cleaner on overdrive. This man has never seen so much food on his plate in his life. Just as he looks up, he spots Shin Yuna and her friends approaching with their lunch trays. Yuna greets him with a radiant smile, but suddenly, the mood shifts. Jin-suk steps in, his expression as hard as stone, and simply says, "Ji-yeon, move." Yuna flinches at his harsh tone, immediately apologizing despite having done nothing wrong. Jin-suk completely ignores her, striding past the group to take a seat directly across from Kang Ji-yeon. He slams his tray onto the table, causing our boy to nearly choke on his food. Here we go again with another lecture. Jin-suk leans in, his tone sharp. "You're being too soft. That's why they keep clinging to you." They simply wanted to sit with him. He concludes by labeling the have-nots as the worst kind of hyenas. Kang Ji-yeon, however, remains unfazed, continuing to chew as if this display of pure cringe doesn't even register. Suddenly, Ara appears out of nowhere. Leaning in, she asks if he received her message, her smile bright as she extends an official invitation to her birthday party. With his mouth still stuffed with food, Kang Ji-yeon mumbles, "Got it. Real smooth move there, buddy." As Ara and her friends stroll away, he offers them a small wave. A few other girls pass by, whispering about how fortunate he is that the school's most popular girl has taken an interest in him. Meanwhile, Jin-suk appears on the verge of a full-blown aneurysm. He dramatically drops his spoon onto the tray with a loud clatter, his appetite vanishing in an instant. Without uttering another word, he rises from the table, leaving his perfectly good meal behind. As he walks away, he tosses a command over his shoulder. "Clean this up." The nerve of him! Kang Ji-yeon can only stare at the untouched tray of food, bewildered. His expression darkens. Jin-suk strides ahead, completely oblivious to the storm brewing behind him. Kang Ji-yeon's hand clenches into a trembling fist, his fury palpable. You can almost hear his inner voice shouting, "Capitalist bastard!" To him, wasting food is the ultimate sin, and he's seething with anger. But just as quickly, that rage begins to dissipate, giving way to a more pragmatic thought. "Can I eat it?" Kang Ji-yeon muses, a playful smirk on his face. "Priorities, my friend. Priorities." After school, as a fleet of luxury cars awaits the rich kids, our story unfolds. Kang Ji-yeon is all set to leave with Yuna and her crew, cheerfully declaring, "Let's go too!" But he halts abruptly when, you guessed it, Jin-seo calls his name once more. "Get in the car," Jin-suk commands, his tone leaving no room for argument. But our boy has no interest in this guy's drama. "No, I'll take the bus," Jin-suk replies, frustration evident in his sigh as he strides toward his SUV. His patience is wearing thin. He shoots a glare that clearly says, "I wasn't asking." The others watch nervously, caught in the tension of their standoff. Kang Ji-yeon stands his ground, staring back at Jin-suk with unwavering confidence, showing not a hint of fear. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he concedes. He knows he must stay focused on the mission. Leaving his friends behind, he climbs into the ominous car. This should be interesting. As soon as the door shuts, Jin-suk launches into his familiar lecture. "Didn't I tell you earlier not to hang out with those guys?" Kang Ji-yeon can't help but wonder, why is this guy so prickly? Honestly, we're just as puzzled. Then, Jin-suk drops a bombshell. He won't be attending Ara's birthday party. He finds it utterly annoying and can't believe that Kang Ji-yeon doesn't understand. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yeon is still lost in this social maze, struggling to grasp what's really going on. Suddenly, Jin-suk erupts, shouting that he can't stand how friendly Ara is being with him. He attempts to assert his status, claiming their families are on speaking terms. Kang Jian's instincts as a secret agent kick in. On speaking terms? Is that some sort of code? Jin Soko boldly declares that Ara is essentially his property and will be his girl one day. The mere thought of her showing interest in someone like Kang Jian, that strikes a devastating blow to his already fragile ego. Kang Jian stares at him, his expression unreadable. Jin Sok, feeling defensive, snaps back. What? Are you mad? But Kang Jian cuts through the tension with a sharp observation. So, jealousy? Is that why you're acting like this? The air grows thick with silence. You could hear a pin drop. Jin Sok is left stunned and flustered, caught off guard by the accusation, sensing the weight of the moment. Kang Jian has had enough of this impromptu therapy session. Please pull over, he finally says. Jin Sok scoffs, misreading the situation and assuming our protagonist is backing down. But then Kang Jian's voice cuts through the tension, low and menacing. Pull over. In an instant, the tables have turned. The shift in tone leaves Jin Sok genuinely intimidated. The driver slams on the brakes, and the bright yellow SUV screeches to a halt. Kang Jian calmly opens the door and steps out onto the sidewalk, saying nothing more. Before he leaves, he glances back, delivering a final stinging remark. Friends don't do this to each other. Ouch. The door slams shut, leaving Jin Sok sitting in his car, completely stunned. Did he just get dumped? As the SUV drives away, Kang Jian doesn't glance back. He's already moved on. Meanwhile, inside the car, Jin Sok seethes with rage. He turns to his driver and issues a chilling command. The driver, taken aback, hesitates and asks for clarification. Jin Sok completely loses his composure, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding that the driver take action. The driver's expression hardens in response. Meanwhile, outside, Kang Jian stands there, utterly unfazed, a true stone-cold Chad. To Jin Sok's frustration, the driver flatly refuses, stating, "Nope, that's not in my job description." Jin Sok is utterly perplexed. He tries to pull the classic rich kid maneuver. "Do you want to get fired?" he demands. The driver, unfazed, calmly reminds him that it's his father who hired him, not this spoiled brat. So, what does Jin Sok do next? He scoffs and promptly calls his dad the tattle. "You really can't make this stuff up." He rants into the phone about his bodyguard's failure to follow his oh-so-important orders. The horror, with a frustrated shove, he hands the phone to the driver, demanding that he speak to the big boss. Calmly, the driver takes the call, sounding as if he's merely confirming his original instructions. This is getting interesting. Jin Sokol slumps back into his seat, a mix of annoyance and intrigue washing over him. The driver steps out of the car and strides over to Kang Jian, attempting to project an air of toughness. He demands an apology, claiming he doesn't want to hurt a kid. But Kang Jian remains unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. "Apologize for what? I didn't do anything wrong," he replies coolly. The driver, undeterred, offers a bit of light philosophy, insisting that it's not about right or wrong. It's a battle of power, and Kang Jian plays the ultimate card. "Is that so? Then I have even less reason to apologize," he retorts, his confidence unwavering. The driver can only stare, his intimidation tactics failing to faze this audacious kid. Then, with a clever glint in his eye, Kang Jian makes a brilliant move, glancing up at a security camera and a car's dash cam, setting the stage for a game-changing moment. He gestures toward the onlookers. "Are you really sure you want to do this here?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips. The driver's eyes widen in realization. He's been completely outmaneuvered by a high schooler. You can't help but appreciate the moment. Kang Jian even suggests they move to a more private location, effortlessly calling his bluff. To everyone's astonishment, the driver simply turns around and heads back to the car. He's had enough. Jin Sok is left utterly stunned. His own hired muscle has just turned tail and fled. "What are you doing?" he shouts, fury boiling over. The driver, unfazed, calmly explains that they're being monitored by too many cameras. This revelation sends Jin Sok into a complete rage. "Then take him somewhere else and handle it," the driver muttered, exasperated. This kid had zero chill. He reminded Jin Sok that his primary job was to protect him, which meant he couldn't stray too far. As Jin Sok continued his temper tantrum, the driver delivered the final blow. Jin Sok's father, who was in the midst of an election campaign, had specifically instructed him to keep his son out of trouble. He offers to deal with it later, but for now, they're leaving. It's a bold power move. Jin Sok falls silent, his gaze fixed on Kang Jian, who stands there like a statue. Finally, Kang Jian turns and walks away. Jin Sok can only watch, his teeth grinding in pure, unfiltered rage. As they drive away, Jin Sok continues to scream about his disdain for everyone. What a charming character he is. Meanwhile, as Kang Jan makes his way home, a mysterious figure lurks in the shadows, watching him intently. Just your classic trope, the figure steps forward, revealing a photo of Zhang Dongwu beaten and held captive. Kang Jin's calm demeanor crumbles in an instant. The expression on his face reveals the gravity of the situation. This has just become serious. The kidnapper demands that Kang Jian follow him. Well, that escalated quickly. The scene shifts to a dimly lit warehouse, its gritty walls whispering secrets of danger. After all, nothing good ever happens in a warehouse like this at night. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, poor Dongwu finds himself on his knees, encircled by a group of menacing goons. Just then, Kang Jian strides in, accompanied by the same curly-haired thug from earlier. The trap has been set. Dongwu looks up, his face a mask of sheer terror, and cries out for his friend's help. And let me tell you, if looks could kill, this warehouse would be nothing but a graveyard. Kang Jian radiates pure fury. The leader smirks, reveling in his own cleverness for orchestrating this moment. He had worried that Kang Jian might not show up, but now he has the audacity to mock him for caring about his friend. A grave miscalculation indeed. Ignoring the taunts, Kang Jian strides forward and delivers a simple command. "Let him go," the leader threatens Dongwu, his voice laced with menace. "If you tell the cops, your female friends will pay the price." Dongwu stammers out an apology, panic rising within him, but Kang Jian places a steadying hand on his shoulder, grounding him. "Stay put," he instructs, before turning his attention back to the leader. "You're coming with me." Chills, my friends. Literal chills. Then, without warning, Kang Jian propels himself forward at lightning speed. The thugs stand frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what's happening. Before they can even react, bam! Kang Jian is already upon their leader. He unleashes a rapid-fire combo, culminating in a devastating punch that sends the man hurtling through the air. The leader crashes through a wooden crate, collapsing unconscious. One down, a few more to go. The remaining thugs stand frozen in fear, but Kang Jian is already in motion, spinning toward the next unfortunate soul. He moves like a blur, taking down 2 more goons before they can even throw a punch. This is a total beatdown. The last man standing is drenched in sweat, paralyzed by fear as he faces the monstrous figure before him. In a frantic attempt to turn the tide, he screams and charges forward. Bad move, my friend. His attack proves futile. Kang Jian effortlessly halts it with one hand and delivers a crushing blow to his face with the other. Just like that, it's all over. The entire crew lies unconscious on the floor, a scene of utter devastation. Zhang Dongwu watches in disbelief, his mind racing as he processes the chaos. He just witnessed his friend transform into a one-man army. As Kang Jian stands triumphantly over the fallen thugs, the curly-haired leader who instigated all of this begins to stir. His eyes snap open, and the first thing he sees is the terrifying silhouette of Kang Jian looming over him. Talk about a nightmare. Kang Jian contemplates leaving, but a thought stops him cold. What might these guys do in retaliation? His expression darkens as he reaches a chilling conclusion. "If I let you go, you'll only create more chaos, won't you?" Oh man, his psycho switch just flipped. The thug leader is sweating profusely, unable to find his voice. Meanwhile, our protagonist doesn't even glance in his direction. He's too busy scanning the room for supplies. His eyes land on a pile of wooden planks, and with a casual air, he picks one up, stepping over the unconscious bodies as if they were mere decorations. With a resounding crack, he shatters the plank against the concrete floor. Calmly, he begins to extract long, sharp splinters from the broken wood. The thug, completely unraveling, can't comprehend what this maniac is planning. He attempts to muster some bravado for one final retort, but Kang Jian has no patience for it. He silences him with a single decisive punch. Bam! And that's all it takes. The blow sends him sprawling, gasping for air on the grimy floor. Kang Jian crouches down and seizes the thug's hand. "You said you're into boxing, right?" he asks, squeezing tightly. The thug's face contorts in agony, yet no sound escapes his lips. He pulls out one of his freshly crafted wooden splinters. This is taking a dark turn. But before he begins, he turns to Dongwu with a wide, friendly smile. "Do you mind waiting outside for a moment?" Dongwu, as pale as a ghost, simply nods and quickly exits. He has no intention of sticking around for what's about to unfold. Now alone, Kang Jian leans over the thug and delivers a chilling message. "This is what happens when you mess with my friends." Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the warehouse. Dongwu, standing outside, hears it and instinctively knows what has transpired. Meanwhile, the thug trembles on the floor, fear etched across his face. Kang Jian raises his hand, showcasing a splinter embedded deep beneath his pinky nail. Just one, he states calmly, letting more splinters fall around the thug's head like a chilling warning. Grabbing the thug by his hair, his voice drops to a menacing growl. If you come near me again, these will find their way into the rest of your nails and your toenails. Understand? This guy is utterly broken, a complete mess, tears streaming down his face. In disgust, Kang Jian kicks him aside. Well, that's one way to handle a bullying problem. Let's not cross paths again, got it? With that harsh reminder delivered, he turns and strides away from the chaos he leaves behind. As the dust begins to settle, one of the conscious thugs weakly turns to his companion and asks if the monster has finally left. Yes, my friend, the monster is gone. Outside, Kang Jian rubs his neck, pondering, was I too harsh? After all, they're just kids. But then again, you did perform amateur surgery with a wood splinter. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a flashback from his past. We see him as a child, suspended by his wrists from a tree, battered and weary. He glances to the side and realizes he isn't alone. Other children are there too, including a girl with hauntingly vacant eyes. He shakes his head, desperately trying to push the memory away. He turns to the still-shaken Dongwu and reassures him, you won't have to worry anymore. Dongwu raises an eyebrow. Yeah, because now everyone is more scared of you. With a friendly arm draped around his new best friend, he adds, just remember, today's events are a secret, okay? Dongwu can only stammer out a hesitant agreement. Then, as if he hadn't just tortured someone, he flashes a bright smile. Have you eaten? Want to go grab some takoyaki? The sudden mood swing is enough to give me whiplash. The next day at school, it's business as usual. Xinyona and Jianyou stroll in, waving to their friends. Kang Jian, sitting at his desk, casually returns the gesture with a small wave. Dongwu appears a bit apprehensive at first, but he manages a small wave. Kang Jian responds with a subtle smile, a silent acknowledgement of their newly forged, trauma-bonded friendship. Satisfied with his new crew, he thinks to himself, this side seems fine. However, his gaze soon drifts across the classroom, drawn to something else. His gaze settles on Go Jinsok, who sits alone, embodying the archetype of a classic brooding rival. You know the type. Kang Jian recalls Dongwu's words from their victory celebration. Apparently, it was Huang Wujing who orchestrated the whole setup. Dongwu had been terrified, but in the end, he revealed everything. Kang Jian pieces everything together, recalling the moment he saw Wu Yang conversing with the thug leader. It dawns on him it was a trap. Just as he grapples with this revelation, another complication enters the scene. Jinsok. He strides over to Wang Wujun and issues a command. Lock the gym for tonight. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Meanwhile, Kang Jian, with his super hearing, catches every word. His eyes widen slightly in surprise, but that quickly transforms into a confident smirk. He thinks to himself, I see right through your little scheme. Jinsok believes he's orchestrating a clever ambush, but to Kang Jian, he's merely setting the stage for the next boss fight, making it all the more convenient. Just when he thinks he has the upper hand, Wu Jun delivers a simple yet stunning response, leaving Jinsok utterly floored. You'd think Jinsok just learned that Santa isn't real. Wu Jun explains that his dad is in the hospital, leaving him no time for this nonsense. Totally annoyed, Jinsok clicks his tongue and storms off like a toddler denied his favorite toy. But of course, Kang Jian is right there to poke the bear. With a cool demeanor, he asks Jinsok why nothing ever seems to work out for him. That question stops Jinsok dead in his tracks, irritation practically radiating off him. He puffs up his chest, threatening Kang Jian with a fierce glare. Just you wait, I'll find a way to get back at you, he declares. Kang Jian's response is priceless. A casual, fine, got it, before he simply walks away, leaving Jinsok absolutely fuming. Suddenly, Wu Jun looks up with a jolt, and who's standing there, Kang Jian looks dead serious. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why Wu Jun messed with Dong Jun. Wu Jun appears completely lost, but before he can respond, Kang Jian grabs him by the collar with a grip strong enough to crush steel. He yanks Wu Jun in close and lays down the law. Don't mess with them again. Got it? With that, he releases Wu Jun and casually asks if he can use the gym today, a total Chad move. With a smirk, he announces that it's time to finally settle the pecking order. Oh, it's on now. Scene change. We find ourselves at the massive TJ Sports building where Jinsok's bright yellow SUV pulls up. As the driver steps out, you can almost hear his exasperated sigh. He thinks to himself, really? I have to pick a fight with a bunch of kids? He recalls John's intense battle with Wu Jun. That kid is undeniably on another level. The memory of Jan's unwavering confidence lingers in his mind. The driver scoffs, convinced he can't possibly lose to a teenager. Famous last words, buddy. He takes a step forward, only to freeze in place. Something or someone has halted his advance. A mysterious man in a trench coat and glasses approaches, exuding an air of authority as if he owns the place. Who is this guy? The man greets him with a casual, long time no see, before casually dropping the news. I heard you quit the company. The driver immediately bows, showing utmost respect, but the man in the trench coat simply waves it off, saying he completely understands. Then, with a surprising shift, he inquires about the driver's mother, catching him completely off guard. This guy knows things. He explains that the driver was one of his best juniors, so naturally, his sudden disappearance raised some eyebrows. The driver apologizes again, explaining that he heard the man was out of the country, which is why he hadn't reached out. The man remains unfazed, shrugging it off with a relaxed, can't be helped. Curious, the driver asks what brings him here. With a slight smile, the man replies, I'm here on government business. The driver appears completely rattled. He mutters to himself that he must have gotten rusty since leaving the service. Suddenly, the man pivots, asking if he's heard about CEO Wang. Time for an info dump, folks. The driver nods, recalling that Wang fell into a coma, apparently due to a brain hemorrhage. Then, the man drops a bombshell. The higher-ups suspect it was the work of the legendary assassin known as Shadow. The driver's left stunned. Wait, you mean the Shadow? But wait, there's more. He mentions the recent hacking incident, suggesting that the North might be involved. Apparently, there's a rumor that the legendary hacker known as Zero hails from there. The plot thickens. The driver's mind is racing. That hacker Zero? He asks, bewildered. Yes, my friend. Keep up. The man grins, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. He lays it all out. Shadow, who vanished 10 years ago, suddenly reappears. But instead of targeting a major political figure, he goes after a random CEO of a mid-tier company. A bit strange, don't you think? The world-renowned hacker Zero has set his sights on a company that doesn't even rank in the top 30. It simply doesn't add up. The driver stammers, agreeing that it makes absolutely no sense at all. The wheels in his mind begin to turn. The man gives him a reassuring clap on the shoulder, saying it was good to see him before preparing to leave. As the driver bows again, wishing him well, the man walks away, offering a casual wave without even glancing back. The driver watches him go, silently hoping the guy enjoys a nice, safe retirement. He shakes his head, dismissing the whole situation. Legendary figures like Shadow and Zero in Korea, it feels surreal. In a high-tech room filled with gadgets, Kang Ji-yoon's dad leisurely sips his drink. Yep, that's Zero, he mutters, shaking his head at the nerdy setup. Meanwhile, in their opulent apartment, his mom skillfully chops vegetables with a knife so large it could intimidate a ninja. Say hello to Shadow, everyone. Back at the gym, the driver stands across from Kang Ji-hyun and Jin-sok inside the MMA cage. The atmosphere is electric. Kang Ji-hyun sheds his jacket, ready to get down to business, while Jin-sok watches with a smug grin plastered on his face. The driver glances down, feeling a mix of disdain and determination. He can't believe he's stooping to this for money. But then, his expression hardens. He's had enough of this charade. Woo Young turns to the group and announces, I'm heading out. Jin-sok glances at him, urging him to stick around and watch the show. But Woo Young is clearly fed up. He reminds Jin-sok that he's already lent him the gym and given him a ride he's done. Jin-sok, trying to sweeten the deal, promises that Woo Young can be his number 2 again after he beats Kang Jeon. And Woo Young's response? Well, it's anything but enthusiastic. Not interested. With that, he turns and strides away, leaving the octagon and Jin-sok behind. Frustration boils within Jin-sok as he grinds his teeth, muttering under his breath about what a jerk Woo Young is. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Je-hyun steps forward, a smirk dancing on his lips. You can tell he's relishing the moment. So, if I beat this guy, does that mean you'll be my lackey? He asks, his tone teasing and confident. Oh, the audacity. Jin-sok completely loses it, screaming at Kang Ji-hyun. But Ji-hyun remains calm, laying down some logic. He explains that Jin-sok will only bring in a new fighter every time, creating a never-ending cycle. He demands assurances. Otherwise, there's no point in fighting here. This only sends Jin-sok into another tantrum. You'll never beat me, you idiot, he shrieks. Then, with a smirk, he reveals his so-called secret weapon. My bodyguard used to be a secret agent for the NIS. That little piece of information suddenly grabs Kang Ji-hyun's attention. Really? he asks, genuinely intrigued. The driver and Kang Ji-hyun lock eyes, and a silent agreement passes between them, a mutual understanding of the challenge ahead. You can almost hear Kang Jun's thoughts. Next, secret agent. Suddenly, the stakes feel much higher. Jin-sok's driver, Mr. Bodyguard, steps in with authority. He demands that Kang Ji-hyun apologize immediately, suggesting they could all just pretend this little temper tantrum never happened. But Kang Ji-hyun merely scoffs, unbothered. "Come on, have some pride," he retorts. "You're an ex-agent getting paid to rough up high schoolers." Ouch, that's a low blow. The driver sighs, attempting to play the reasonable adult. He offers Kang Ji-hyun one last chance to walk away, insisting he really doesn't want to escalate things. "Sure you don't," Kang Ji-hyun thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. Kang Ji-hyun is having none of it. With a confident smirk, he simply replies, "Not gonna happen." So, what's next on the agenda? At that moment, the driver's patience officially evaporates. He cracks his knuckles and delivers the classic line, "Fine, I'll go easy on you so you don't cry." With a swift whoosh, he launches a lightning-fast kick, aimed directly at Kang Jun's skull. But Mr. Bodyguard leans back as if he's in the Matrix, allowing the kick to sail harmlessly past his nose. Not a single hair is out of place, but the shock on his face is unmistakable. You can almost see the thought bubble forming above his head. Uh-oh, this kid is way faster than I expected. Without missing a beat, Kang Ji-hyun spins around and unleashes another attack. Bam barely raises his arm in time to block the attack, and the shockwave ripples through him from the impact. It's astonishing. Just look at that. The agent is in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer power emanating from this seemingly scrawny high schooler. Even Kang Ji-hyun is taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, you actually blocked that? I expected you to fold like laundry." But instead, the driver is grappling with a full-blown internal crisis. This kid is way above my pay grade, faster and stronger than he ever anticipated. Meanwhile, our favorite spoiled brat, Jin-sok, stands on the sidelines, jaw dropped in disbelief, as his hired muscle struggles to keep up. The driver attempts to regain his composure, trying to play it cool. "Not bad, kid, but your training is sloppy. You're going to get hurt." He barely dodges a kick that nearly takes his head off. Jin, observing closely, analyzes the driver's reaction speed. Impressive, he thinks. He's even considering taking a few hits on purpose. But Jin-sok's piercing scream shatters his concentration. "What are you waiting for?" he bellows, throwing a full-blown toddler tantrum. "End him already." The words echo in the air, igniting a fire within Kang Ji-hyun. His expression hardens, the friendly facade slipping away. The nice guy act is over. Now, the real fight begins. The two men circle each other, the tension in the gym palpable enough to slice through. Ji-hyun is prepared to unleash everything he has after all. His opponent is a former South Korean secret agent. "All right, secret agent man, show me what you got," he taunts, a smirk playing on his lips. The agent takes the bait, stepping forward with confidence. But Kang Ji-hyun charges in, appearing to throw a straightforward punch. At the last moment, however, his fist opens into a brutal eye poke. "Now, that's a dirty move, my friend." The agent recoils, eyes wide with shock and fear, realizing he's in for a fight he never expected. "A punch? You were aiming for my eyes?" "Yes, my dude." The agent has some slick moves of his own. He dodges expertly, grabbing Ji-hyun's collar with one hand while seizing his arm with the other. It looks like he's about to send Ji-hyun flying into oblivion. But wait, Ji-hyun surprises him by wrapping his leg around the agent's, catching him off guard. In a move that's more ballet than martial arts, Ji-hyun drops to the ground, seizing the agent's arm. He spins, using all his momentum to deliver a crushing fist right into the agent's side. The agent stumbles back, gasping for air. He's being utterly dismantled in this moment, and all he can think is, what on earth is this guy? This is MMA, and it's all about survival. Correct. You're up against a lunatic. Kang Ji-hyun stands there completely calm, assessing the situation. He knows this former agent is no pushover. Half-hearted attacks simply won't suffice. Meanwhile, Jin-sok is still screaming from the cheap seats. "What's going on? Why is he so worked up?" "I told you to finish him." The two opponents face off once more. The agent is sweating bullets, while Kang Ji-hyun appears utterly bored. Meanwhile, Jin-sok looks like he's about to have an aneurysm. In a moment of desperation, the agent charges forward, but Kang Ji-hyun is unfazed. With a casual flick of his wrist, he parries the punch with an open palm, then delivers a swift talk to the hand that sends the agent reeling. As the agent stumbles forward, Kang Ji-hyun seizes the opportunity, launching a brutal knee strike aimed at his chin. The agent is dazed but still standing. In a swift, fluid motion, he grabs Ji-hyun's leg, hoisting him up as he prepares to introduce him to the floor. Kang Ji-hyun twists his entire body, harnessing gravity to fuel his final attack. With a thunderous boom, he slams the ex-agent into the mat, shaking the entire gym. That's got to hurt. Yet, astonishingly, the bodyguard remains conscious. How is he still standing? Jian watches in disbelief. Credit where it's due, this guy is tough. With great effort, he begins to push himself back up. Kang Jian smirks, casually wiping his hands. So, mister, I guess you realize that going easy on me wasn't the best strategy, huh? The driver finally rises to his feet, acknowledging that he completely underestimated Kang Jian. With a glint of challenge in his eyes, Kang Jian asks, "All right, are you ready for the real fight now?" But then, in a surprising turn of events, the agent simply looks at him and says, "I've lost." He surrenders without hesitation, leaving everyone stunned. Kang Jian is bewildered, while Jin Sok appears as if he's just seen a ghost. What a twist! The driver, maintaining his calm demeanor, clarifies that since the agent has conceded the fight, Kang Jian no longer needs to apologize. "I suppose that's one way to handle it," Jin Sok mutters, his frustration boiling over. "What do you mean you lost? Do you want to get fired?" he screeches, embodying the spoiled brat he truly is. But the driver, clearly fed up, interrupts him with a simple truth. "That's enough. You can't fire me. I quit." Now, that's a power move. He walks right past his stunned former boss without a single glance, then turns back to Kang Jian. With a confident tone, he declares that he wants a proper rematch someday, only this time it will be outside the ring. Ooh, the foreshadowing. A smirk creeps onto Kang Jian's face, clearly intrigued. "Sure," he replies, "if we get the chance." Jin Sok continues to scream in frustration from the background, but his former driver remains unfazed, not even bothering to look back. It's a sight to behold. With the hired help now out of the picture, Kang Jian turns his attention to the suddenly small and terrified Jin Sok. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he asks, "Shall we have a little chat?" With the bodyguard incapacitated, Kang Jian towers over the defeated bully. He poses a simple yet chilling question. "What should I do with you?" Jin Sok, desperate and panicked, immediately resorts to the classic threat, screaming, "Do you know who my dad is?" But Kang Jian remains unfazed. He knows exactly who Jin Sok's father is. A smirk spreads across his face as he replies, "Ah, the presidential candidate. I heard he'll be president in about 6 months. Jin Sok sneers, his frustration boiling over. In a fit of rage, he lunges forward, throwing a wild punch. But Kang Jian effortlessly halts him with a single hand, as if he were swatting away a fly. With a swift motion, he grabs a fistful of Jin Sok's spiky red hair, rendering the spoiled brat completely helpless. In that moment, Kang Jian can't help but think how pathetic this kid is, always whining for his dad. For a brief moment, he seriously contemplates ending him for good. But then a thought halts him. Wait a minute. This guy did buy me meat that one time. Jin Sok tries to puff out his chest, ready to assert himself. But before he can even finish his sentence, wham! A sharp slap lands squarely across his face. Kang Jian clutches his face, a wicked grin spreading across his features. "Are you always this scared?" he taunts. Jin Sok attempts to bluff his way out, shouting defiantly, "You're the one who's scared, right? You can't touch me." Kang Jian simply raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, really?" He tightens his grip slightly, and suddenly, Jin Sok finds himself unable to breathe. Panic floods his senses as his air supply dwindles. Desperately, he claws at Kang Jian's arm, but it feels as unyielding as solid steel. In that moment, he realizes he is completely and utterly outmatched. Tears stream down his face as he struggles to breathe. Just as he's on the brink of passing out, Kang Jian finally releases his grip. But even in that moment of relief, he can't help but threaten him again. "You punk, I'll tell my dad. He'll crush someone like you." He doesn't even get to finish his sentence. Kang Jian delivers a brutal backhand that silences him instantly. In an instant, all his bravado crumbles, and his threat dissolves into a pitiful whimper. "No, I will not," Kang Jian says, locking eyes with him, clearly unsatisfied. "You still have some fight left in you. You're just going to cause trouble again, aren't you?" He allows Jin Sok to slump against the fence. In a low, menacing tone, he leans in closer and says, "Listen very carefully. I can make you suffer in ways that leave no marks. I can turn every single day of school into a living nightmare for you." He leans in, announcing his next move before making it. "Of course, you'll just run to daddy for help, won't you?" Jin Sok flinches as Kang Jian closes the distance, his eyes wild with intensity. "Do you really think I'm the kind of guy who backs down? Do I look like that to you?" With that, he stands up, laying out his straightforward plan. All I want is to make friends, study diligently, and gain admission to a reputable university. My goal is to secure a good job and build a successful life. That's all I'm here to achieve." Meanwhile, Jin Sok sits there, seething with anger, convinced that this guy is finished. He has no idea who he's just crossed. And then the final warning arrives. "If you get in my way." Jin Sok suddenly finds himself paralyzed by a horrifying vision of a colossal Kan Jian looming over him, ready to crush him. Panic surges through him as he screams in terror, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself from an attack that exists only in his mind. "Stop!" he cries, his voice echoing with desperation. Kang Jin, bewildered, simply turns to look at him, utterly confused. It's clear now this entire ordeal was nothing but a figment of Jin Sok's imagination. Wu Young rushes to assist the injured bully, but Kang Jian merely smirks, taunting, "Isn't this how you all usually treat others?" In a moment of desperation, Wu Young vows that it will never happen again. Yet, as Kang Jian observes the two of them, he can't shake the feeling that something is still amiss. The following day at school, Kan Jian walks into his classroom as if nothing had happened. He scans the room and notices Wu Young with his head bowed, deep in thought. However, Jin Sok's seat remains conspicuously empty. A flicker of concern crosses Kan Jian's mind, quickly followed by a darker thought. Perhaps he should have dealt with Jin Sok more decisively after all. His dark thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Ara appears at his desk, her face beaming with a bright smile. "Are you coming to my birthday party tomorrow?" she asks eagerly. Taken aback for a moment, he replies, "Yes." "You better be there," she exclaims, waving cheerfully as she heads out. Kang Jian simply smiles, nodding in agreement. Just like that, the weight on his shoulders feels a little lighter. Meanwhile, a visibly shaken Jin Sok bursts into his father's office, crying out, "Dad, I got hit!" His voice trembles with desperation as he pleads for his father to take action, to seek revenge on his behalf. But his father remains eerily silent, the tension thick in the air. The only sound is the sharp crack of the fountain pen in his grip, snapping under the pressure. This is no ordinary dad. This is Go Young-chan, the formidable leader of the Liberal Party, a true political powerhouse. The look he gives is utterly bone-chilling, signaling that things are about to take a serious turn. Suddenly, Go Jin Sok bursts into his father's office, seething with anger. Yet Go Young-chan remains unfazed, simply facepalming as he asks, "Why are you skipping school again?" Jin Sok desperately pleads his case, insisting that a guy beat him so badly he nearly suffocated. Young-chan, however, isn't convinced. He raises an eyebrow and points out that Jin Sok doesn't have a single scratch on him. Jin Sok is left speechless, unable to comprehend that his own father won't support him. Frustrated, his dad stands up, clearly fed up with the excuses. He reprimands Jin Sok for behaving like a child, whining after a fight. Jin Sok protests, claiming he's too frightened to go to school, but his father's response is chilling. "Just go study abroad with your sister." The thought of being sent off to the States leaves Jin Sok utterly stunned. Recognizing that his son is beyond help, Young Chan presses the intercom. He's calling in the big guns. Moments later, a formidable figure strides into the office, a man with spiky black hair. Young Chan greets him as Agent Han, but Jin Sok's expression shifts to one of shock. He jabs a finger at Agent Han, his anger boiling over. "You're the reason I got wrecked. You just ditched me," he shouts. Yet Agent Han remains unfazed, his composure unshaken. His expression is as unyielding as stone, and that ignites his father's fury. Young Chan shouts at Jin Sok to show some respect, reminding him just how difficult it was to secure Agent Han's presence. Instantly, Jin Sok falls silent, resembling a scolded puppy. Turning to Agent Han, Young Chan offers a heartfelt apology for his son's atrocious behavior, admitting that he has spoiled him. Agent Han brushes off the situation as trivial, but Young Chan's concern runs deeper than mere apologies. The friendly facade fades away as he confronts Agent Han, demanding to know how his son could have been beaten up with a top-tier agent by his side. Locking eyes with Young Chan, Agent Han delivers a single, undeniable truth. The revelation leaves Young Chan utterly stunned. From the background, Jin Sok shouts triumphantly that he told them so. Agent Han then steps forward, his expression grave, and delivers a chilling warning. They must never, under any circumstances, cross that student again. Young Chan, utterly perplexed, questions why they should fear a mere high schooler. Agent Han's response is nothing short of astonishing. He admits that even he wouldn't be confident in defeating that kid without a weapon. Young Chan, hearing this, lets out a deep sigh. He turns away, shifting the conversation entirely. He reminds his son that the election is less than 6 months away, and a school violence scandal could jeopardize everything. Then, he deftly changes his approach. If this kid is strong enough to intimidate Agent Han, Jin Sok should consider making him an ally rather than an enemy. Jin Sok attempts to voice his thoughts, but his father cuts him off with a furious shout, demanding silence. He's had enough of his son's feeble complaints. Defeated, Jin Sok stands there, engulfed in a heavy silence, the weight of despair settling over him. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yeon arrives at the Hilton Hotel for Ara's birthday party, glancing at the invitation on his phone. The venue looks familiar. It's the same place Jin Sok had taken them before. As he steps inside, he notices a man in a suit waiting for him. The man calls out his name, catching Ji-yeon off guard. A sense of unease washes over him. How does this guy know who I am? Ji-yeon wonders, his mind racing. The man calmly explains that he arrived 30 minutes early. Ji-yeon simply replies that he didn't want to be late, but inside, suspicion gnaws at him. Did they run a background check on him? The secretary gestures for him to enter and wait. As Ji-yeon steps inside, he is utterly blown away by what he sees. This place is absurdly extravagant. He can't help but think it looks nothing like the restaurant he visited before. The decor is opulent, and a full band is set up on stage, each instrument gleaming with gold. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. It's Ara, waving at him from across the vast room. She strikes a pose, showcasing her sleek outfit and playfully asks if she looks pretty. Her laughter fills the air, radiating her delight with her appearance. The others will be here soon, she assures him, then encourages him to take a seat while she finishes getting ready. Kang Ji-yeon settles into a chair, feeling small in the vast, empty ballroom. Moments later, a group of classmates enters, breaking the stillness. One of the guests scoffs, remarking that Ara is overdoing it with the party. Ara, however, greets her friends warmly at the door, brushing off the comment. Just then, another figure steps through the entrance, and the atmosphere shifts dramatically. It's none other than Jin Sok, looking sharp and exuding an intense glare that commands attention. Kang Ji-yeon observes as he walks in, thinking, so he did show up after all. Jin Sok's friends quickly surround him, but his gaze remains fixed on one person, Kang Ji-yeon. The two rivals lock eyes from across the room, the tension from their last confrontation palpable in the air. And just like that, Jin Sok and his crew begin making their way directly toward Ji-yeon's table. One of his friends attempts to persuade him to sit elsewhere, but Ji-yeon interjects, insisting that he should stay. With a smirk, Jin Sok takes his seat and teases Ji-yeon about showing off his little fan club. Before Ji-yeon can retort, Ara bounds onto the stage and seizes the microphone. With a playful grin, she quips that her dad was supposed to give a speech, but he backed out to avoid the crowd of boring adults. Ara winks at the crowd, igniting excitement and promising them a legendary birthday bash with a happy ending. The guests begin to buzz with anticipation about a huge celebrity singer, but Kang Ji-yeon can only sigh, feeling completely out of place amidst the glamour. Suddenly, a tall, elegant woman with long, dark hair makes a striking entrance on the upper level, flanked by imposing bodyguards. A gasp ripples through the crowd as someone recognizes her. Era's face brightens on stage, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashes up the staircase to greet the enigmatic figure, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The two greet each other warmly, like old friends reuniting after years apart. Watching this unfold, Jin Sok and the others realize it's time to pay their respects. Kang Ji-yeon is taken aback, instantly recognizing Oh Sun-yi and questioning how Era knows her. Jin Sok smoothly slides back into his seat across from Ji-yeon, a smirk playing on his lips as he boasts that Oh Sun-yi's powerful position will one day be his. He leans in, offering Jaeon one final opportunity to plead for forgiveness. But before he can finish his sentence, Jaeon's hand darts out like a flash of lightning. Jin Sok, still shaken from their previous encounter, stumbles back in fear. Jaeon fixes him with a chilling glare, and then, with a sharp snap, the entire ballroom plunges into darkness. Total panic erupts in the darkness, but amidst the chaos, Kang Ji-yeon's eyes snap wide open, instantly alert. The opulent party had been in full swing, everything seemingly perfect, until, bam, the entire ballroom is plunged into total darkness. Chaos ensues, guests begin to freak out, questioning what just happened. Yet, while everyone else spirals into panic, Kang Ji-yeon's senses kick into overdrive. His eyes snap open, instantly alert. He scans the darkened room, his gaze locking onto the silhouettes of the other guests. That's when he notices them small, glowing lights flickering near the entrance. Uninvited guests have arrived. Kang Ji-yeon's expression hardens into stone. A random blackout in a high-security facility like this in South Korea? Something feels very wrong. Indeed, this is no accident. Footsteps echo through the now silent hall as his eyes narrow, tracking every movement with deadly precision. He observes a group of shadowy figures advancing toward the center of the room. In the dim light, he quickly counts them. 1, 2, wait, 9 people. What is happening? His mind races through a whirlwind of possibilities. Is this a terrorist attack? A hostage situation? He pushes aside the chaos and focuses on the one question that truly matters. Who is the target? His gaze sharpens as it lands on the main table, where Oh Sun-yi and Aura stand. He quickly notices that the bodyguards are nowhere to be seen and the intruders are advancing rapidly. Suddenly, one of the figures veers off, sprinting straight toward the girls. That confirms his worst fears. Thereafter, Aura, his top priority target. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Jian leaps from his seat. He has to move, right now. In a flash, he darts across the floor, intercepting the fleeing man with a lightning-fast grip. His eyes blaze with unyielding, killing intent as he snarls, "Don't interfere with my mission." Suddenly, the lights flicker back on, and a piercing scream echoes through the ballroom. But what or who caused that scream? Kang Jian has a man pinned to the floor, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. The man cries out, his face contorted in pure agony. But suddenly, Kang Jian freezes. The supposed terrorist in his grasp is clutching a bouquet of flowers. As he looks up, he realizes that the other 8 men surrounding them resemble less of a threat and more of a K-pop group. The pinned man pleads for his life, while Aura and Oh Sun-yi stand frozen, utterly stunned. Slowly, Kang Jian releases him, his expression shifting from deadly focus to sheer, overwhelming horror. The man stumbles to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he desperately explains that he is here to celebrate Miss Liara's 18th birthday. He announces the beginning of a special performance by his group, 9 Voice, as they strike a dramatic pose. In an instant, they launch into a flawlessly synchronized dance routine. This was never an attack. It was a surprise party. Aura, however, is fuming, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Meanwhile, Oh Sun-yi appears genuinely intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. A single drop of sweat trickles down Kang Jian's face as the weight of his actions crashes down on him. What has he done? Later that night, he trudges home, utterly mortified. A hostage situation in modern South Korea. The sheer embarrassment is overwhelming, forcing him to halt in his tracks and clutch his head in disbelief. He flashes back to the party where Aura was in a frenzy, screaming at him for ruining her birthday surprise. But Oh Sun-yi stepped in calmly, telling Aura that it was time to stop. She even asked, wasn't it still amazing? Aura was taken aback. Amazing? She pointed out that he had made the lead singer of 9 Voice leave in tears. But Oh Sun-yi simply smiled. Didn't he rush in to save you? What if that wasn't just a flower he was holding? How remarkable is that? Her words made Aura pause and reconsider. She glanced at Kang Jian with fresh eyes, a sly, cunning smile creeping across her face. Oh really? Is that how it is? Oh, Sun-yi couldn't stop gushing about his bravery. If that had been a real threat, he threw himself into danger to protect you without a second thought. Isn't that just incredibly cool? She exclaimed, utterly charmed. A blush crept onto Aura's cheeks as she glanced at Kang Jian. That guy. Meanwhile, Kang Jian remained blissfully unaware, sweating under the awkward tension while the 2 girls whispered and giggled. Back in the present, he lets out a sigh, but quickly refocuses on the mission at hand, the top priority target. His thoughts drift to Oh Sun-yi, who is far from ordinary. She is the daughter of the president of South Korea. A look of unwavering determination settles on his face. The party may have been a complete disaster, but ultimately it served its purpose. Contact was a success. The following day at school, Kang Jae-yong walks into class with an air of confidence, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. However, he barely reaches his desk before being swarmed by a group of his female classmates. To his surprise, his infamous party blunder has somehow transformed him into a hero in their eyes. They gush over how cool he was, showering him with admiration. He's still trying to determine if he handled the situation correctly, while the girls across the room are already scheming to pair him up with Aura. Aura, on the other hand, laughs it off, playfully denying everything with a teasing smirk. Sweating bullets, Kang Jian finally escapes to his desk, but his moment of peace is short-lived. Go Jin-sok immediately starts berating him, insisting he should know his place for ruining Aura's birthday. This guy is clearly asking for another beating, daring Kang Jian to make a move. But instead of a brawl, Kang Jian simply leans over and flicks him lightly on the forehead. That single, seemingly insignificant flick sends Jin-sok hurtling backward, chair and desk tumbling along in a spectacular crash. The entire class, Aura included, is left utterly speechless by this astonishing display of power. Jin Sok lies sprawled on the floor, gazing up at Kang Jian with sheer terror etched across his face. In stark contrast, Kang Jian remains unfazed, effortlessly helping him to his feet, as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Leaning in close, he asks, "Do you really like Aura that much?" With a hint of impatience, he urges Jin Sok to stop making excuses, to man up, and to confess his feelings instead of bothering everyone around him. He delivers a final warning, reminding him not to mess with him, especially with midterms looming. Before walking away, Jin Sok is left utterly stunned, grappling with the weight of Jian's words. And just like that, his focus becomes unwavering. Kang Jian dives into his studies, determined to achieve nothing less than the top score in the school. Finally, exam day arrives. The classroom is eerily silent, the tension so thick it feels palpable. Yet, Kang Jian remains a relentless machine, ready to conquer the challenge ahead. His pen dances across the page with astonishing speed and precision, a blur of ink and determination. He concludes with a dramatic flourish. While Kang Jian beams with triumph, the rest of the class appears as if they've just emerged from a battlefield, weary and disheveled. When the results are revealed, the outcome is anything but close. Kang Jian stands confidently at the top of his class, with the school's best students trailing behind him. As he surveys his classmates, a sense of satisfaction washes over him. Everything is unfolding just as he intended. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a haunting flashback. A young boy dangles helplessly from a tree, his wrists bound tightly, a chilling reminder of a dark past. He's battered and utterly exhausted, his back already marred with scars. This is training taken to an entirely new level of brutality. But wait, he's not alone. The entire forest is alive with the presence of other kids in school uniforms, all suspended from the trees just like him. The girl beside him manages to open one defiant eye, revealing her fighting spirit. "Number 7, she warns. Give up. If you keep pushing yourself, you'll die." He grits his teeth, determined. "I can hold on longer," he replies. Concern flickers in her gaze as she realizes that their weakness might lead to him being the one discarded. The stakes are unmistakably life and death. Yet, he brushes it off. If he can hold on, she will be next. It's evident he's trying to protect her, even in this chaotic situation. She screams, "This isn't training, it's torture." Her voice trembles as she points to the dark, lifeless shapes of the kids who have already failed. With a heavy heart, she reminds him of the one horrifying rule they must live by. "If you become useless, you will be discarded." Those words haunt him, but he would rather bear that burden himself. He urges number 13 to rest, willing to sacrifice himself for her sake. Her desperate scream, "Number 7," echoes in his mind as Kang Jian jolts awake in bed, gasping for air. Drenched in cold sweat, he realizes the nightmare felt all too real. What in the world was that? His mother rushes in, her face etched with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" She gently places a hand on his chest, attempting to soothe him and ease his racing heart. But her efforts seem futile. In a tender gesture, she pulls him into a warm embrace, whispering softly, "From now on, you will only have good dreams." A promise that feels more like a threat lingers in the air, heavy with chilling finality. Mom will make sure of that. In an instant, he shoves her away. The terrified boy vanishes, leaving behind a figure that is cold and unyielding. Standing over her, he no longer addresses her as a mother, but as a fellow soldier. "Please, don't worry, comrade," he assures her, determination etched on his face. "I vow to complete my mission and return to my country in glory." The familial act fades away, replaced by a newfound understanding. She nods, accepting the shift, urging him to take his time and not push himself too hard. Yet this entire situation feels undeniably strange. As he turns away, a sudden sharp pain grips his chest, leaving him to wonder why it feels as if a knife has pierced his heart. Later, at the airport, his friends Shin Yuna and Jang Dongwoo spot him, waving cheerfully as if nothing is amiss. It's the perfect high school facade. Kang Jian approaches them, his thoughts already focused on the mission ahead. The Asian International Math Olympiad in Jeju is his stage, and he's not just any participant. He's the school's official representative, but there's another player in the game. His friends reveal some exciting news. The one and only Han Yuju will be joining them. She's his primary target, and this is the perfect opportunity for Kang Jian. He knows he's already made a good impression on her, and now he's ready to seize his chance. And just like that, Han Yuju makes her entrance, greeting everyone with a radiant smile. Oblivious to the underlying tension, she playfully leans in, teasing Kang Jian. "If something happens, you'll protect me too, right, Mr. Dark Knight?" If only she knew the truth. She laughs it off, encouraging everyone to simply do their best. She's doing her best to play the part of a supportive classmate. As the others cheer, Kang Jian's gaze sweeps the area. His instincts are on high alert. He's not concerned with flight times. Instead, he's counting the men in black suits strategically positioned throughout the terminal. His mental head count quickly reaches 10 Han Yuju's personal bodyguards. This girl has some serious protection. Among them, a man with a nasty scar and a ponytail stands out as the apparent leader. As expected for a rank 0 target, they're not taking any chances. The students gather at the venue for the 11th Asian Math Olympiad, proudly sponsored by the Sunshine Group. A teacher encourages them to get some rest, reminding them that the competition kicks off tomorrow and will span 2 grueling days. She emphasizes that a victory here could earn them significant bonus points for their university applications. The students erupt with determination, their spirits ignited by the promise of success. Shin Yuna observes the sudden change in Kang Jian's demeanor. He seems far too serious for a math competition. A fellow student scoffs, reminding him that he's just a first year facing off against seasoned second and third year seniors. They question his confidence, but Kang Jian merely smirks. Little do they know who they're dealing with. For Kang Jian, math isn't merely a subject. It's a haunting reminder of time tests taken under immense pressure, where failure carried consequences far beyond a mere bad grade. A menacing officer looms over a younger Kang Jian, taunting him for barely scraping by on the exam. What kind of school is this? The price of failure was nothing short of terrifying. Young Kang Jae-yeon could only watch in horror as the guards mercilessly beat the children who couldn't keep up. He and the red-haired girl sat in silence, powerless to intervene as they bore witness to the brutal consequences of failure. Now in the present, those memories still haunt him. He tries to push them away, questioning why his past continues to resurface. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the other teams. A large red bus, adorned with a Chinese flag, comes to a halt. The doors hiss open, and the Chinese team steps out, their expressions serious and focused. These athletes are clearly here to compete. Kang Jian and his friends stand by in silence, sizing up their rivals with a mix of respect and determination. But just behind them, another bus pulls up. This one belongs to the Japanese team. As the doors slide open, a group dressed in sleek black uniforms steps out, resembling an elite squad rather than mere students. That's when Kang Jian's eyes widen in disbelief. He spots something that utterly shocks him. It's her, the red-haired girl from his nightmares, a member of the Japanese team. Shin Yuno needs to pull him out of this trance. He's clearly shaken, but he reluctantly agrees to go inside. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Han Yuju and her friends approach the front desk, completely unaware that they are being observed. Suddenly, her head of security feels a tap on the shoulder. It's the Glass's secret agent, and he has urgent news. There's a strong likelihood that Han Yuju is being targeted by the North during this trip. Instantly, her security detail goes on high alert. An intel report races through the agent's mind. The North is after the young miss. Inside the hotel, a seasoned agent approaches a bodyguard known for his intimidating scar and formidable reputation. "I've heard a lot about you," he begins, his tone both respectful and probing. "They say you're too talented to be stuck on guard duty." The bodyguard nods, replying simply, "It's an honor." But the agent presses on, his interest piqued. "Ever thought about switching sides? We're seriously short on capable people these days." But this is Sergeant Kim Hike, and he is not for sale. He shuts down the proposition with unwavering patriotism. "If my country needs me, just say the word." The agent can't help but be impressed. "I like you. Once this is over, let's talk." Kim Hike responds with a respectful "Bo always business, always focused." The moment the conversation concludes, he shifts back into command mode, barking orders with authority. "Check the rooftop and emergency stairs again. All units, ensure you account for everyone entering the building." He strides away without hesitation. "Z10, with me. We'll check the elevators and the 22nd floor. Z2, make sure the young lady's room is secure." The senior agent watches him depart, reflecting. Yep, this guy is the real deal. As soon as Kim Hawk leaves, a wave of dread washes over him. Something about this mission feels entirely wrong, and he can't shake the feeling. Despite having the best security team on the job, an unsettling thought lingers in his mind. Why does it feel like they're all walking into a trap? Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hyun and Dong-woo arrive at their hotel room. The atmosphere is thick with tension, and Dong-woo quickly becomes awkward, unsure of how to break the ice. "Hey, if you're uncomfortable, I can get another room," he stammers, but Kang Ji-hyun simply stares at him, utterly baffled by the offer. What is this guy even talking about? Ye-hyun smiles, embracing the role of a typical kid. "Dude, we're friends. What's the big deal? By the way, I called dibs on the bed by the window." As Dongwoo unpacks, Ji-hyun gazes out at the ocean, lost in thought. Inside his mind, a battle rages. He reflects on South Korea, a place that starkly contrasts everything he was taught. This serene view contradicts his entire upbringing. He had been led to believe that this country was a desolate wasteland, yet all he sees are joyful families and people savoring life. The cognitive dissonance hits him like a physical blow. He clutches his head, desperately trying to push the thoughts away. Falling back on his training, he repeats the mantra drilled into his mind: never doubt the motherland. Just then, Dongwoo's voice cuts through the turmoil, pulling him back to reality. Ji-hyun, is this your first time in Jeju? Ji-hyun turns, startled by the sudden question. Yep, it is. Dongwoo beams with enthusiasm. Perfect. I can be your tour guide for the day. There are so many amazing places to explore, and the food is incredible. Curious, Ji-hyun asks, do you come here often? Dongwoo remarks that for many in Seoul, Jeju is a popular vacation destination, just an hour away by plane. Then, shifting the conversation, he cautiously asks, by the way, are you and Jinsok not getting along? You two don't seem to talk much anymore? Ji-hyun can hardly believe that this seemingly innocent guy was once a bully. He quickly decides to change the subject. Dongwoo, he calls out, striding over with a curious look. I heard you and Jinsok both have influential parents. Is family status really that important around here? Before Dongwoo can respond, Ji-hyun shifts the conversation once more. Have you ever spent time with Yuna, Dongjun, and Yeyu? I enjoyed some delicious tteokbokki with them, and it was incredible. We should all hang out together sometime, he declared, playfully pointing at Dongwoo. Especially Yuna, she's a math genius. Didn't you say math was your worst subject? How did you even get in? Dongwoo chuckled nervously. I guess I got lucky. Just then, Ji-hyun suddenly leaped into the air and tackled him, adding a burst of energy to the moment. Whoa, I give up. I give up, Dongwoo shouts, laughter spilling from him as Ji-hyun playfully wrestles him on the bed. Just trying to fit in as a normal teenager, he finds himself caught in a headlock. Ji-hyun leans in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Let's use this trip to get closer to Yuna. On the last day, we'll all go sightseeing. What do you think? Ji-hyun waits for a response, maintaining a calm smile, but Dongwoo has gone completely still. His hand drops to the bed, utterly limp. The playful demeanor fades, replaced by sheer panic. Dongwoo, open your eyes. Hey, Jang Dongwoo! Ji-hyun's voice rises in urgency. Seriously, does this guy not realize his own strength? The next morning, the students gather for a study session. Dongwoo appears utterly dazed. I don't even remember when I fell asleep, he admits, rubbing his sore neck. Meanwhile, Yuna glances around, wondering where the upperclassmen have gone. Dongwoo sighs, feeling like a mere background character, but Ji-hyun smirks at him. I called you here to make sure you're not just an extra, she teases. He slides a colossal stack of papers across the table. Take a look at this. Both Dongwoo and Yuna are left utterly speechless. Ji-hyun leans back, a triumphant smile on his face, revealing his masterstroke. These are the past years of international math Olympiad problems. Yuna is taken aback. You can't even check those books out of the library. Don't tell me you compiled this yourself by digging through foreign servers. Ji-hyun simply smiles, recalling a conversation with his dad. His father had asked him, so you're saying you need to win? With a knowing grin, he had offered the ultimate cheat code. Then I'll just get you this year's exam questions. But Ji-hyun had immediately refused. No, I cannot do that, Ji-hyun insisted, his father's confusion evident. Why not? Isn't winning your mission? In a flashback, a resolute Ji-hyun faced his father, declaring, I can do it on my own. His dad merely smirked in response. Is that so? Then I'll just give you a little help. With a swift blur of motion across the keyboard, his father began his own version of assistance. He identified the test creators, analyzed their patterns, and compiled a list of similar problems, all while Ji-hyun watched in disbelief. His dad erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, now that sounds like fun. The flashback fades away. Back in the present, Ji-hyun sits with that same confident smile, and he says, and that, kids, is how I uncovered last year's exam questions. As they delve deeper into their conversation, a girl's voice suddenly cuts through the air, speaking flawless Japanese. Excuse me. Ji-hyun's eyes widen in disbelief as he looks up at the newcomer, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. It's her, the red-haired girl from his past. His mind races, screaming her designation, number 13. What on earth is she doing here? Kang Ji-hyun is simply trying to enjoy a normal study session with his friends when a voice suddenly pierces the silence. He looks up, and time seems to freeze. He recognizes that voice, that presence. It's her. Number 13. The ghost from his past stands before him looking utterly calm and collected. Kang Ji-yoon freezes, a cold sweat trickling down his neck as the worst memories of his life flood back. The face of the ruthless killer from the facility flashes before him, morphing into the high school girl standing just inches away. Panic grips him. Number 13. What is she doing here? She flashes a sweet smile and, in flawless Japanese, asks for help as if she's a damsel in distress. Kang Ji-hyun is left reeling. This can't be a coincidence. How on earth did she find him? His friends are utterly clueless, exchanging bewildered glances. Yuna senses that something is seriously off, but Kang Ji-hyun seems lost in another world. Number 13 continues her innocent charade, casually asking where she can buy a phone charger, as if this were just another ordinary school trip. Kang Ji-hyun snaps back to reality, seamlessly switching to fluent Japanese to play along. His friends are left speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They had no idea he was multilingual. Then, she turns on the charm, asking him to accompany her because she gets anxious when she can't communicate. With a resigned sigh, he stands up and assures his friends that he'll be right back, urging them to keep studying. Bless their hearts. They believe he's merely being a good Samaritan. Dongwoo even gives him a thumbs up for his charm, but as they walk away, the air between them is heavy with unspoken tension. Not a single word passes between them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a surreal beach in his mind, where she breaks the silence, asking how he's been, just like old friends. With a playful smirk, she adds, "Has it really been 5 years?" Kang Ji-yoon remains utterly silent, his expression a stone mask, concealing the tempest of memories from that hellish place. In this mental landscape, she walks ahead, pausing at the water's edge. As she dips her hands into the ocean, the water glows, crystallizing around her fingers. What could this possibly signify? Snapping back to reality, they find themselves outside the hotel, where Kang Jin is engulfed by memories of his past. He recalls the other children from the facility, how they vanished one by one, leaving no trace behind. No one ever understood why or where they went. Asking questions was strictly forbidden, a one-way ticket to being erased. Surviving that nightmare felt like the only victory worth celebrating. Meanwhile, as he relives the horror, she joyfully splashes in the water, completely carefree. Finally, breaking the silence, she asks for his name. "Kang Jin," he replies. She repeats it, savoring the sound, and adds with a smile, "That's a good name." Then he asks for her name. For just a moment, her mask slips as she gazes at him. "My name is Tomo. I'm glad to see you again." But just like that, after dropping that revelation, she declares it's time for her to leave. She walks past him, offering a simple, "Take care." Those two words strike him like a ton of bricks. His eyes widen in realization. Is she on a mission? He rushes back to the study room, completely shaken. His friends swarm around him, but he brushes them off, claiming he just needs some fresh air. Yet even as his world crumbles, he effortlessly solves a complex math problem for Dongwoo in mere seconds. Yuna is perceptive. She senses that something is seriously amiss. Concerned, she asks him if he's all right. He attempts to play it cool, but she sees right through his facade. Insisting that he looks unwell, she urges him to leave. With little choice, he quickly concocts an excuse about a stomach issue and makes a hasty exit. His friends urge him to take a break, insisting that a genius like him doesn't need to study anyway. If only they knew the truth. The moment he's alone, his mind begins to race. If Tomo is here, it can only mean one thing. She must be after priority 0. He steps into the elevator, desperately trying to piece together this unfolding nightmare, but nothing seems to add up. He is number 7, the top agent. A mission of this magnitude should have gone through him first. As the elevator doors slide open on the 12th floor, he immediately spots 2 familiar figures down the hall, Han Yuju's bodyguards. They stand watch outside a single room, room 1217. That's SEPS, where priority 0 is contained. There's no doubt in his mind now, Tomo's target is Han Yuju. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim Hyuk stands on high alert guarding the hotel hallway. Just around the corner, Kang Jin waits, his expression grim and filled with uncertainty. He has no clue what's unfolding here, so he decides to call his father. When Dad answers, his voice is absurdly cheerful, inquiring about the trip as if nothing is amiss. Jian Sep's all-business comrade, Mangum Gang, cuts straight to the chase. His voice is cold as ice. "Is there a new directive from the party?" he asks, but his father is utterly clueless. "A directive? What are you talking about?" Kang Jian can't believe it. Does he really not know? Back at the command center, Dad demands an explanation, while Mom stands silently in the doorway, revealing nothing. After a tense pause, Kang Jin makes a decisive call. "No, I'll handle it myself," he declares, hanging up the phone and leaving his so-called parents utterly speechless. Finally, his mother breaks the silence. A directive? What could he possibly mean by that? Dad's expression darkens. He suspects that someone from the higher-ups has reached out to Kang Jin. Without a word, Mom prepares to act, but Dad halts her, urgency in his voice. They can't afford to be reckless. They need to understand the situation before making any moves. He swiftly turns back to his setup, his fingers dancing across the keyboard like a seasoned hacker. Dozens of security feeds flood his monitors as he begins scanning the entire hotel. In mere seconds, he locates his target. On the screen, Kang Jin is on the move. This mission is now his, official or not. Determined to get answers, he decides that if there's no formal order, he'll go straight to number 13. Approaching the front desk, he inquires about a Japanese student named Tomoe. When the clerk refuses to disclose her room number, Kang Jin shifts his approach, asking instead if they could call her down to the lobby. The phone rings and Kang Jin waits, striving to remain patient as no one answers. The clerk eventually hangs up, offering a brief apology. Feeling blocked, Kang Jin turns to leave. But just then, his phone buzzes. It's his dad. He answers, "All right, kid, who exactly am I supposed to find?" Kang Jin spins around, shocked to discover that his dad has already hacked into the hotel. "Don't look around. Who are you searching for?" he repeats. "Tomo." That's all Kang Jin needs to say. With just that one name, his father springs into action. Room 111N. The corridor on the 11th floor is clear. The door will be open when you arrive. Kang Jin grasps the plan and swiftly makes his way to the elevators. He arrives on the 11th floor and approaches room 11110, pressing the doorbell. He waits as the door clicks and swings open, just as his father promised. Meanwhile, back at the command center, his dad taps the final key. The lock has been hacked remotely almost too easily. Even Kang Jin can't help but feel impressed. With Comrade Mangum Gang's skills, any mission seems within reach. He quietly slips into the dark room, scanning for any sign of number 13. But the space is utterly empty, no one in sight. Just as he begins to relax, his phone buzzes with an unfamiliar alert. A channel message. Someone's at the door. His eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, what? At that very moment, a shadowy figure materializes at the door of room 11A10, the very room he's in. Kang Jin is on high alert. The footsteps echo too heavily to belong to number 13. Suddenly, the door swings open. A man in a hotel uniform enters, balancing a large box in his arms. Instinctively, Kang Jin ducks into hiding, his mind racing with questions. Why is the staff here at this hour? Is this man an accomplice? The mysterious figure simply sets the box down on the bed, oblivious to the tension in the air. What could be so urgent that it required such a secretive delivery? Suddenly, he recalls Tomo's last words to him, "Take care." Remaining hidden in the shadows, Kang Jin observes intently, attempting to unravel the mystery. When the coast is finally clear, he cautiously steps out, every nerve on edge. The hallway lies empty before him. He slips back into his room, the door clicking softly shut behind him. His eyes are drawn to a mysterious cardboard box resting on the bench. He approaches it cautiously, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he reaches out, hesitating for a moment before starting to open the package. He tears the flaps apart, and his eyes widen in sheer disbelief. What is this? He can hardly believe his eyes. It's C42 blocks of military-grade plastic explosive, casually wrapped in bubble wrap. His mind races, grappling with the insanity of it all. This much explosive could claim hundreds of lives. A cold sweat breaks out across his forehead. Is this truly a party directive? If it is, then why on earth would they go to such lengths? Meanwhile, Tomoe strolls down the hallway with her classmates, radiating carefree joy. One of her friends laughs, expressing how fortunate they are to have Tomoe around, especially since she can speak Korean. In the classroom, Kang Jin hears the girls approaching. Number 13 is back. Tomo waves a cheerful goodbye to her friends, promising to see them tomorrow. The moment they leave, her friendly facade disappears, replaced by an icy expression as she unlocks a door. Panic grips him. There's no time to hesitate. Without a second thought, he lunges forward, snatching the detonator from the box. Just then, the door lock clicks, and number 13 steps inside. She instantly senses that something is amiss. Her bedroom window is wide open. Meanwhile, Kang Jin finds himself precariously perched on a narrow ledge, hundreds of feet above the ground, straining to listen. He confirms it. Tomoe is already inside his room. With the detonator clenched between his teeth, he prepares for the most audacious escape you've ever witnessed. He's leaping from ledge to precarious ledge on the side of a skyscraper. One misstep, and it's all over. The expression on his face reveals everything. This is pure, unfiltered terror. Meanwhile, in room number 13, she peers out of the open window with cold, calculating eyes. But there's nothing to see. He's safe for now. Gasping for breath and utterly exhausted, he clings tightly to the detonator. In a burst of adrenaline, he transforms into an action hero, sliding down the glass facade of the building to reach the ground floor. He lands heavily, skidding to a stop in an empty parking lot. What a daring escape! He glances back up at the towering skyscraper he just descended, finally exhaling in relief. He made it. But just as he begins to relax, a voice pierces the silence. A student. What are you doing here? Uh-oh. This newcomer exudes an intense aura, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Kang Jian is left utterly stunned. He thought to himself, how did this guy sneak up on me without a sound? The man wasn't backing down. Narrowing his eyes, he demanded, I asked you a question. You look suspicious. Kang Jian quickly shoved the detonator behind his back, his mind racing. At least the guy hadn't caught him doing his best Spider-Man impression. Time to take the offensive. You're the suspicious one, mister. Who are you anyway? Kang Jian demands, his voice laced with suspicion. The mysterious man, however, remains unfazed, his expression a stoic poker face. Undeterred, Kang Jian quickly concocts a cover story. I'm just a student here for the math Olympiad, he claims. The man's skeptical gaze suggests he isn't buying it for a second. Oh, really? He replies, his tone dripping with doubt. Then why is a math nerd hiding out here so late? Thinking quickly, Kang Jian points to a nearby sign. Hiding? I was just heading to the convenience store for snacks. This sparks an intense standoff with neither of them blinking. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the sound of footsteps. Another man, Sergeant Kim Hyuk, is approaching. He rushes up to the mysterious man. Sir, I have a report to make. Leaning in, he whispers something urgent, and the man's expression shifts from stern to shocked. In an instant, they vanish. The man barks, let's go, directing his subordinate, then turns to Kang Jian, commanding him to stop loitering. Kang Jian watches them depart, his expression grim. That was far too close for comfort. Clutching the detonator tightly, his mind races with questions. He must uncover the true nature of Number 13's mission. Meanwhile, the two agents are in full crisis mode. Are you certain? One asks, anxiety creeping into their voice. Yes, Sergeant Kim replies, his tone grave. The hotel's server has been hacked. The hacker was a ghost, leaving no traces behind. The senior agent concedes that their team is utterly outmatched. The directive is unmistakable. They must get their protectee to safety, and fast. The hotel is no longer secure. He won't entertain any objections. If necessary, he'll escalate the matter. This situation is far too critical. He picks up the phone. Director, he says, urgency lacing his voice. The intel is confirmed. Their team includes a skilled hacker. Sergeant Kim relays the orders. Notify V1. Full deployment until dawn. Lock it down. The deputy outlines the stakes, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. High-value targets are scattered throughout the area, including the children of prominent foreign officials from China and Japan. And among them lies the most significant target of all, the president's own daughter, Han Yuju. He emphasizes the gravity of the situation. An attack here could ignite a massive international incident involving 3 nations. The decision is made. They will cancel the entire tournament if necessary. Safety is their top priority. But just before he hangs up, he drops a bombshell. Shadow and Zero might actually be in Korea. In his dimly lit room, Kang Yang-jin gazes at his roommate, who sleeps soundly, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Clutching the detonator tightly, his thoughts spiral in confusion. He must locate Number 13 and determine whether the party's orders are genuine. The weight of the decision looms over him. Does he really have to blow this place to Kingdom Come? He casts a lingering glance at his sleeping friend, torn between loyalty and the looming threat. The realization strikes him like a thunderbolt. This isn't just a simple assassination. What if the order is to eliminate everyone? The weight of the question hangs heavily in the air. What am I supposed to do? In a surge of frustration, he slams his fist down. Why am I hesitating? To hesitate is to commit treason. With determination, he fights to push the brainwashing back into the recesses of his mind. It's an order from the party. I must follow it for the Republic. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart whizzes through the air and strikes Dongwu. Out of nowhere, Tamo appears, holding up 2 more tranquilizer darts. Relax, she says calmly, a hint of mischief in her voice. I didn't actually kill him. She stands there, exuding confidence as if she owns the place, casually referring to him by his old name, Number 7. Kang Jian's expression hardens as she points to the detonator. I came to take that back. His voice trembles with tension as he questions, is this really an order from the party? She regards him with a strange look. His doubt ignites into a furious outburst. Is it truly a command from the party to kill innocent people? He screams, his anger palpable. He's not convinced. Determined, he declares that he will contact the party directly to verify the mission. That's when Tamo's patience runs out. "Enough," she screams, her playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. With a chilling intensity, she lays down the law. Anyone who dares to interfere will face execution. Before he can even blink, she launches herself at him. With a flying kick aimed directly at his head, the hotel room erupts into chaos. Kang Jian raises his arms to block as Tamo comes at him with relentless force. She's clearly not holding back. Yet, if you look closely at Kang Jian's face, it's evident he's not fighting back. He's simply desperate to survive. Her foot lands beside the unconscious Dongwu. Meanwhile, Kang Jian seizes the detonator and swiftly leaps back. She accuses him of betraying the motherland, but all he can do is plead with her to listen. "Stop talking nonsense," she shouts, launching another attack. The two erupt into a whirlwind of strikes and blocks, each move charged with tension. The small room transforms into a whirlwind of high-speed combat, and Kang Jian is taking a serious beating. He struggles to keep his footing. In a desperate move, he reveals a shocking detail. He has confirmed with the party himself that he has the high-ranking comrade, Gang, as his ally. But even that revelation fails to deter number 13, who responds with another relentless barrage of attacks. That was the final straw for Kang Jian. In a single, fluid motion, he dodged her attack and ensnared her with a chokehold using his leg. With a powerful thrust, he slammed her to the ground. Even number 13 appeared utterly drained from the intensity of the exchange. Kang Jian, panting, desperately sought to reason with her. He attempts to reach out to his comrade Gong to verify the mission, but she firmly shuts him down. "I've just reconfirmed the orders myself," she states. "The mission stands." Her words hit Kang Jian like a freight train. Why would the party issue an order to blow up the hotel when they had him right there? It makes no sense at all. But he has no time to think. Tamo lunges at him again, jabbing a poison dart into his leg. Oh man, he's in serious trouble now. Dizziness begins to cloud his vision. Yet with a surge of determination, he manages to kick number 13 away. They find themselves locked in a brutal stalemate. Just then, a voice echoes from outside the door, calling his name. It's Yuna, pounding on the door and demanding they come out immediately. The interruption shifts the entire dynamic. In an instant, Tamo crosses the room, seizing the sleeping Dongwu in a hostage hold. A single poison dart could end his life in a heartbeat. Her demand is clear: hand over the detonator, or Dongwu dies right here. Yuna continues to pound on the door, oblivious to the life-or-death struggle unfolding within. Meanwhile, Kang Jian finds himself cornered, his gaze fixed on the detonator lying on the floor. He is confronted with an agonizing choice, one that seems utterly impossible. In that fleeting moment, he makes his decision. With all his strength, he brings his fist down, shattering the detonator into a cascade of tiny fragments. "Traitor!" 13 screams, her voice laced with fury. Unfazed, Kang Jian delivers a final, bone-chilling threat. "If you kill him, you will die too." The words strike true, and for the first time, 13 hesitates, her icy resolve beginning to fracture. She pushes Dongwu back onto the bed and turns to leave. For now, she has accepted defeat. Instead of heading to the window, she strides confidently toward the front door. Outside, Yuna continues her frantic attempts to break the door down, her screams echoing in the air. The door suddenly swings open to reveal Tamo, who instantly adopts a sweet and innocent demeanor. She feigns confusion, offers a quick apology, and calmly strolls past a bewildered Yuna. Curiosity piqued, Yuna peeks inside and finds Kang Jian, looking like he just went 10 rounds in a boxing ring. Her mind races, and a deep blush spreads across her cheeks as she struggles to comprehend the scene before her. She quickly regains her composure and delivers an urgent message. They must evacuate the hotel immediately. Kang Jian's mind races with possibilities. Did the South Koreans discover their plan? Yuna informs him that everyone is gathering in the lobby, then begins to ask questions. Where is Dongwu, and why does he look so battered? He maintains his composure, casually mentioning that he will go wake Dongwu. However, Yuna's gaze betrays her suspicion. So Dongwu has been in the room all along? Meanwhile, the full effects of the poison overwhelm Kang Jian, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yuna's voice pierces the air as she screams his name in desperation. A chilling memory pierces through Kang Jian's mind. A girl's voice echoes a stark warning. Anyone who interferes with the mission will face immediate execution. He jolts awake from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. As he sits up, disoriented, he realizes this is not the luxury hotel room where he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a familiar figure strides through the open door, his teacher. She glances over and asks if he's finally chosen to wake up. Without missing a beat, she launches into a scolding, expressing her concern over how soundly he was sleeping. She reveals that she was so worried, she even brought him to the emergency room. Kang Jian struggles to comprehend his surroundings as she explains that they were all abruptly relocated yesterday. "Where are the others?" he asks, concern creeping into his voice. Annoyed, she snaps back, "They're already at the competition. I had to stay behind just for you." A grim expression settles on his face as he processes her words. They've been moved to a rundown motel, yet somehow everyone else is already at the competition. Something feels off. Without uttering a single word, he rushes past her and bursts through the door. He sprints out of the motel, racing down the street with urgency. He must reach that venue. He has to get there now. Pushing himself to the brink, he gasps for breath as he nears the convention center. He finally arrives, breathless, taking in the unbelievable scene before him. But something is terribly wrong. The entire area is under lockdown, completely encircled by SWAT teams. That doesn't deter our protagonist. He strides confidently toward the blockade, but an armed officer swiftly steps in to halt his progress. Kang Jian attempts to explain that he's a contestant, but the officer is unmoved. The competition began some time ago, and he's far too late. Thinking quickly, he concocts a story on the spot. He just needs to dash in and retrieve his belongings from his room, which were moved so abruptly. To his surprise, the officer believes him and urges him to be quick. Kang Jian offers a brief thank you before heading inside. The lobby is teeming with armed guards, making it painfully clear that security is on high alert. His serious expression returns as he spots a familiar figure ahead, Sergeant Kim Hyuk, Han Yuju's bodyguard. Kim is questioning the SWAT team about the security measures, seeking reassurance that everything is tight enough to ensure safety. They respond confidently, telling him not to worry. But Kang Jian knows better. He thinks to himself, "No, not if you were number 13. He envisions how effortlessly she could slip past the security. They're scanning everyone, of course, but they would never uncover what she's concealing. He pictures her breezing through the checkpoint, unbothered, and making her way into the vacant competition hall. She could effortlessly conceal the bomb beneath her skirt, affix it to an unsuspecting desk, and then slip away unnoticed. They wouldn't be able to catch number 13 if they didn't even know her identity. And then, boom, the entire building would erupt in flames. His imagination was running wild, but with number 13, underestimating her was a dangerous game. Kang Jian finds a small sense of relief in the fact that he destroyed her first remote, but he knows this battle is far from over. He can't afford to let his guard down even for a moment. An accomplice could easily have a spare. The quickest way to ensure his safety is to check if number 13 is still inside. Just then, Sergeant Kim Hyuk approaches him directly. The agent informs him that he's late and can't proceed any further. Kang Jian nods quietly in agreement. The agent warns him about the dangers lurking in the area, urging him to return to his temporary lodging. In response, Kang Jian adopts his most innocent student demeanor, expressing concern that his friend Yuna might worry since she has no idea why he's delayed. Sergeant Kim Hak glances at his watch, noting that lunch break is just an hour away. He reluctantly agrees to let Kang Jian inside, thinking, better than nothing, I suppose. But Kang Jian isn't done yet. He shifts tactics and asks if he can quickly run up to his room, claiming he forgot his phone amid the chaos. With the venue in disarray, he steps into the elevator, hoping to seize the moment. His new priority is crystal clear. Find number 13. He has a plan. He'll ask his dad to check the CCTV footage. If he can just stop Tomo, he can delay this entire insane mission. That delay will buy him just enough time to get confirmation on these orders directly from the party. But if the mission truly is to eliminate the target at any cost, he will take it upon himself to end her life. The memory of Tomo's friendly demeanor only intensifies his fury. He draws a line in the sand, resolute in his refusal to allow innocent lives to be lost. Lost in his thoughts, he steps out of the elevator and into his room. But hello there, someone's already inside. A familiar voice calls out, "Son." It's his mom, holding his phone. She asks how he could leave it behind, and admits she was worried sick. Kang Jian begins to sweat, feeling completely overwhelmed. Yet, with a gentle touch, she cups his face, pulls him into a warm embrace, and reassures him it's all going to be okay. He looks utterly stunned, clearly unaccustomed to this kind of affection. "Don't you worry about a thing," she whispers, pulling him close. But he shoves her away, his thoughts in chaos. "Comrade, what nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? The party has ordered a bombing of this place," he shouts. Yet she remains disturbingly calm, reassuring him once more not to worry about anything. He is utterly bewildered. None of this makes any sense. After a moment of contemplation, she declares, "Here in South Korea, your only mission is to make good friends." Kang Ji-yeon is left speechless, grappling with the simplicity of her words. "Just focus on that." "Got it," his mother presses, her tone insistent. He attempts to mention the bombing order once more, but she swiftly interrupts him. "That order has been cancelled," she says with a smile, urging him to enjoy his time with friends and return home. Seriously? He takes a breath and asks the one question that truly matters. "What about number 13? She reassures him that the mission has been cancelled and that she made it out safely. The weight of relief washes over him as he finally accepts her words. With a gentle tone, she asks him to call her mom. He hesitates for a moment, but ultimately finds the courage to say it. Meanwhile, a team of South Korean agents is in a frenzy, trying to piece together the chaos that just unfolded. There is no sign of the perpetrators. The man in charge suspects that the Japanese girl might be the terrorist. Another agent concurs, pointing out the C4 found in her room and her sudden disappearance as compelling evidence. Yet the leader remains wary. Who provided the tip-off, and why is it so untraceable? One of his men suggests it might be one of their agents who infiltrated the North. The leader erupts in frustration. That makes no sense at all. Why would our own agent need to hack into our server for that? As he paces the room, the pieces begin to fall into place. This entire situation is rooted in an internal feud within the North. His subordinates are left in shock by the staggering revelation. He slams his hand on the table, the sound echoing in the tense silence. This isn't merely about terrorism anymore. His eyes gleam with realization. A hacker with that level of skill could only be one person, the legendary Zero. Meanwhile, Tomoe is low in a concealed safe house, surrounded by a trove of intel. She confronts an older man with a mustache, demanding to know why he told her to hide. However, he dismisses her question, his attention focused instead on number 7. "Isn't that child a counter-revolutionary?" he muses, his curiosity piqued. "Are you saying that kid was the one who tipped off South Korea and used your safe house's secret frequency to warn me to run?" she asks, disbelief etched on her face. "Given the circumstances, could there have been anyone else?" The old man replies, his tone steady and serious. Tomoe pauses, deep in thought. "Do you know the name Manhwarecap?" she finally asks, curiosity sparking in her eyes. The man stands frozen, shock etched across his face. How could she possibly know that name? With a calm demeanor, she reveals that number 7 mentioned his accomplice is named Manhwarecap, Mengimgong, the great people's hero of the Republic, buried in Monsu Hill Revolutionary Cemetery. "Are you saying he's alive?" Tomo gazes at him, her eyes demanding an answer. Back on Jeju, life is blissfully tranquil. Dongwoo and Kang Ji-yeon are lounging by the pool, soaking up the sun. Suddenly, Dongwoo jolts awake with a massive splash, letting out a scream that echoes across the water. He still can't wrap his head around how they both managed to oversleep during the competition. It's utterly ridiculous. All Kang Ji-yeon can do is hide his guilty expression, while Dongwoo continues to lament their absurd blunder. Just then, Yuna arrives, utterly amazed by Dongwoo's opulent villa. Dongwoo, with a hint of reluctance, asks how the test went. Yuna beams with pride, declaring that she aced it, all thanks to Ji-yeon's review material. This only deepens Dongwoo's disappointment, prompting him to sink back into the water. Suddenly, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glides to a stop nearby. Yuju enters and everyone freezes, their eyes fixed on her. With a warm smile, she asks if it's all right for her to be there. Dongwoo, unable to contain his excitement, erupts in joy, splashing water and shouting that, of course, it's more than okay. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun watches his friends grappling with a troubling thought. He wonders, if ordered to do so, could he truly bring himself to harm these new companions? As the sun sets, he finds himself alone, reflecting on the peaceful life he has embraced and the violent past he has tried to escape. The math competition in Jeju has come to an end, but the tense atmosphere leaves little room for celebration. Everyone quickly packs their bags and boards the first flight back to Seoul. Just like that, they're thrust back into the daily grind. In the classroom, Dongjun and Yuju are rallying around Yuna, excitedly congratulating her for winning the silver medal. The class is in disbelief that Yuna managed to outshine both second and third years. Flustered, she quickly attributes her success to Kang Ji-yeon, explaining that every question he predicted appeared on the exam. She's utterly convinced that if he had competed, first place would have been his without a doubt. As she shares this, the entire class is left in awe. Kang Ji-hyun basks in the moment, a confident smirk playing on his lips. But, as fate would have it, Jin-sok is there to spoil the atmosphere. From the back of the classroom, he sneers, shooting Kang Yoon a death glare. Yet, our boy remains unfazed, his smirk unwavering. It's clear that Jin-sok hasn't changed a bit. While school life appears ordinary on the surface, an unsettling tension lingers just beneath. Wishing sits at his desk, silently seething, his glare sharp enough to cut through steel. Kang Ji-hoon immediately notices, but Woo Young quickly averts his gaze. Later that evening, Kang Ji-hoon shares a meal with his so-called mother in their lavish apartment. She beams at him, encouraging him to eat up. Yet, it's clear that something is troubling him. He suddenly asks about comrade man Ji-hung, but quickly catches himself, correcting, "I mean, where's Dad?" Without missing a beat, she brushes off his slip with a bright smile, reassuring him that his father is simply on a business trip. "Don't worry," she reassures him. "Just enjoy your school life." Kang Ji-hyun nods, returning to his meal in silence. Meanwhile, at Sunshine Hospital, a different kind of drama is unfolding. Hwang Jae-seo lies in a coma, sustained only by machines. By his bedside stands his son, Woo Young, his expression a chilling mask of pure fury. At that moment, a man in a suit strides into the room. This is Woo Young's secretary, and he's about to face a very rough day. Without even glancing back, Woo Young coldly inquires, "How did it go?" The secretary raises a red backpack, explaining that he has brought some fresh supplies. But as he opens the bag, it becomes clear that it's crammed full of stacks of 50,000 won bills. Woo Young glares at the stack of cash before him. His secretary, sensing the tension, hesitantly asks what he plans to do with the 200 million won. It was a question he should have avoided. In an instant, Woo Young erupts, seizing the man by his collar. With fury in his eyes, he bellows, "My father is in this condition, and you expect me to just sit back and do nothing?" He seethes with rage, recalling the moment he faced that monster, gravel scattered beneath him. Memories flood back Ji-yeon's mocking laughter after the fight, and Woo Young's firm promise that it wouldn't happen again as he dragged his friend out of the ring. At last, he releases the poor guy, who breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the secretary hesitantly interjects, suggesting that the evidence they possess is merely circumstantial. Bad move. Woo Young completely loses it. "Circumstantial. Are you an idiot?" he shouts, his conviction unwavering. "That monster beat up my dad, didn't he?" His logic unfolds with chilling clarity. Kang Ji-yeon's father owns a security company. Their systems get hacked, and on that very day, his father collapses. Coincidence? He thinks not. His secretary attempts to reason with him, reminding him that the police are still investigating the case. But Woo Young has moved beyond logic. Does one really need an investigation to see the obvious? He shoves the man aside, calls him an idiot, and snatches the backpack brimming with cash. As he storms out, his face contorts with pure hatred. He strides toward a place known as J. Fox Gym, passing by the dedicated athletes training hard before slipping into the private area. To his surprise, he finds himself face to face with the bully from the T-Tuck shop. Woo Young locks eyes with him, his gaze intense and unwavering. The boxer lets out a resigned sigh, as if he already knows exactly what this confrontation is about. The two settle by a fountain outside, and the guy wastes no time voicing his frustration. "You never called me after starting high school," he grumbles. But the boxer isn't here for small talk. He dives straight in, asking, "You know that guy Kang Ji-yeon at our school?" Just hearing the name makes the guy flinch. Noticing the guy's sweat, Woo Young smirks and asks if Kang Ji-yeon gave him a beating too. His question strikes a nerve as he bluntly asks, "Are you scared of him?" The guy completely loses it, shouting that he fears no one. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Woo Young unveils his grand plan. "Let's rally everyone from middle school and crush him once and for all." However, his friend remains uncertain. He reminds Woo Young that their old crew, Sung Jum and Ju Yuk, are all preoccupied with their own training now. Without a moment's hesitation, Woo Young hurls the heavy duffel bag onto the bench between them. As he opens it, revealing stacks of cash, the boxer is left utterly speechless. Woo Young leans in, his voice steady and persuasive. "Make them an offer they can't refuse," he says. "I'll cover their entire university tuition and guarantee them jobs afterward." He pauses, letting the weight of his words sink in. "But that's not all. Call Young Sik, the one I helped out of juvie." The boxer's eyes widen in disbelief. "Even Jang Young Sik? Are you serious right now?" That's precisely why Wu Young wants him on the team. He's the type of guy who wouldn't hesitate to use a weapon, a true loose cannon. Clutching a stack of cash, the boxer's expression shifts to one of determination. It seems the money has done its job. He's in. With a sinister grin, Wu Young turns and begins to walk away. He vows to take full responsibility for whatever unfolds. His final instruction is straightforward: gather the boys. That weekend, Wu Young's friend with the shaggy hair, whose name remains a mystery, sits at an outdoor cafe, clearly waiting for someone. Just then, two imposing figures approach his table. The first is Oh Sung-goon, a first-year high schooler built like a tank, standing at an impressive 190 centimeters. Right behind him is his friend Bang Joo-hyuk, a literal giant who towers over everyone at an astonishing 202 centimeters. The shaggy-haired guy makes some small talk, asking if they arrived together, and casually remarks on how Joo-hyuk seems to have grown even bigger. Joo-hyuk offers a friendly smile, casually mentioning that they ran into each other outside. However, Song-gun is already irritated, grumbling about his golden weekend being interrupted. Shaggy, not one to back down, joins the fray as he and Joo-hyuk finally take a seat. Without missing a beat, Joo-hyuk starts teasing his friend, reminiscing about how Song-gun used to be the bigger one back in middle school. "Get out of here," Song-gun mutters, clearly not enjoying this trip down memory lane. Shaggy simply smiles, seeing right through their playful bickering. It's evident that these two share a close bond. Joo-hyuk beams with pride as he announces that Sang-gun is joining the Cheonggu's Syrian pro team, complete with a staggering 30 million won signing bonus. The big guy can't help but blush at the attention. He gestures toward his friend, a standout on the youth national team, who's set to head to Europe for matches this winter. The guy is a true prodigy. But suddenly, Song-gun erupts in frustration, declaring that he couldn't care less about Europe. He quit wrestling just to join the Syrian team. Joo-hyuk chuckles, brushing it off. He playfully teases Song-gun about his strict diet and offers to treat him to some meat with that new bonus he just received. Before the argument could escalate, Shaggy interjected. "Since I called the meeting, the food's on me," he declared. Song-gun grinned, teasing, "Did you scam someone for the cash?" Shaggy simply smirked and replied, "Nope." Then, with a hint of mischief, he dropped a name. "Wu Young told me to treat you all to a meal." The name strikes them like a ton of bricks. Wu Young. Shaggy explains that their old friend has a favor to ask, but Sung-gun quickly cuts him off. "Wu Young isn't a friend," he declares, his voice laced with anger. "I won't accept anything from him." He fumes, recalling how Wu Young flaunted his family's wealth and then vanished without a trace. Shaggy interrupts with startling news. Wu Young's father has collapsed. The two giants are taken aback, completely stunned by the revelation. Shaggy goes on to explain that Wu Young's family heads the influential Taejong group. If they agree to this one favor, he promises it will secure their futures. Sung-gun and Joo-hyuk are left utterly speechless, struggling to comprehend the gravity of this unbelievable offer. But Song-gun snaps back, recalling how Wu Young was beaten by his father for associating with them. Still, he insists that's no excuse for ghosting. "You could have at least called," he shouts, frustration boiling over. Instead, Wu Young changed his number. Even the usually composed Joo-hyuk looks down, feeling the weight of betrayal. After all, they had all started that crew together. Shaggy pauses, reflecting on his conversation with Wu Young. "I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. You just go and gather the guys." Wu Young flashes a wild grin before walking away. "You really think they'll do this for you just for the money?" Shaggy calls after him, frustration creeping into his voice. He had once considered them true friends, but now it felt like wealth had turned them into ghosts. Wu Young halts, his back still turned to them. In a quiet voice, he reveals that back then he had no choice. Then, he drops the bombshell. His father had threatened to destroy his friend's sports career if he ever reached out again. The weight of that revelation leaves Shaggy utterly stunned. Back in the present, the two Jians seethe with anger at the shocking revelation. However, Joo-hyuk is confident that their old friend wouldn't fabricate something so serious. Just then, Shaggy mentions another name. Wu Young insists they must bring in Jang Young-sik. The mention of this name elicits an even stronger reaction from the two giants. Joo quickly refuses, while Sang-gun dismissively labels the man a complete psycho. Shaggy reveals that the culprit is a guy from Wu Young's school, and to everyone's surprise, he admits that he was also defeated by him. The two behemoths stand there utterly dumbfounded. Someone actually managed to take down Shaggy? Later, back at school, the atmosphere between Kang Ji-yeon and Jin-sok is so tense, it feels like you could slice through it with a knife. The silence shatters as Aira and her friends enter the classroom, and she greets Kang Ji-yeon with a cheerful wave. He responds with a small wave of his own, prompting a disdainful scoff from Jin-sok, who lurks in the corner. Just then, Hwang Woo-jung strides into the room, his expression grim. Without hesitation, he approaches Jin-sok's desk and summons him for a conversation. Without waiting for a response, Woo-jung turns and strides away, with Jin-sok trailing closely behind. They soon find themselves in the deserted school gym. Jin-sok wastes no time, directly asking Woo-jung what he wants. Woo-jung doesn't beat around the bush. He's intent on giving that punk, Kang Ji-yeon, a serious beating. A wicked smirk spreads across Jin-sok's faces, all in and eager to know when it will happen, so he can witness the chaos unfold. But Woo-jung is dead serious. He talks about breaking at least one of his arms or legs. Stunned, Jin-sok listens as Woo-jung declares he will do what Jin-sok couldn't. He even invites him to come and witness the whole spectacle. However, there's a catch. If things go awry, Jin-sok will be responsible for the cleanup. After a tense silence, Jin-sok's face breaks into a predatory grin. He agrees, but not without a condition of his own. With an aggressive gesture, he demands that Woo-jung make that guy grovel before him first. Woo-jung's expression shifts into a similarly malicious smile. It seems they have struck a deal. As school lets out for the day, students begin to make their way home. Amid the chatter and laughter, Kang Ji-yeon's group exchanges their goodbyes. However, Dongwoo stands out with his unusual behavior. Suddenly, he spins around and awkwardly calls out to Yuna, his nerves palpable. With a hesitant tone, he asks if he can join their after-school academy. Yuna's eyes light up in surprise and excitement. "Of course," she replies, her smile radiant. Dong-woo is absolutely beaming as he waves goodbye, hops into his car, and speeds off. But as they walk away, Dong-jun remains skeptical. "Yuna, why is he suddenly asking for your permission to join the academy? Doesn't he have some exclusive private tutor?" Yuna chuckles, recounting how much they talked in Jeju, insisting that he's genuinely a nice guy. She mentions that he became particularly interested when she brought up their academy teacher. Meanwhile, Dong-jun isn't buying it. He's pressing Yuna hard, demanding to know why Dong-woo is suddenly so friendly. Sensing the tension, Kang Ji-yeon leans in with a playful smirk and asks, "Are you jealous?" Dong-jun completely loses his composure. Kang Ji-yeon simply grins, teasing him about how obvious his crush is, a perfectly typical high school moment. But then, they realize they're being watched. Oh no, it's those sports bullies. Shaggy is seething, complaining that Kang Ji-yeon sucker punched him. His friend scoffs, dismissing her with a sneer, claiming she looks weak. But Shaggy quickly retorts, "Don't underestimate him." Memories flood back, a vivid flashback of that brutal encounter, filled with sheer terror. He recalls Kang Ji-yeon's chilling warning, "If you mess with my friends, I'll show you what happens." Just the thought of it sends a shiver down his spine, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. He is clearly traumatized when Woo-jung strolls in, his presence a stark contrast to the tension in the air. "So, is everyone here?" he asks, greeting his old crew with a confident smile. He inquires about the young sick guy, and Shaggy responds that he's on his way. As the entire squad gathers, their smirks reveal that they're definitely up to something mischievous. Their destination? A place known as the Dap Lounge Club. Woo-jung wonders aloud if Young Sik is merely a waiter here now. Shaggy, clueless, can only shrug. Suddenly, a sleek white car pulls up, and a chauffeur steps out to open the door. Out strides a man in a flashy purple suit and checkered shoes. Now that's an entrance. This can only be Young Sik. He flashes a smile, revealing that he owns the club, and invites them inside. The crew is left utterly stunned. Their old friend is a club owner? No way! Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yeon returns to his lavish luxury apartment. He greets his mother, who cheerfully informs him that his father is away for a few days. A genuine smile breaks across Kang Ji-yeon's face as he heads off to freshen up. His mother quickly notices his cheerful demeanor and asks if something good has happened. A hint of embarrassment colors his cheeks as he admits, "I feel like I'm getting closer to my friends." Her face lights up with joy at his words. "Your happiness is all that matters," she replies warmly. Meanwhile, back at the club, the crew trails behind Young Sik as he leads them down into the lounge. This place is the real deal. Neon lights flash. A vibrant dance floor pulses with energy. It's everything you'd expect. Young Sik lounges in a booth, effortlessly serving cocktails to his guests. The guys are utterly speechless, completely at a loss for what's unfolding before them. Finally, one of them musters the courage to voice the question lingering in everyone's mind. How does a student own this place? Young Sik leans back casually and replies, I just run the place. Oh, Sang Yoon mutters under his breath, noting how full of himself the guy still is. Woo Young, eager to get to the point, interrupts. He reminds Young Sik that he came here for a reason. With a hint of hesitation, he admits he needs someone dealt with, but doubts are creeping in. Young Sik reassures him not to worry, claiming he arrived at just the right moment. But there's always a catch, isn't there? He leans in closer, his tone shifting as he poses the crucial question. You'll pay well, right? In an instant, the friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a chilling, predatory grin. With a psychotic gleam in his eyes, he leans in further and asks, So, is it okay to kill him? At 5 a.m. sharp, an alarm blares to life, shattering the morning stillness. Yet Kang Ji-yeon is already awake, stretching and preparing for the daily grind ahead. With a swift tap, he silences the alarm, his expression a mask of determination. As he steps out of his room, he finds his mother already waiting for him, ready to greet the day. He tells her she doesn't need to wake up this early just for him, but she smiles and replies that she wants to. She reminds him to hydrate before his workout. Without a word, he downs the entire glass of water. Pulling his hood up, he gives her a quick smile and says, I'll be back. And just like that, he bursts out the door for his morning run. He races through the empty city streets, a solitary figure bathed in the soft pre-dawn glow, pushing himself to the absolute limit. His speed is nothing short of extraordinary. A mask of pure determination covers his face as sweat streams down, yet he presses on relentlessly. At last, the run comes to an end. He returns to his building, breathless and on edge. However, it seems he's not alone. Unwanted company awaits him. The leader of the goons appears anxious, glancing at his companion as he questions whether they should really go through with this. But the muscular one, Oh Sang-goon, merely smirks, confidently asserting that Woo Young will take care of any consequences. The leader confidently asserts that they have even stronger backup than Woo Jin, assuring everyone that there's nothing to fear. However, the imposing figure of Bong Joo-hyuk still appears uncertain about the situation. Growing impatient, the leader glances around, wondering when their target will finally make an appearance. Just then, a voice slices through the tension from right behind them. Were you waiting for me? The entire crew jumps in surprise, completely unaware of his presence. It's Kang Ji-yeon, remarkably calm despite being drenched in sweat. I'm asking if you were waiting for me, he repeats. Sang-goon glares at him, sizing him up, muttering under his breath about the kid's audacity. Joo-hak steps forward, closing the distance and getting right in his face. You beat up my friend, didn't you? Song-guan confronts Kang Ji-yeon, his voice laced with anger. Kang Ji-yeon merely smirks in response. What? You came to get revenge for your friend? The question ignites a fire in Sang-gon. His fury at the blatant disrespect is palpable, yet Kang Ji-yeon remains unfazed, casually gesturing to the cameras scattered around the area. How about it? He proposes, his tone almost taunting. That empty factory from before. With that, he turns on his heel and walks away, leaving Sang-gon seething in his wake. The thugs seethe with anger at his sheer audacity. Sang-goon can hardly believe it, but Joo-hak leans in, reminding him, we've never lost a fight together. The leader snarls, that punk. I'll make him beg for his life today. Meanwhile, Hwang Woo-jin observes the unfolding chaos from a nearby car, his expression unreadable. His secretary pleads with him, desperately trying to reason. This is a bad idea, he warns, insisting it should be handled by the company. But Woo Jin snaps, his patience wearing thin. Shut up and stay out of it, he barks. The secretary opens his mouth to argue, but his words are cut short as a blade presses against his throat. From the back seat, a purple-haired maniac named Young Sik grins, his expression twisted with delight. He claims the secretary is unaware, but he has tasted blood from many before. Woo Jin, maintaining his composure, calmly urges him to stop. Young Sik, brimming with excitement for his mission, pulls the knife back. I just need to stab the target's father before he dies, right? He asks, a thrill in his voice. He casually mentions that it wouldn't be a big deal if the guy dies, even sounding a bit too enthusiastic about the prospect. He confirms the deal, and after this job, he'll be heading abroad to settle into a new apartment. Woo Young interjects. Remember, I'm the one who got you out of juvenile detention. Can't you trust me? Without hesitation, Young Sik nods in agreement. They speed away in a sleek white Range Rover. Meanwhile, at the abandoned factory, the atmosphere is charged with tension, ready for a confrontation. Kang Ji-yeon stands watch, his expression unreadable. Joo-hak is eager to take him on together, but Sang-goon dismisses the idea, pointing out the stark difference in their weight classes. Undeterred by the warning, Sang-jin strides forward, brimming with confidence as he charges in alone. He unleashes a flurry of wild punches, but Kang Ji-yeon is fully prepared. With impeccable form, he deftly deflects the onslaught. In an instant, he counters with a lightning-fast strike to the opponent's face, swiftly following up with a brutal elbow to the side of the head. Before his adversary can even react, Kang Ji-yeon delivers a relentless barrage of precision strikes to his body. Oh, Sang-jin stumbles backward, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer speed and power of the attack. Kang Ji-yeon's eyes narrow as he spots his opening. He gathers all his strength, winding up for a single, devastating blow. The punch lands with a sickening crunch, striking right at the solar plexus. The big man gasped for air before collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated. The other two thugs stand frozen in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they've just witnessed. One down, two to go. Kang Ji-yeon glances at them and says, "What are you waiting for? I have to get to school." Ju-hak doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward, a smirk playing on his lips. "Got you." At the same moment, the leader charges in from the opposite side, attempting a pincer attack, but it's all in vain. Kang Ji-yeon effortlessly deflects both punches, his expression revealing everything. He is utterly unimpressed. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yeon's mother is at home, unwinding and humming a soothing tune. She glances out the window, enjoying the view of the street below. But her tranquil moment shatters when she notices something alarming. On the sidewalk, a group of thugs is surrounding her son. In a nearby car, Woo Young is issuing orders to attack Ji-yeon, demanding a picture to send to his father as proof. Young Sik's impatience is palpable. "Why not just go in, stab him, and get out?" he grumbles. But Woo Young has other ideas. He wants to avoid any run-ins with the police, so he plans to lure their target to a more secluded location first. Young Sik, however, is unfazed, his only concern being the paycheck at the end of the job. Meanwhile, the driver is in a panic, pleading with them to abandon the plan entirely. But Woo Young merely scoffs, convinced that with his dad out of commission, there's no risk at all. Suddenly, a cheerful face appears at the window, waving enthusiastically. It's Kang Ji-yeon's mom. She recognizes the driver as the man from Taejong Group who visited their home before. With a smile, she even gestures toward the other guy. The aunt, dressed in her uniform, inquires if he is friends with her son. Before anyone can react, Woo Young directs Young Sik to give the aunt a ride. Young Sik smirks and opens the door, telling her she's out of luck and must join them. Unfazed, she simply asks if he is also one of Giant's friends. His response is swift and shocking. He brandishes a butterfly knife, the cold steel glinting ominously as it presses against her throat. The secretary is in a frenzy, but Jian's mother remains utterly unfazed. With a low growl, Young Sis commands her to get into the car quietly. To everyone's surprise, she complies, and they all pile back into the vehicle. Woo Young barks at the terrified secretary to just drive. He shouts for him to head to where the other kids are, but his mother interrupts, demanding to know what's happening with her son. Suddenly, it clicks for her. She glares, realizing that the Taeyong Group is also responsible for her husband's injuries. Young Sik, with a chilling grin, leans in and says they have business with her husband. He turns to Woo Young. "Hey, if you give me more money, I can handle this auntie too." Woo Young snaps back, shouting for him to shut up. Young Sek leans in, convinced he has her completely under his control, but suddenly halts. Auntie's demeanor has shifted entirely. With a chilling tone, she warns them to turn the car around now, or they will regret it. Woo Wang erupts in fury, shouting at her from the front seat and hurling insults, calling her an old hag. But he suddenly freezes when he catches a glimpse of her face. Her eyes blaze with a chilling, murderous rage. "I'm asking you," she warns. "Don't make me kill you." Meanwhile, in a nearby warehouse, one of the He effortlessly dodges their clumsy, telegraphed punches, moving with a grace that belies the chaos around him. As they close in, he drops to the ground, deftly evading their attacks. Both thugs are left completely stunned. In a swift motion, he delivers a brutal knee strike to the thug on the ground, one down. Standing over them, his expression is a chilling mask of cold calculation. The two remaining thugs can only stare in shock at their fallen comrade. The imposing figure of a man confidently tells his partner that he will hold Kang Ji-hyun down. With a sudden lunge, he charges forward, but Kang Ji-hyun is on an entirely different level. In a swift motion, he catches the giant's fist with just one hand. With a quick twist, he neutralizes the attack effortlessly and closes the distance between them. In an instant, he delivers a devastating elbow strike straight into the big guy's ribs. Then came another strike and another. A lightning-fast barrage of blows left the giant reeling. The other man could only watch in absolute horror, unable to see anything behind the massive figure blocking his view. Suddenly, the colossal mountain of a man collapsed. That was two down, with only one more to go. Shaggy was losing his mind. Kang Ji-hyun strides toward him, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. The bully, bewildered, thinks to himself, who is this guy? Before he can react, Kang Ji-hyun launches forward, delivering one final, crushing blow. The impact sends the bully hurtling across the warehouse, leaving chaos in his wake. He crashes to the ground, joining his friends on the floor, completely out cold. Just like that, the fight comes to an abrupt end. Not one of them managed to lay a finger on him. Kang Ji-hyun gazes down at the wreckage, his expression remaining icy and unyielding. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun's mother issues a stern warning, her voice filled with urgency. I'm begging you, please don't make me kill you all. Young-sik merely scoffs, unfazed by the situation. What's the problem with this anti-Lo? He taunts, casually flipping open his knife and pressing the tip against her shoulder. Are you scared? Meanwhile, the secretary is drenched in sweat, desperately trying to mediate like a rational adult. But Woo-young interrupts, his voice cold as ice. Just shut up and drive to where the others are, she commanded, her voice steady. Ji-hyun's mom didn't even flinch at the sight of the blade. Young-sik felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was anything but ordinary. The car rolled into a deserted industrial yard, an eerie setting that seemed tailor-made for a confrontation. As soon as the car comes to a halt, Yoo-yeon's mom flings the door open and steps out. Young-sik, still holding the knife to her throat, demands to know where she thinks she's going, but she simply swats the blade away as if it were a pesky fly. Young-sik is left utterly stunned by this auntie's fearless demeanor. In the front seat, his friend starts shouting in panic, "What are you doing? Get her!" Young-sik gazes back with wide, innocent eyes. That auntie is just plain strange. Woo-young is on the verge of losing his mind. He can't believe what's unfolding before him. His mom steps out of the car with a calm demeanor while these two clowns trail behind, completely unaware of who they're dealing with. Woo-young shouts after her, but she's already tuned him out. A figure emerges from the shadows of the warehouse. It's Kang Jae-yoon. The cold, ruthless demeanor that once defined her fades away, revealing a worried mother instead. Jae-yoon's eyes widen in surprise at the sight of her. Relief washes over her face as she takes in the unexpected reunion. "My son, I'm so glad you're safe," she says, pulling him into an embrace. He stiffens, clearly unaccustomed to such affection, and tries to play it cool. "It's nothing. I know these guys." But then his gaze shifts to the thugs who brought her here, and his expression hardens. The thugs exchange bewildered looks, realizing that Kang Ji-hyun must have already dealt with the others. His eyes narrow. The time for games is officially over. Kang Jae-hyun gently pushes his mother behind him, stepping protectively between her and the looming threat. He stares them down, his voice chillingly calm. "You're crossing the line." Woo-young scoffs in response, his fury boiling over. "Crossing the line? It was your father who crossed it first. My dad collapsed because of your father." Ji-hyun turned to his mother, searching for answers. She simply smiled, exuding confidence that her husband would never act in such a way. As Ji-hyun pictured his goofy, harmless dad, he found himself agreeing with her. Turning back to Woo-young, his resolve solidified. "I don't know what drove you to do this, but bringing my mom here is something I won't let slide." Woo-young and his lackey are utterly stunned. What did he just say? Young-sik steps forward, a cocky smirk plastered on his face. "You think you're that strong?" He laughs, introducing himself as Jang Young-sik. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hyun simply stares back, completely unfazed by the display. Young-sik lunges forward, thrusting the glinting knife toward Kang Ji-hyun's throat. The blade halts mere millimeters from his skin. Young-sik sneers, a twisted satisfaction in his eyes. "The son is fearless too, huh?" he taunts. Unfazed, Kang Ji-hyun seizes Young-sik's wrist with an iron grip. "Did you threaten my mom with this?" he asks, his voice dangerously low, a simmering fury beneath the surface. Young-sik finally admits the truth. In the next moment, Kang Ji-hyun lunges in for a strike, but the other guy has a trick up his sleeve. He drops the knife from his grip, only to catch it deftly with his other hand. Just as Ji-hyun's blow was about to connect, the knife whizzes past his face, narrowly missing his artery. Ji-hyun manages to dodge just in time, heart racing from the close call. Young-sik grins like a maniac. "You can dodge that?" The horrifying realization washes over him. This guy isn't just a thug, he's a killer. A few feet away, Ji-hyun's mother watches the scene unfold, her veins bulging as a dark aura envelops her. Oh boy, mom is done playing games. Before the two fighters even realize what's about to unfold, it happens. Bam! With a sickening crunch, she delivers a brutal spinning kick that sends Young-sik hurtling through the air. He crashes violently against the side of the SUV, leaving a massive dent in its wake. Kang Ji-hyun can only watch in disbelief, and even Woo-young stands there, utterly stunned. What just happened? Young Sik's legs dangle from the SUV's window like a lifeless ragdoll, his body seemingly unresponsive. But in the blink of an eye, the killer vanishes. Kang Ji-hyun rushes to her son, her face etched with motherly concern. "Son, are you okay?" The sight of her frantic worry leaves Young Sik utterly shell-shocked. He has witnessed countless horrors, but this fierce, protective side of his mother renders him speechless. He's still reeling from the brutal scene he just witnessed. His mother gently touches a scratch on his neck, her face etched with concern. A smile of relief crosses her lips when she realizes it's just a graze. But in an instant, that smile vanishes, replaced by a chilling fury. She turns her gaze toward the two thugs who are practically trembling in their shoes. With an icy edge to her voice, she warns them, "Touch my son again, and I will kill every single one of you." Then, just like that, the menacing aura vanishes. She breaks into a bright smile, cheerfully announcing, "I made breakfast." Kang Ji-hyun's mind is racing, struggling to process the sudden shift. Meanwhile, the thugs are left utterly defeated in the junkyard, resembling nothing more than discarded trash as our duo strolls away. As they step outside, she casts him a playful wink. "Don't worry, son. He's not dead. Mom doesn't kill people." Sure, Mom," Kang Ji-hyun replies, sweat beading on his forehead. "Just who is this comrade of his mother? Is she a super soldier? A demon? What on earth is happening?" Back at home, it's as if nothing ever occurred. She's the perfect mom once more, cheerfully preparing a hearty breakfast before school. But our boy isn't falling for the act anymore. With a bandage on his neck and a million questions swirling in his mind, he cuts straight to the point. "Comrade Mother, are you a field agent?" She attempts to feign ignorance, insisting, "Didn't I tell you not to talk like that? I'm just your mom." But he refuses to let it slide. "I need to know. Is that why the mission was too sloppy for the North? So, who sent them?" Suddenly, she wraps her arms around him from behind. "Your father and I are so sorry," she whispers, her voice trembling with emotion. Tears stream down her face as she struggles to finish her thought. As she pulls back, smiling through her tears, she reflects on the decision to let their son grow up in a place like this. She promises to explain everything when his dad gets home, leaving their boy utterly stunned. Later at school, Kang Ji-hyun is lost in thought, still grappling with the morning's revelations. Aura has to practically shout his name to bring him back to reality. "Hey, Kang Ji-hyun," she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she shared her plans for a group trip to the river during the holidays. And get this, she declared him the special guest for their family outing. Even Jin-sok and Dong-woo would be joining them. Naturally, Jin-sok wasn't thrilled about it, already grumbling about why he was even invited in the first place. Aura brushes him off and asks if he's in. But Kang Ji-hyun, ever the dutiful soldier, insists he needs to consult his parents first. Aura is taken aback. "Just go if you want to go." The very notion of personal choice seems to baffle him. Frustrated, she decides for him, declaring that she'll take care of it. Just then, Jin-sok steps in, attempting to warn him off. He throws out a tired proverb about a sparrow following a stork, essentially labeling him a peasant. Kang Ji-hyun feigns ignorance, asking, "Do sparrows even have legs?" This only fuels Jin-sok's fury. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Jin-sok steps closer, his anger palpable. "Laugh while you can," he warns. "Soon you'll be trembling before me." Oh, what a blunder. Kang Ji-hyun steps closer, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Ah, were you part of Hwang Woo-young's schemes as well?" he taunts, his expression almost manic. "Oh, my friend, you are in deep trouble. Let's have a chat when Woo-young returns, shall we?" As Ya-yoon finishes his taunt, we shift scenes to a North Korean office, where a hapless officer is visibly trembling. The poor man is on the brink of losing his sanity at the mere mention of Ji-hyun's father. "Manhyeom-gang," he screams, incredulous. "Are you insane? How dare you stand before me dressed like that?" But Kang Ji-hyun's father merely smiles, unfazed. "Manhyeom-gang? He's been dead a long time, comrade director." His calm demeanor is striking. "For the homeland and our comrades, I, Manhyeom-gang, risked my life to earn that money for you." The director stammers, desperately trying to save face. He expresses his gratitude and mentions that they even awarded him their highest medal after he, quote-unquote, died. But Manhyeom-gang is having none of it. "You think I wanted that medal?" He roars, his voice filled with unrestrained fury. "I only asked for one thing." His anger reaches a boiling point as he screams, "My son, my boy. The son of Manhyeom-gang. All I asked was for you to keep him safe, and you failed." The official's voice trembles with panic as he insists they provided the best facilities for the boy, at least until Manhyeom-gang arrived to take him. But Manhyeom-gang turns away, haunted by memories of ultimate betrayal. "Even when my homeland sold me out to the Americans, I could still smile," He admits he even understands why they sent assassins after him, but the director shakes his head, denying everything. A grim smile crosses his face as he remembers his savior. The one who saved me back then was Comrade Shadow Number 2. The director's face pales, disbelief washing over him. Number 11? You mean that woman is still alive? Gang warns him that if he hadn't shown up today, it would have been number 2 instead, and that would have been far worse. He slowly removes his sunglasses, revealing a twisted, monstrous expression. And yet, you raised my son as a shadow? He growls, his frustration palpable. Is this the reward my homeland offers for my loyalty? Gang asserts that his son will thrive in the South. The director, bewildered, questions why South Korea is the choice. Why not America, where it would be much safer? In response, Gang delivers a chilling ultimatum. Do not lay a hand on my family if you want me and number 2 to remain dead. He slams his hand on the desk, shattering his glasses in the process. Or do you want her to return as a shadow once again? Who do you think her first target will be? With that, the director crumbles under the pressure. Fine, I'll handle it. Just go and live comfortably in the South. As Gang departs, he drops one final bombshell. I've deposited $1 million into your Swiss account. Consider it a parting gift. The official stands there, stunned, staring at the sunglasses left behind by Gang. But then, something catches his eye, a hidden USB drive nestled in the arm of the glasses. A realization dawns on him. Ah, Gang, I will make excellent use of this. Suddenly, Gang freezes, sensing a presence nearby. At the far end of the hall stands a high-ranking officer. They pass each other in complete silence, the tension so thick it feels as if it could be sliced with a knife. Meanwhile, back in the present, Kang Juan sits in his classroom, completely lost in his own thoughts. He can't shake the image of his mother taking down a gangster. It's overwhelming. Don't think about it, he tells himself, desperately trying to suppress his emotions. Focus on the mission. Meanwhile, Go Jun-sok stares at Woo Young's empty seat, a troubling thought creeping in. Perhaps he should have resolved things with him properly this morning. His train of thought is abruptly interrupted by the teacher, who announces that they will be welcoming a new transfer student just before the holidays. A classmate chimes in, noting how difficult it is to gain admission to their school, sparking a wave of curiosity throughout the room. The teacher then gestures for the new student to enter. When the door swings open, Kang Juan's jaw drops in disbelief. No way, it's Tomo. She introduces herself in Japanese, offering a charming little wave to the class. Instantly, every guy in the room is captivated. The teacher confirms her Japanese origins, and the classroom erupts in excitement. Once the noise settles, Tomo surprises everyone by effortlessly switching to flawless Korean, leaving them in stunned silence. My Japanese name is Tomo, but my Korean name is Lee Jean, she says with a radiant smile. With a Japanese mother and a Korean father, she effortlessly bridges two cultures. The class erupts in excitement once more. Dongwoo's friend nudges him, noticing his astonishment, and asks if he knows her. Dongwoo replies, "We met at the Math Olympiad, but back then, she only spoke Japanese." How is her Korean suddenly so perfect? Kang Ji-won is spiraling into a full-blown meltdown. Why? Why is number 13 here? Panic sets in as he connects the dots to his own mission. Could it be that she's targeting the president's daughter too? Just then, Tomo waves directly at him. Ji-won, it's been so long. I begged them to put me in your class, she says, walking confidently to her seat. Kang Ji-won stands frozen in shock. With a charming smile, she turns back to the class and drops a bombshell. Ji-won and I grew up together. We're great friends. One guy in the back gets a massive nosebleed from the shock, while Dongwoo stares blankly, his expression suggesting his brain has short-circuited. Across the room, Ara and her friends observe the unfolding drama with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Ara smirks, casually crossing her legs as if she were watching a mildly entertaining television show, completely unfazed by the chaos around her. When their eyes meet, it's clear that a confrontation is imminent. Meanwhile, poor Ji-won is left sweating and bewildered, desperately trying to make sense of the whirlwind unfolding before him. As the chaos subsides, a chill runs down Ji-won's spine. It can't be. Why is number 13 here? She lounges casually, looking utterly bored, as if stepping into this turmoil is just another Tuesday for her. The tension in the air is so thick it feels suffocating. Even Jin-sok, completely bewildered by the situation, can sense the overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, the lunch bell rings, breaking the awkward silence. Just as expected, Ara and her friends approach Ji-won, likely to invite him to join them for lunch. But before they can make their move, the new girl swoops in with a bright smile and says, "Let's eat together." Ji-won finds himself cornered, offering only a shaky nod as sweat beads on his forehead. As they enter the cafeteria, an oppressive silence hangs in the air. She finally shatters it, asking, "Why aren't you eating?" Attempting to lighten the mood, she starts chatting about the food. But Ji-won isn't interested in small talk. He cuts straight to the point. "What do you want?" With a smile, she deftly sidesteps his question. "Remember when we used to eat together as kids?" Then her eyes darken. "We risked our lives for just one extra potato," she says, her voice laced with venom. "And here you are, in this nice school, enjoying good food." She glances over at Aura's table, where the entire squad is shooting them icy glares, surrounded by their cheerful friends. "You seem happy, despite the looming threat that hangs in the air." Ji-won is visibly rattled, but he steels himself, reminding himself that his mission is all that truly matters. Just then, she stands to leave, dropping a bombshell. "I look forward to getting along, Comrade Kang Ji-won." Chills run down his spine, literal chills. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, the bullies Ji-won had confronted looked as if they had been hit by a bus, total devastation. As they lay there, Woo Young's secretary entered, and one of the injured men immediately inquired about Woo Young's whereabouts. The secretary replied flatly, "His condition isn't good. He's resting for now." Panic sweeps through the room as they fear that Woo Jun might be injured as well. But the secretary, adjusting his glasses, quickly clarifies that it's merely psychological shock. Chu Hyuk glances at young Psych, who is swathed in bandages, like a mummy. He mutters, frustrated, that the attacker must have used a knife. The secretary urges them to concentrate on getting a checkup and focusing on their recovery. Ju-hyuk stands firm, refusing to be hospitalized. His concern for Woo Young outweighs his own needs, and he insists on checking on him. The secretary lets out a weary sigh before laying down the law. "Do not contact Woo Young and pretend today never happened." The guys exchange puzzled glances, but the secretary softens the blow with a tempting offer. The company is prepared to pay them handsomely to keep quiet. Just then, a muffled voice breaks through, coming from the bandaged figure on the bed. It's young Psych. His eyes suddenly snaps open beneath the bandages, burning with unrestrained fury. Through gritted teeth, he growls, "Give me my phone." In a fit of rage, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Give me my phone, you jerks!" Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the basketball court, when number 13 finds herself cornered by A-Ra's goon squad. They press her with questions, demanding to know if her bond with Ji-yeon is really just a childhood connection. With a defiant glare, she replies, "We were much closer than that." She retorts, "We slept under the same roof and shared meals together." The other girls aren't swayed by her words. One of them shoves her, warning her to keep her distance from Kang Ji-yeon. Unfazed, she calmly brushes the hand away. "Why should I?" she replies. The leader shoots back, clearly irritated, as A-ra has her sights set on him. They attempt to assert their dominance over A-ra, reminding her that she's the daughter of the powerful Samjong group. One misstep, and she could be expelled. But number 13 remains completely unfazed, a smirk playing on her lips. "So what if some girl is intimidating? I won't let that stop me from talking to Jian." The bullies believe they've triumphed, but she swiftly shuts them down. "I don't want to." Oh, that did it. The girls lost their minds and lunged at her, screaming that they would rip her hair out. Big mistake. She moved like lightning, unleashing a spinning kick that took all three of them down in a single blow. The bullies were left on the ground, completely stunned. She simply flashed them a sweet smile. "My mom's side of the family runs a karate dojo, and she just strolls away like it's no big deal." What a legend. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Ara is just trying to relax when the new girl, Tamo, approaches her directly. Tamo expresses her gratitude for the warm welcome earlier, but Ara is utterly confused. "Oh, you weren't involved?" Tamo asks, feigning ignorance as she turns to leave. But just before she walks away, she glances over her shoulder and drops a bombshell. "By the way, Ji-yeon is mine." Oh, it's on. A-ra is absolutely fuming, ready to explode. Meanwhile, across the room, Ji-yeon can sense the tension, a murderous aura hanging in the air. The poor guy is sweating bullets, fearing for his life right now. As the drama intensifies at school, we shift to a hospital room where Hwang Woo-young is a complete wreck, huddled on the floor. His father lies unconscious, while Woo Jin sobs, paralyzed by fear of the woman who has brought them to this point. Yet, they are not alone. On a nearby rooftop, a shadowy figure listens intently to their every word. And here's the twist. It's Kang Ji-yeon's mother. Clad in full spy gear, she surveys the situation with chilling precision. Raising a high-powered scope to her eye, her expression is unreadable yet intensely focused. Through her lens, she has a clear view into another hospital room, where an entirely different drama unfolds. Inside, young Sik, swathed in bandages like a mummy, pleads with his senior to eliminate the woman who brought him down. His associate urges him to calm down, acknowledging that the woman who defeated him is far from ordinary. They assure young Sik that they'll capture her, even if it means breaking her leg to do so. But young Sik isn't convinced. His frustration is palpable. He screams at them to just kill her and bury the body, and to his shock, they actually agree. As his goons leave, young Sik remains in his bed, stewing with a mix of pure terror and rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, from her rooftop perch, Ji-yeon's mom has witnessed everything unfold. A chilling question begins to take shape in her mind. Should I just eliminate them all? The two men exit the hospital, flanked by their bodyguards, and climb into a convoy of sleek black cars. As they drive away, they remain blissfully unaware that they are still being watched. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Ji-yeon's mother lowers her scope, her expression hardening into a mask of icy resolve. Suddenly, her phone rings. It's her husband, Ji-yeon's dad. He informs her that he's in Beijing and will be landing at 2 p.m., just in time for dinner. Concerned, he asks if everything is all right with her or Ji-yeon. Her response is nothing short of shocking. I think I need to kill someone. She goes on to explain that people just won't stop interfering with Ji-yeon's life. Despite having spared them once, it wasn't enough. Her husband is panicking on the other end of the line, pleading with her to calm down and assuring her that he'll take care of everything. But her fury simmers beneath the surface as she grits her teeth, while her father attempts to soothe her. With a desperate plea for him to hurry, she abruptly ends the call. Just like that, we return to Seoul International High. The final bell rings, signaling the end of the school day. Kang Ji-yeon bolts out the door like a flash of lightning, eager to escape. Meanwhile, Mo stands back, a scheming smirk playing on her lips as she observes the chaos unfold. Outside, a parade of luxury cars awaits to whisk away the affluent students. Han, Yoo-ju, and Jin-seok are engaged in lively conversation, and she takes a moment to congratulate Jin-seok on his father's upcoming election. Jin-seok asks her sister if she's feeling sad about the situation, but Yoo-ju surprises her by saying they're actually looking forward to it. Being together all day can be a bit suffocating, she adds, quickly brushing it off as a joke. Meanwhile, Jin-seok can't help but size up Yoo-ju's bodyguard, contemplating whether he could take Kang Ji-yeon in a fight. As she hops into her car, Jin-seok is left simmering with frustration. He vows to himself that once his father becomes president, Kang Ji-yeon will meet his end. As the luxurious cars pull away, number 13 watches them disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, someone else is observing the scene. It's Kang Ji-yeon. His gaze is fixed on his former comrade, number 13, Tomo. He's trying to determine whether Go Jin-seok and Han Yoo-ju have become her new targets. He observes as Tomo strolls over to the bus stop, waiting like any other student. Suddenly, she glances back, a subtle, knowing smile gracing her lips. She knows he's watching. Ji-yeon's expression remains stone-faced, but inside, his thoughts are racing at lightning speed. Moments later, Ji-yeon and his friends find themselves packed into a bustling city bus. Yuna turns to Jian, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? She asks, noticing his exhaustion. Meanwhile, Yoo-ju leans in, eager to pry. So, what's going on with you and that Tomo girl? Yuna's voice rises in protest. What are you talking about? But Yoo-ju isn't backing down. Come on, you've been curious about them all day. Don't play dumb. Suddenly, CEO Dong-jun interrupts, his frustration boiling over. This is hardly the time for gossip about relationships, he barks, cutting through the tension. Oh my, are you feeling jealous too? Yoo-ju teases, a playful glint in her eye. Dong-jun, on the brink of losing his patience, interjects, reminding everyone that they should be more concerned about the massive traffic jam that's making them late. Peering out the window, they finally grasp the situation. Total gridlock. Ye-yu wonders aloud if there's been an accident. Oh, there was definitely an accident, one that's brought the city to a standstill. As the bus creeps forward, the gang is met with utter chaos ahead, a massive pileup. Wrecked cars, police, and paramedics clutter the entire road. The gravity of the situation sinks in as they take in the scene, with ambulances already tending to the injured. While his friends chatter nervously, Kang Ji-hyun remains silent, his gaze fixed out the window, lost in thought. As the bus glides past the wreckage, the scene unfolds with paramedics hurriedly loading injured individuals onto stretchers. Wait a second, could it be? Holy crap, it's the young six goons! The same guys from the hospital, now looking utterly defeated. The area buzzes with activity as the injured are swiftly transported to waiting ambulances. Amidst the chaos, a shadowy figure in a black trench coat slips away, disappearing into the fray. But just like that, they vanish like a ghost. Later, back home, a heavy conversation begins to unfold. His mother is having second thoughts, questioning whether bringing him to the South was a monumental mistake. However, his father firmly disagrees. He argues that wanting a better life for your child is completely natural, especially in a capitalist world. Yet, her worries linger. With all the chaos surrounding Ji-hyun, she can't help but think that a regular school would have been much safer. Her father delivers a harsh truth. Ji-hyun is anything but ordinary. He assures her that he has already managed the situation up north and will handle things here as well, but she remains unconvinced. She proposes a bold idea. What if they just tell Johin everything and flee to another country? But Dad quickly dismisses the notion. Johin is so deeply entrenched in the party's ideology that he would never accept the truth or abandon his mission. Instead, Dad insists that what Johin truly needs is time. It was time for him to confront the truth. His entire life had been built on a lie. Just then, the front door clicked open. Speak of the devil, Kang Ji-hyun had returned. Looking utterly exhausted, his father, ever the jokester, greeted him with a booming voice, playfully teasing him about his latest capitalist escapades. Ji-hyun offers a stiff, formal greeting, but his mother quickly cuts in, urging him to drop the whole comrades act. The atmosphere at dinner is thick with tension and silence. Ji-hyun absent-mindedly pokes at his food, tapping his chopsticks as he gathers the courage to speak. Finally, he breaks the silence, reminding them of their promise to talk once his father returned. Mom urges him to focus on his dinner, but he only nods in agreement for a brief moment. Suddenly, he stands up, shifting into full-on agent mode, declaring that the mission takes priority. His parents exchange concerned glances. Jae-yoon then delivers his report. The other agent from Jeju has arrived at his school, awaiting new orders with urgency. Both agents are taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Noticing his son's bewilderment, the father delivers a shocking revelation. He has just returned from a trip to the north. With a serious tone, he establishes new rules. From this point forward, family life and his mission must remain separate. Ji-hyun's new orders were clear: study hard, stop fighting, and make some friends. Curiously, he inquired about the transfer student. Ji-hyun confirmed she was Agent 13, and just like that, the atmosphere at the table turned icy. Sensing the shift, Dad decided it was time for a history lesson. He began to explain that they were all part of the Shadow Unit, an elite program designed to train the very best operatives from childhood. Ji-hyun begins his usual tirade about serving the fatherland, but Dad interrupts him with a shocking revelation. Your mother is also from the Shadow Unit. Ji-hyun is left utterly stunned, and it gets even better. She's not just any agent, she is the greatest operative in the unit's entire history. Dad urges him to fully understand the true weight of his mission. Fueled by this revelation, Jae-hyun clenches his fists, embracing his newfound duty. His mother, sensing the intensity in the air, gently interrupts, urging him to eat. With renewed motivation, Jae-hyun enthusiastically replies yes, and begins devouring his meal. Meanwhile, his parents exchange a dark, knowing glance, hinting at unspoken concerns beneath the surface. Meanwhile, at Incheon Airport, a mysterious man in a trench coat waits in the shadows. As the arrival gate swings open, a sharp, silver-haired man steps through. The agent greets him, revealing that this newcomer is the CIA's East Asia branch chief. He explains that he had to come in person, as legends like Shadow and Zeros could be on the move. The agent notes that nothing is confirmed yet, but the chief is convinced that the recent hack leads directly to Zero. Just as they prepare to leave, the chief unveils his surprise backup. Two imposing figures step forward, leaving the agent utterly taken aback. One is an imposing figure, a man with a wild mustache, while the other is a woman whose glare could pierce through steel. It's clear the local agent is feeling the pressure. The chief smirks, clearly impressed that the agent recognizes them. When questioned about the necessity of such firepower, he simply replies, Zero always has Shadow by his side. He even suggests that these two might not be sufficient and plans to call in additional support. The agent, losing his composure, demands to know if the chief is trying to ignite a war. The chief's response is chilling, if necessary. Furious, the local agent warns him not to cross that line. The chief dismisses his concern, his thoughts drifting back to an incident from 10 years ago. It was the one time they nearly captured Zero, and the day Shadow revealed their true power. The agent had only heard whispers that Shadow had rescued Zero, and that they both disappeared without a trace. The chief merely scoffed at the rumors as he led the way out of the airport. Once in the car, he turned to the agent and shared a chilling truth. He was the first agent to arrive at the scene after the incident, and what he discovered was utter devastation. Even their allies from China had been completely obliterated. The final body count reached into the hundreds, with many either dead or unaccounted for. This was the true power of Shadow and Zero. The subordinate stood in stunned silence, utterly horrified by the grim reality unfolding before him. The chief emphasizes that it wasn't just the witnesses who saw Zero's face that disappeared. Every trace of their existence, right down to the tiniest record, was wiped clean. After a decade of pursuing these phantoms with nothing to show for it, he drives the point home. So, do you still think I'm overreacting? The agent, now drenched in sweat, can only remain silent. Indeed, it seems he finally understands the gravity of the situation. Moments later, they gather for a war council in a secure NES conference room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. All eyes are fixed on the man at the head of the table, who is glaring daggers at a formidable figure, an absolute unit sporting a killer mustache, casually lounging with his feet propped up as if he owns the room. An agent steps forward to begin the briefing. It's time to get serious. He taps the screen, and the first piece of evidence appears, the C4 discovered on Jeju Island. Next, he displays a group photo from the Math Olympiad, and their sole image of the suspect, a grainy, pixelated shot of Tomoe. The white-haired man gazes at the agent, his expression utterly unimpressed. "Is that seriously all you have?" he asks, his tone laced with frustration. The agent nods, confirming the grim news. The hotel's CCTV footage has been wiped clean. Her name, Tomo, it's completely fake. She's a ghost, he adds. The man mutters to himself, realization dawning. She must be one of those children. The man with glasses steps forward, confirming the white-haired man's worst fears. She hails from the north, a spy molded from birth. The white-haired man nods, having caught wind of this, a shadow unit as it's called. Intelligence reports indicate that a ruthless organization was established 30 years ago, abducting children and transforming them into flawless, emotionless spies. But this can't be the whole story. The white-haired man leans in, his impatience growing. The briefing presses on, revealing a critical message they intercepted, a bomb warning for room 11110. And here's the shocking twist: this alert was transmitted to a hotline reserved solely for their elite field agents. The encryption is nearly unbreakable, demanding not only matching codes but also identical voices. But this time, someone managed to bypass all security measures. They hacked into every line simultaneously and implanted a message directly onto the main server. The white-haired man scoffs, finding the method far too crude. This isn't how the legendary hacker Zero operates. Yet, the other man poses a chilling question that sends a shiver down his spine. What if Zero found himself in a rush? Imagine him racing against time to save someone from an impending explosion. The thought hits the white-haired man like a freight train, leaving him momentarily stunned. But just as quickly, the focus shifts to another pressing matter: the sudden collapse of Chairman Huang, the head of the Tejun Group. The official narrative claims he collapsed from shock after a massive DDoS attack crippled his company. The man with glasses smirks, revealing his skepticism. He admits he didn't buy that story at first, but then he uncovered a connection. With a flick of his wrist, he pulls up a picture of Huang Weiyang. The chairman's son, he explains, attends Seoul International High School. And what about the Jeju Island incident? It involves the same group of students from the same school. At the heart of it all is none other than the president's daughter, Yuju. He shares his theory, piecing together the clues. While the puzzle remains incomplete, he's convinced that Zero is safeguarding one of those students. Yet, the white-haired man remains skeptical. The timing doesn't quite add up. Zero wouldn't reveal himself so easily. The man with glasses simply smiles. "I did say nothing is certain yet, didn't I?" That's all it takes for the white-haired man to stand up. "Thanks for the information. We'll take it from here." As they make their exit, the agent offers a final warning. The presidential election is just 2 months away. Stay out of trouble. The white-haired man smirks, exuding confidence as he believes the election is already in the bag. Meanwhile, presidential candidate Go Young-chan strides into the National Assembly, radiating authority. Back at Seoul International High, class is in session, and a new transfer student is being introduced to the eager students. Tomoe stands up and responds to the teacher in flawless English, confidently assuring them that she'll have no problem at all. The teacher, clearly impressed by her accent, inquires if she has ever lived in America. With a direct glance at Kang Ji-yeon, Tomo replies that she hasn't, but she studied diligently to connect with a friend who had. The teacher is absolutely captivated by her story. She believes it's an epic romance story about a boyfriend, but Kang Jian feels a cold sweat break out on his brow. He knows just how perilous this situation is. Meanwhile, Arao's expression is one of pure fury. Suddenly, Xian is jolted awake as someone approaches. Ara inquires about a class trip to Guam, but he nervously admits that he hasn't even asked his parents yet. With a sly smile, Tomo interjects, "Guam? Just the two of you?" Ara quickly retorts, clarifying that other classmates are joining them, not just the two of them. From his desk, Kang Jian watches this unfolding disaster, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, Tomo remains unfazed, his smile unwavering. "Really? In that case, I want to go too." Ara's voice trembles with barely contained frustration, her expression teetering on the edge of explosion. The tension between the two is so palpable, it feels like you could slice through it with a knife. Caught in the crossfire is Jian, trembling with fear, her wide eyes darting between them. Meanwhile, Tomo maintains her smug grin, utterly unfazed by the emotional bombshell she just unleashed. That was the final straw for Ara. Sparks practically flew between them as her composure shattered. She firmly rejected the idea, telling Tomo that she doesn't just hang out with anyone. Then, with a sharp edge to her voice, she delivered the ultimate blow. She would never, ever travel with a bully. Tomo feigns ignorance for a moment, then flashes a wicked grin. "Are you saying I bullied them?" The girls standing behind Ara begin to sweat profusely, their faces etched with fear. Ara lets out a resigned sigh, acknowledging that they were the ones who instigated the situation. However, she firmly states that she won't travel with someone she doesn't trust. But Tomo isn't taking no for an answer. She strides over and seizes her boy Jian, effectively taking him hostage. If I can't go, Jian can't go either. Jian's mind races, bewildered by Tomo's antics. Reaching her breaking point, Ara screams for Tomo to stay away and storms out of the classroom. This is bad. Jian is in the throes of a full-blown panic attack, and his top priority mission is about to go up in flames. He shoves Tomo off him and sprints after Ara, frantically shouting that he's on his way. Ara pauses at the door, glancing back with a smug little smile as she points. "Okay, but that one is absolutely off-limits. Got it?" Tomo leans against Jian's shoulder, whispering about how amusing the situation is. Meanwhile, Jian is a bundle of misery, internally screaming, "Comrade, why are you doing this to me?" Later, he makes his way to the rooftop, his thoughts focused on a far more important mission. He is convinced that Priority Zero is Tomo's target and is determined to find out where her classroom is. As he scans the courtyard below, it doesn't take long for him to spot his target, Han Yuju. Just as he locks onto her, however, he notices a familiar figure approaching Yuju. No way, it's number 13. Jaeon is stunned. How did she even manage to get into the restricted third-year building? Below her, Tomo looks up, a sinister expression crossing his face as he stands mere feet from the target. He knows he must act quickly to stop her. Just as he's about to launch himself into action, he hesitates, caught in a moment of uncertainty. On the ground, Han Yuju's bodyguard steps in, effectively blocking Tomo's path. With a wicked grin, Tomo points directly at Sergeant Kim and declares, "He's my cousin." She explains that she just started living with him. Yuju's eyes widen in shock as she realizes the team leader has a relative at their school. Seamlessly playing her role, Tomo introduces herself as Lee Jin. Yuju smiles and introduces herself in return. Sergeant Kim, visibly annoyed, reminds his so-called cousin that they're on a mission. She playfully calls him strict, a teasing glint in her eyes. As they walk away, Yuju can't help but comment on how much of a stickler for the rules her bodyguard truly is. Tomo waves them off with a cheerful, "See you at home later," completely convincing in his act. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-yeon stands there, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? He can't shake the memory of this same guy who had been fiercely protecting Priority Zero back on Jeju Island. He never suspected the man was a spy. This was unbelievable. As he returned to his lavish apartment building, he announced his arrival. His parents greeted him as if nothing were amiss. However, his mother quickly picked up on his troubled expression and asked if something was wrong. Should he confide in them about what he had just witnessed? The turmoil on Jian's face is unmistakable. His mother senses that something is amiss, but he chooses to keep his thoughts to himself. Just as he wrestles with his internal conflict, his mom's mood shifts dramatically. With a bright smile, she announces that they're having a fancy beef dinner. From behind his newspaper, Jian's dad smirks, boasting that they can indulge like this all the time now. Jian lets out a sigh, shaking her head at her ridiculously carefree comrades. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office overlooking the bustling city, Tomo gazes calmly out the window. Turning around, she greets Sergeant Kim Hyuk with a playful smirk, affectionately calling him Appa, like a little sister. "You're late," she teases. However, Sergeant Kim remains unamused, not playing along with her light-hearted banter. He demands to know why she pulled that stunt, but she merely shrugs it off as a test. In an instant, he lunges at her, seizing her by the throat and slamming her against the glass. 15 years of pent-up rage boil over in his eyes as he growls, "If it weren't for the party's orders, you'd already be dead." Even as she struggles to breathe, she mocks him, relishing her life in the South so much that the party's orders feel like a mere joke. His grip tightens in response. "You dare doubt my loyalty," he roars. But just then, an older man emerges from the shadows, his presence commanding. "That's enough," he declares. Sergeant Kim immediately snaps to attention, releasing Tomo and bowing respectfully. He greets the man as Comrade Jiyeon Ji-sun. Meanwhile, Tomo, still coughing on the floor, asks how they know each other. Sergeant Kim, however, coldly ignores her, adjusting his tie with a practiced precision. Jian Ji-sun gazes at Kim, lost in memories of the day she placed him on the submarine as a young boy. Now, the three operatives stand in silence, the weight of the moment heavy in the air. Shin Ji-sun breaks the stillness, noting how difficult it must have been for Sergeant Kim to earn his current position. Kim stands at attention, responding to his superior that it was merely his duty. Shin Ji-sun appreciates this loyalty, declaring it to be exactly what they need most. However, the pleasantries end there. A shadow crosses Shin Ji-sun's face as he reveals that an order has come down from the party. The mission ahead is both blunt and brutal. Eliminate the traitor to the motherland, Man Gungang, and recover all of his assets. Sergeant Kim stands there, utterly bewildered. Noticing his confusion, Shin Ji-sun raises an eyebrow and asks if he's really never heard of the name before. Kim shakes his head and she continues, "Man Gungang was a legend regarded as the greatest talent the Republic has ever produced. He was the world's foremost hacker, known in other countries by a name that sent shivers down spines. Zero." The revelation hits Sergeant Kim like a freight train, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief as sweat drips down his face. Meanwhile, Shin Ji-sun practically vibrates with rage, her fury palpable in the air. Not only did Zero survive, but he also sabotaged their operation on Jeju Island and is now actively working against them. His voice reverberates through the silent room, a powerful roar that demands attention. "How can we possibly leave someone like that unmonitored?" he questions, before dropping yet another bombshell. A blood relative of Man Gungang is enrolled at Seoul International High School, and now the mission is to eliminate them both. Tomoa hesitates, questioning whether they really have to kill a child. Shin Ji-sun steps closer, his voice laced with venom. "Are you defying the party's will?" Fear washes over Tomoa, and she quickly backs down, the weight of his words pressing heavily on her. Sergeant Kim steps forward, confidently vowing to take care of both targets. However, he acknowledges that eliminating the one in the south will be a challenge. "We'll see about that." Shin Ji-sun smirks in response. He issues a final command. "Bring Man Gungang to him alive first, so they can uncover the location of his hidden wealth." Turning to Tomoa, he instructs her to cooperate with Kim. With that, Shin Ji-sun departs, leaving the two agents to brace themselves for their daunting new mission. Meanwhile, Kang Jawan lies wide awake in bed, his mind racing as he tries to piece together the connection between Number 13's mission and the bodyguard. The thought of asking his father for assistance crosses his mind, but he quickly dismisses it, knowing it would only complicate matters further. He doesn't want to add to his worries. Rising from his seat, he makes his way to the kitchen, resolved to share what he knows. However, the house is silent and empty. On the counter, he discovers a plate of food adorned with a cheerful smiley face note from his mom. He pulls a carton of milk from the fridge, his expression inscrutable as he studies it. Meanwhile, Shin Ji-sun stands at a quiet street corner, ready to make his move. He hails a taxi and climbs in, instructing the driver to take him to Pyeongtaek Port. The driver grumbles about the lengthy journey, but Shin Ji-sun assures him that the fare will be worth it. The driver initially appears cheerful, but suddenly his tone shifts dramatically. "Is it really acceptable to waste taxpayer money like that, comrade?" Oh, he's in deep trouble now. Shin Ji-sun's eyes widen in sheer horror as he pulls out a pistol. But it's already too late. Suddenly, a figure clad in black materializes outside the car, shattering the window in a blur of motion. Before Shin Ji-sun can even blink, the assassin is inside, guns drawn, moving with an impossible swiftness. The attack is swift and merciless. Shin Ji-sun finds himself disarmed and forcefully shoved back into the seat, utterly overpowered. A brutal punch sends his head snapping back, and just like that, he finds himself captured. The assassin towers over him, seething with rage. I really want to kill this bastard. Just then, the driver interjects. Honey, calm down. Let's move first. Later, Shin Ji-sun groans as he regains consciousness. He discovers himself in a bleak concrete room, tightly bound to a chair. As his vision sharpens, he recognizes a familiar face sitting across from him Kang Ji-won's father, Mon Jungung. With a casual smile, he begins to recite Shin Ji-sun's entire classified file as if it were a simple fact. We met not long ago, didn't we? He inquires, his tone light. A chill runs down Shin Ji-sun's spine as he breaks into a cold sweat. His captor leans forward, a casual smirk on his face. Why? Are you looking for someone? He mentions number 11, and Shin Ji-sun's eyes widen in shock she's alive. But then, he delivers the crushing blow. I barely stopped her from killing you. I heard you did something terrible to my wife. Pure terror washes over Shin Ji-sun as he flinches. Ji-won's father leans in closer, the tension thickening in the air. His eyes, icy and unyielding, bore into Shin Ji-sun as he asked a single, chilling question. Do you want to live? Trying to project bravado, Shin Ji-sun shot back, questioning Ji-won's father if he had a death wish. Yet, Ji-won's father remained utterly unfazed, delivering one simple, chilling request. Leave my family alone. Was that so difficult? Shin Ji-sun couldn't help but scoff at the audacity of it all. He erupts in fury, shouting at Ji-won's father, branding him a traitor and demanding to be released to face judgment from the party. Shin Ji-sun steps forward, accusing him of embezzling North Korean assets and conspiring with American imperialists. Then, in a shocking twist, Ji-won's father reveals a devastating secret. Their own new dear leader betrayed him to the Americans, all to secure a seat at the negotiating table. He even specifies who to ask for confirmation. General Kim Dal-young, the very man who handed him over. You can almost see Shin Ji-sun's mind short-circuiting. The expression on his face is one of raw, unfiltered shock. The tables have completely turned. In a moment of desperation, a shattered Shin Ji-sun finally asks, "What do you want from me?" Ji-won's father begins to rattle off names with remarkable precision. He knows every sleeper agent, their locations, and their new roles in the South. Among them is Sergeant Kim Hyuk, who has now become a Black Ops agent for the South's NIS. This man possesses an uncanny ability to gather intelligence. His eyes and ears seem to be everywhere. He reveals it all, every operative, every concealed cell. Every single secret plan hangs in the balance as he makes it clear he could dismantle their entire network with just one phone call. Shin Ji-sun is utterly shattered, his voice rising in desperation as he screams, "Tell me what you want." It becomes evident that Ji-won's father is no ordinary hacker. He possesses the chilling ability to reroute missile shipments and disable nuclear warheads at will. He grins, teasingly asking if he should list more ways to unleash global chaos. Shin Ji-sun looks ready to faint, but all that power boils down to one simple demand. Don't touch his family. Shin Ji-sun, looking defeated, admits he lacks the authority to make that promise. Sensing the tension, John's dad intensifies the pressure. He reveals that the CIA's East Asia chief is in town with his team. Pondering the implications, he wonders aloud what would happen if he simply handed over his entire intel package to them. Shin Ji-sun can only stammer his name, paralyzed by sheer terror. Mangyung Gang concedes that selling the information and vanishing would be the simpler route, but the thought of going into hiding feels like a headache he can't bear. With a heavy heart, he pleads once more for them to leave his family out of this. At last, Shin Ji-sun's resolve crumbles. He grits his teeth and reluctantly agrees to relay the message, but Jian's father isn't finished yet. He adds one more condition: leave Agent 13 alone. Why? Because his son is worried about her. Shin Ji-sun agrees, pleading to be released. With a smile, Jian's father tells him that it's time to sleep. When he wakes up, he'll find himself at the Pyeongtaek hideout, right in front of the fishing shop by the Pyeongtaek hideout, right in front of the fishing shop by the pier. Jian's dad casually brings up a topic that leaves Shin Ji-sun stunned. How does he even know about that? Just then, a shadowy figure looms behind him and plunges a knife into his neck. It's Jian's mom, swiftly taking him out of commission for the foreseeable future. With the immediate threat neutralized, Jian's dad watches the scene unfold, though a flicker of concern crosses his face. Meanwhile, back at school, Jian finds himself pondering the mysterious absence of his comrade's parents. Just then, a sleek black limousine glides to a stop in front of him. The window rolls down, revealing Han Yu-ju, who greets him with a bright smile. "Aura filled me in on the class trip to Guam," she says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. John is taken aback, his surprise evident. With a playful grin, Yu-ju declares, "I've decided to tag along." He forces a smile, but in the driver's seat, Sergeant Kim Hyuk looks as if he'd rather be anywhere else. As the limo pulls away, Jian is left standing there, acutely aware that his mission has just become far more complicated. His friends rush over, interrupting his thoughts. Yuna, eager and curious, immediately asks what the popular senior wanted. He informs them that Yuju will be joining their trip, and they all stare at him in disbelief. Jian asks how Yuna found out about the trip. She puffs out her cheeks in annoyance, revealing that Aura and her friends have been bragging about it all day. Jian offers to speak to Aura on her behalf if she wants to join, but she swiftly shuts him down. Instead, she resolves to study relentlessly to reclaim the #1 school rank he snatched from her. As she strides away with a determined smile, Jian watches, utterly bewildered. Yuju quickly seizes the moment to tease Dongwoo, playfully asking if he thinks Yuna has a crush on Jian. Dongwoo huffs in response, clearly unimpressed by the notion. Meanwhile, Jian observes his friends at the bus stop, unaware that his peaceful day is about to take a sharp turn for the worse. Suddenly, a massive explosion shatters the tranquility of their school building. Debris and smoke swirl through the air, enveloping the scene in chaos. His friends are thrown to the ground in terror, but Kan Jian stands frozen, unflinching amidst the turmoil. As the dust begins to settle, shock washes over his face. He turns his head, and his eyes lock onto a familiar figure calmly perched on a balcony above the chaos. It's Timo. She gazes down at him with an air of indifference, and he meets her gaze unblinking. With a graceful leap, she lands softly beside him. As his friends lie stunned on the ground, she casually reassures him, "Don't worry, no one died." Then, with a smirk, she delivers the wildest revelation yet. This entire explosion was somehow intended to keep him alive. Jian stares at her, disbelief etched across his face. "Are you actually insane?" he demands. Timo merely shrugs in response. The official story? A fire in an abandoned lab sparked by a simple short circuit. But then she flashes him a smug little smirk. An accidental chemical reaction calls the explosion case closed. Jian's fury boils over, his frustration palpable. "Why would you do something like this?" he asks, bewildered. "I already told you," she replies, her voice steady. "I did it to save you." Her words leave Jian utterly speechless, his mind racing to process the revelation. She casts one last glance back, a warning flickering in her eyes. "Be careful." That's all she says before turning away, leaving Jen to grapple with the chaos around him. As she fades from view, the wail of sirens pierces the air. The cleanup crew is coming. In an instant, fire trucks and ambulances flood the school grounds, racing toward the inferno consuming the building. From his car, Sergeant Kim Hake is on the phone, and he looks seriously stressed. Meanwhile, Jian stands in the midst of it all, his expression a complete enigma. His friends rush over, concern etched on their faces. Yuna, worried, asks if he's okay, noting how grim he appears. Jian reassures them, insisting that he's fine. He suggests they wait for the teacher's instructions, and Yuna nods in agreement. Jian forces a smile, desperately trying to mask the turmoil within him. But inside, his thoughts are a whirlwind, fixated solely on number 13. He gazes into the fire, utterly lost. How is this supposed to save him? What does it all mean? Meanwhile, inside the school, chaos reigns as students panic. SWAT teams have locked down the entire campus. Jian peers out from a window, observing armed officers taking their positions. On the ground, Sergeant Kim Hake is engaged in a tense conversation with another secret agent. The other students are whispering among themselves, speculating that it might be a terror attack. Meanwhile, John stands apart, lost in thought. Era's friends are frightened. They all just want to go home. After all, Aura and Jeon Sok didn't even come to school today. No one left here seems important enough to be a target. Suddenly, someone recalls their recent trip, shifting the atmosphere. "Does that mean it's canceled now?" one student cries out. "No," another wails. "I just bought a new swimsuit." "Ah, priorities, folks. You've got to love it." A third chimes in, trying to lighten the mood. Just then, a teacher strides in to clarify the situation. "Everyone calm down. It's not terrorism," she reassures them. "There was an electrical fire in the science lab that mixed with some chemicals, and boom! Everyone lets out a collective sigh of relief. Then, the teacher announces that school will be closed for 2 days. The classroom erupts and cheers 2 days off. Let the celebrations begin. But Jan remains silent, his mind consumed by number 13's haunting words. Save me. Save me from whom? And why? Just then, the teacher interrupts with a wicked grin. "Oh! And final exams start right after. See you then." Just like that, the entire classroom plunges into despair. A classic teacher move. As Jin gazes out the window, he remains oblivious to the world outside. Below, Sergeant Kim Heck's eyes are fixed on him. After class, Jian steps out, and Yuna notices his gloomy demeanor, drawing the attention of their friends. Dongjun retorted grumpily. Should we just laugh and joke around like they do? Yuna shot back, accusing him of picking fights over everything lately. Sensing the tension, Yuju stepped in as the peacemaker. How about we loosen up with some karaoke or a trip to a cafe, she suggested. But Yuna declined, insisting, I just want to go study. Yuju lets out a weary sigh, her exhaustion palpable as the weight of the day bears down on her. Meanwhile, Jian remains vigilant, observing the agents on the ground with a watchful eye. As he makes his way home from school, a sleek white car glides around the corner and comes to a stop. The door swings open, and a man in a sharp suit steps out. It's the chief of the CIA's East Asia branch. Elsewhere, two new figures emerge, a grim man sporting a mustache and a silent woman by his side. Jian's eyes widen as an instinctual blares within him. These individuals spell trouble. The man in the suit, the chief of the CIA's East Asia branch, locks eyes with Jian. This is the moment he had desperately tried to evade. The chief calls out, halting Jian in his tracks. He can't simply walk away now. Jian turns around, and the chief begins with some small talk, complimenting his flawless accent. But Jian isn't in the mood for pleasantries. He quickly counters with the classic excuse. He has exams to prepare for and needs to leave. The chief plays along, feigning agreement not to waste a student's precious time, but his piercing gaze reveals a different intent. He urges Jian to hurry along. Jian's eyes widen. His instincts scream that this is a test. As he walks away, the three agents observe him with inscrutable expressions. A single bead of sweat trickles down his face. He knows this isn't over. The female agent confirms that Jian is on their list. He's the son of Steve Kang, the CEO of 11coin. While she assures him that the official records for both of them are spotless, the chief remains skeptical. He instructs her to have headquarters run the check again. Something feels amiss. The chief realizes that an explosion at a VIP school is a significant incident, even if it wasn't the intended target. The scarred agent decides to take matters into his own hands. I'll follow Kang Jian, he declares, convinced that a typical kid would be terrified just by looking at his face. The female agent chuckles, fully in agreement with him. However, a sudden thought strikes her and her demeanor shifts to seriousness. She points out that Jian was far too calm, almost like a child who has been meticulously trained for this moment. That's all the chief needs to hear. He immediately gives the order to stick close to him, but not without reminding the agent to exercise caution. The child isn't their primary target. The scarred agent narrows his eyes, focused on his mission. With determination, he begins to trail Jian from a safe distance. As he approaches a nearby bus stop, he moves in for a closer look. Jian senses he's being followed, but the question lingers. Why? The agent looms over him, attempting to intimidate with his imposing stature. Jian's mind races as he weighs his next move. The tense standoff is abruptly interrupted by Shin Yuna's cheerful voice calling out to him. She eagerly asks if he wants to hit the academy and study together. However, her excitement falters as she freezes, her gaze locking onto the intimidating figure beside him. She is officially terrified, her eyes wide with fear. Trying her best to ignore the tension, she nervously invites Jian to the study room. With a shy smile, she admits that she studies better when he's around. Jian is taken completely off guard, stammering as if his brain has just blue-screened. Fortunately, the bus arrives just in time, sparing him from the pressure of forming a coherent sentence. Yuna misinterprets his hesitation, believing he's too preoccupied with finals to hang out. But Jian surprises her with a sudden declaration. "No, I like it," he blurts out, unexpectedly agreeing to the study date. Yuna's face lights up with joy, and she beams, convinced she knew he would say yes. The two friends sit together, savoring a rare moment of happiness. Unbeknownst to them, their joy is being observed. From the back of the bus, an agent glares at them, his eyes filled with intent. When the bus reaches the next stop, Jian and Yuna step off, seemingly leaving their shadow behind. But as the bus pulls away, there he is again. This guy is nothing, if not persistent. Yuna senses that something is off, but Jian simply smiles and encourages her to go on ahead. "I'll catch up in a minute," he reassures her. Once Yuna is safely out of earshot, Jian's demeanor shifts. The friendly high school facade fades away. "Why are you following me?" he demands, his voice steady and firm. The agent appears amused. "You're really not scared of me, are you?" Jian smirks. "Why should I be scared of you?" What a confident response. The agent takes note of his flawless English and inquires, "Is your Chinese just as good?" Jian casually brushes off the question, weaving in a story about his time in international schools, clearly trying to steer the conversation to a close. The agent grins before dropping the bombshell. Your name is Kang Jian, right? In that moment, Jian's composure finally shatters. Who are you? How do you know my name? He demands, his cool facade crumbling. The agent smirks, noting that a typical high school kid would be terrified in this situation, not standing there looking suspicious. Jian's suspicions are confirmed. This man is undoubtedly an agent. He scrambles to determine his origins. China? Russia? The US? But before he can gather his thoughts, the agent interrupts with a chilling warning. We already know who you are. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he looms over Jian, resembling a predator that has cornered its prey. The tension is palpable as the two of them lock eyes, each refusing to back down. Jian, in a last-ditch effort, feigns ignorance. What are you even talking about? He asks, his voice tinged with desperation. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierces the air. It's Yuna, racing back toward them, phone held high, her voice frantic as she screams. She's called the cops. The agent appears more annoyed than anything else. My girl is no damsel in distress. With backup approaching, Jian finally drops the act. He jabs a finger in the agent's face and snarls. This is the Republic of Korea, you idiot. Just then, the cavalry arrives. Yuna, looking both terrified and surprisingly badass, points to the police car she summoned. She screams that she reported the creep. Jian responds with a calm smile and a nod of thanks. But Scarface, he looks absolutely furious. Just then, a police officer steps out and approaches the agent. Yuna doesn't hesitate. She immediately points and declares that the man has been stalking them. The officer requests identification, but the agent responds with a piercing glare. Yuna, ever the brave one, interjects, pointing out that he looks far too suspicious to be American. In a swift motion, the agent produces a United States passport, instantly silencing the room. Seizing the moment, Jian turns to the officer and asks if they can leave. The situation is mostly under control, but Jian and the agent share a tense gaze, a silent challenge sparking between them. We've got finals to study for, Jian says to the officer, his tone casual yet defiant. He begins to lead Yuna away, but she suddenly grips his arm, halting him in his tracks. Meanwhile, the officer turns back to the agent, clearly still not finished with his line of questioning. Yuna finally asks the million-dollar question. Who was that guy? Jian casually brushes it off, claiming he was just a total stranger. Sure, buddy. He thanks her for saving him. But she waves it away, saying it was no big deal. We're friends, she adds. Oof, that word hits Jian right in the feels. She resumes walking, completely lost in her thoughts. The word echoes in his mind, and suddenly, something clicks. He abruptly stops Yuna, telling her she'll have to study alone. She's taken aback, clearly thrown for a loop. Concern washes over her as she asks, "Are you okay?" He flashes a wide, fake smile and reassures her not to worry, just focus on studying hard. Then, without another word, he hops into a taxi and gives the driver his address. Yuna stands there, utterly bewildered. Poor girl. Meanwhile, on the street, the agent shoots the cop a world-class glare. Inside the cab, Jian's cool facade begins to crack. How did that agent know his name? The taxi pulls up to an enormous, luxurious skyscraper. Welcome to John's humble abode, the Bonpo Blue Tower. He approaches the entrance, scanning the area like a seasoned spy. With a determined stride, he slips inside and heads for the elevators. Jian stands in the empty lobby, visibly on edge, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He finally reaches his front door and rushes inside, bursting through with an unmistakable look of distress. His mother, lounging on the couch, glances up in surprise. Son, why are you home so early? She asks, her brow furrowing with concern. Something came up, Jian replies, his voice grave and devoid of the usual lightness. He snaps to attention and declares, "Comrades, something has come up." Instantly, his parents shift into serious mode. Without missing a beat, he continues, "There was an explosion at school." The news lands like a heavy blow, leaving both of them visibly shaken. But that's not all. With a grave expression, he reveals the shocking truth. His identity has been exposed. His parents' faces shift to horror. In an instant, they spring into action. Mom's demeanor turns as cold as ice, while Dad's fingers fly over the keyboard. It's time to act. We cut to Dad's impressive control room, where he's already pulling up footage of the agents who cornered John. With just a few keystrokes, he effortlessly bypasses the Central Intelligence Agency's firewall. Child's play. He quickly pulls up the full profiles of all three agents. Moments later, his dad walks back into the living room, holding a file. With a calm demeanor, he remarks, "They're definitely some dangerous hounds." Jian appears visibly stressed, but his father reassures him, saying not to worry. Then, he drops a bombshell. They're not after you, they're after me and your mother. Jian is left utterly stunned, his mind struggling to process the revelation. It's as if his entire world has been turned upside down. Meanwhile, his parents begin strategizing their next move. Mom proposes that they should go dark for a while to ensure Jian's safety. It's for the best, she insists. Dad nods in agreement, adding that if they continue with their usual routine, Jian's normal life will be shattered. Turning to Jian, he asks, "Can you manage living alone for a few months?" Panic washes over John as he struggles to reassure them. "It's not a big deal," he stammers, but the weight of the situation hangs heavily in the air. He insists that the exposure is contained and that there's no need to leave, but Dad isn't convinced. He tells John that his cover is rock solid and that the CIA is merely chasing shadows. He makes sure Jian understands the gravity of the situation. Got it? Jian sits there stunned into silence, grappling with this new reality. He realizes he's on his own now. His hand tightens into a fist. As a soldier, he knows he must follow orders. Understood. Just like that, Jian's parents are leaving. Jian feels a pang of shock. They're departing right now, yet his father wears a broad smile. "Enjoy the massive crib all to yourself," he says cheerfully, reassuring Jian's mother not to worry. Jian is a big boy now. Jian couldn't help but wonder, where on earth were they headed? His dad shouted, "Africa!" Apparently, Mom had always dreamed of seeing a real wild lion. Or maybe Dad was just joking about her wanting to fight one instead. Jian was left utterly speechless. Africa? A lion? Mom's expression matched the excitement you'd expect from a trip to the dentist. With one last cheerful wave, Dad revved the engine, and with a screech of tires, they were off into the distance. He watches them vanish from sight. Yes, they really left. A heavy sigh escapes him, laden with stress, but he quickly slaps himself back to reality. It's time to get serious. The mission comes first. As he surveys his ridiculously large new apartment, his gaze lands on the table. There, a full meal awaits, accompanied by a note from his mom reminding him to eat well. He picks it up, moved by the gesture, but his gaze wanders to something else on the table. An unlimited black card from his father. No spending limit. Memories of his parents flood back to him before they departed, leaving him in this vast, empty palace. He pauses, taking a moment to absorb the sheer scale of his surroundings. He clenches his fist, determination coursing through him. This is no time to slack off. His mission is clear: infiltrate the South Korean elite. Failure is simply not an option. With renewed focus, he returns to his work, grinding away at his desk. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, shattering his concentration. He rises, curiosity piqued. Who could possibly know he's here? He glances at the intercom, his eyes widening in surprise. What is he doing here? With a grimace, he opens the door to reveal Sergeant Kim Hyuk. The agent wastes no time, immediately asking if his father is home. Yeon keeps his composure, lying that his dad just left on a business trip. He tells the agent to leave and attempts to shut the door. Kim Hyuk slams his hand against the door, halting it in its tracks. He's determined to enter. Yeon's expression is as cold as ice, his displeasure evident. Undeterred by the death glare, Hyuk strides inside and plants his feet firmly. He begins to ramble about his tragic backstory, recounting how he fought tooth and nail to reach his current position. But Gyan swiftly interrupts him. What does he want? Jian, however, is unfazed. He points down, commanding, "Take off your shoes." Then Kim Hyuk drops an absolute bombshell. His mission was to eliminate Jian's entire family. Those were his orders until just yesterday. But then, without warning, the order was canceled, followed by an explosion that rocked his workplace. He locks eyes with Gyan, his gaze unwavering. "Why do you think I'm here?" Gyan falls silent, absorbing the weight of the moment as they stand off against each other. Kim Hyuk presses on with his monologue, recounting 20 years of struggle to reach his current position. Gyan scoffs, bewildered. What is this guy even rambling about? Growing impatient, Kim Hyuk cuts to the chase, demanding to know where his father is. Jian feigns ignorance, but the agent sees right through his ruse. Enough is enough. In an instant, the agent lunges forward, and suddenly, two elite agents are locked in a fierce brawl within the confines of a luxury apartment. Kim Hyuk looms over Gyan, taunting, "You're at least better than that girl." Jian's temper flares as he threatens, "If you don't get out, I'll call the cops." Hyuk smirks, casually dropping a name that leaves Yeon frozen in place. Number 13. The mention ignites a fire in Gyan's eyes, fury radiating from him. Without missing a beat, Kim Hyuk launches a lightning-fast kick aimed at Gyao's head, but to Hyuk's utter disbelief, the kick never lands. John effortlessly blocks it, not just deflecting the attack but catching Hyuk's leg mid-air, halting him completely. Tightening his grip, Gian delivers the ultimate comeback. Do I need to take those shoes off for you? Hugh lands lightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You're pretty good, huh? Yan tosses the shoe aside, his expression unreadable. Not a single word escapes his lips. Frustration flickers in Hook's gaze as his patience finally wears thin. I'll ask you one more time. Where is Mangum Gang? Jen's mind is consumed by one thought. I said, take off your shoes. Hyuk, fueled by rage, unleashes a furious kick. You really don't understand what people say. His attack shatters a coffee table, but Jian sidesteps it effortlessly. The two spies lock eyes, and the tension in the room becomes palpable, crackling like electricity. Hyuk drops into a fighting stance, signaling that the games are over. He reaches behind his back and reveals a massive combat knife. This just got serious. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Hyuk lunges forward, the blade glinting menacingly. He aims a lethal stab, but Jian narrowly twists away at the last moment. Ja-ok retaliates with another strike. He swings the knife, but Yan is already aware of it. Dodging should be a piece of cake. But then, a memory flashes in his mind, his dad boasting about that expensive sofa. Hyuk plunges the blade forward, but surprise! Yan intercepts it with his shoulder. He growls, "This sofa means everything to my dad." Hyuk merely scoffs at him. Your dad? Shadows don't have families. Gian offers one last chance. Leave, replace the table, and it's over. Read the room, man. You're the one with a knife stuck in you, Hyuk retorts. But what's this? Gian is overpowering him. Without a hint of hesitation, Yaon turns and delivers a devastating punch straight into Gyaog's stomach. Jaelk can hardly comprehend the sheer force of the blow. What the heck kind of punch was that? The knife clatters to the floor as Jaein, lightning fast, seizes Hyuk by the collar and hurls him across the apartment. Hyuk crashes into the kitchen island with a heavy thud before collapsing to the ground. Dazed and battered, he struggles to rise, while Jian stands by, watching him with an unsettling calm. Then Jian does something astonishing. He yanks the knife from his own shoulder. Honestly, I struggle to pull out a splinter from my thumb. This guy is on another level. Hyuk stares in sheer terror. Jian delivers one final warning. Leave while you still have the chance. Hyuk stumbles back as Jian closes in. But he has one final trick up his sleeve, a gun. Though fear flickers in his eyes, he demands to know who Jian is. John remains unfazed. You're really going to shoot in here? He asks, his tone steady. Hyuk fires a shot at the window, shattering the glass. I'm not carrying this just for decoration, he screams, a thin line of blood trickling down his cheek. He clutches the bloody knife, his mind drifting to the image of his mother in the kitchen, smiling warmly at him. That memory ignites the rage he needs. As Hyuk pulls the trigger, Jun hurls the knife, narrowly missing Hyuk by mere inches. That's all Jian requires. He leaps over the counter, swiftly knocking the gun from Hyuk's grasp. He unleashes a ferocious spinning kick, striking with enough force to shatter the agent's jaw. And that, dear viewers, marks the end of the story. When Hyuk awakens, he finds a bandage on his nose. Confused, he notices some strange muscle-bound figures wandering through the apartment. What on earth is going on? He watches as Jean hands over a card to the workers, settling the payment for the broken window pane. With a grateful bow, he thanks them for their trouble before slipping the card back into his wallet. Wait a second, that's his wallet. As the workers depart, Jean shoots him a sidelong glance. It's then that Hyuk realizes he's tied up on the couch. Jion flashes a cheeky grin, the agent's pistol peeking from his waistband. Hyuk can only glare at his wallet, now resting on the coffee table like a trophy of defeat. But wait, what's this? John extends his hand, a challenge glimmering in his eyes. Hyuk can't resist the bait. The guy's gotta try right. With a surge of adrenaline, he lunges for Jean. It's a classic quick draw, but Jian is lightning fast, drawing his gun in a mere 1,001 seconds. Checkmate. Hyuk hesitates, then lets out a resigned sigh. Jean looms over him and pulls the trigger only to reveal the gun is empty. Hyuk is left stunned. What is this kid's game? Jion smirks and reminds him, I spared you once, before casually tossing the gun onto the couch. Hyuk is utterly bewildered. What's going on? He asks, confusion etched on his face. Jian, with a smirk, replies, well, high schoolers can't just carry guns around, so that's useless for you. He then takes a seat across from Hyuk, exuding an aura of pure intimidation. Now, shall we have a proper talk? He continues, cutting straight to the chase. Bodyguard comrade, why are you searching for comrade Mon Junggang? The next day, we find ourselves in the midst of final exam week at school. A stark shift in atmosphere. Yuna appears visibly anxious, prompting Gion to offer her a fist pump of encouragement. As Yuna scans the room, she notices the entire class is focused, from Aira and Dongwoo to even Jinsu. Meanwhile, across the room, Wu Young can only grimace at the tension. It seems like things are slowly returning to normal. Well, almost everything. He's aware there are still challenges ahead, but for now, he has a test to conquer. He pushes through the entire exam with determination. Once it's over, Yuna approaches him. "I can tell you did well, right?" she teases. He simply shrugs, attributing his success to luck. With a competitive spark in her eyes, she vows to beat him next semester, wishes him a great vacation, and they wave goodbye. Aira and her friends stroll by, confirming their flight for their trip next week. Jian gives them a cheerful thumbs up and says, "You betcha." Yuna rolls her eyes, retorting, "Wow, that slang is so old. Ouch." The girls excitedly pull Jean along, leaving Jinsu behind, simmering with jealousy. He grits his teeth, thinking, "Oh yeah, this trip is going to be very interesting." Aira beams with excitement as she tells Jian that Dongwoo, Jinsuk, and even Han Yuju are joining them. Her enthusiasm fills the air as she cheers about how much fun the trip will be. Meanwhile, Jean glances out the window, catching sight of Tomo walking out of the school alone. With that, the semester comes to a close and vacation officially begins. Jian spends his time off doing what he does best, grinding, studying, and pushing his body to the limit. Finally, the day of the trip arrives, and he makes his way through Incheon Airport. As he scans the crowd, he spots his classmates waiting for him. Array waves him over, her face lit up with a huge smile. Jion hesitates for a moment, thinking, "What the heck?" Jin-suk stands beside his imposing bodyguard, who leans in and warns him that he's only here at the CEO's request, so he better mind his manners. Just then, Aira catches sight of someone and excitedly calls out. And wouldn't you know it, it's Han Yuju, arriving with Tomo and Sergeant Kim Hyuk right behind her. Aira and Jian are utterly taken aback by the surprise party. With a bright smile, Tomo explains that she joined in because her cousin, Sergeant Kim, is in charge of security. However, Aira's expression reveals her displeasure at the presence of these unexpected guests. Meanwhile, from a restaurant above, two familiar figures quietly observe the gathering below. The class trip is finally here, and Aira is showing off in style aboard a luxury yacht. Everyone is reveling in the high life, basking in the sun. Well, almost everyone. Jin-suk lounges as if he owns the place, while Jean quietly observes from the sidelines. Meanwhile, up on deck, Aira chats with Yuju and a friend, while Sergeant Kim stands watch like a human security camera. Meanwhile, Tomoe finds herself enjoying her own solitude, blissfully detached from the main group. Before long, Jian catches sight of their destination, and there it is, a stunning tropical resort. We're talking private bungalows perched right over the water, the whole package. As they step onto the property, Aura's secretary is there to welcome them. He assures them that their luggage has already been taken care of. A.A. Ray gives him a subtle nod, a silent acknowledgement of the flawless setup. Her friend raises an eyebrow, questioning if this is a bit excessive, but Aira simply brushes it off. "Daddy just wanted to do something special for me," she replies with a smile. Her friends, completely taken aback, begin to rave about Aira and her family's company, their excitement palpable. Jian stands in stunned silence, utterly speechless. He has never encountered such immense wealth before. In stark contrast, Jin-suk remains completely unfazed, just another Tuesday for him, it seems. The bodyguards, however, are all business, meticulously scanning the area for any potential threats. The secretary informs them that the chairman has reserved a private area exclusively for their gathering. He gestures toward their accommodations, a private overwater bungalow for each person. The students are ecstatic, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Jin-suk simply mutters, "Not bad," embodying the peak of rich kid enthusiasm. Aira and her secretary exchange a knowing glance, pleased that their plan is unfolding flawlessly. As everyone rushes to their rooms, buzzing with anticipation for the trip, A-Ray takes the opportunity to highlight the luxurious bungalows. She places Jean at one end of the room, then gestures to the opposite side, indicating where Tomo or Jin will be staying. Ara turns to Tomo with a smug grin. "So, you're at opposite ends? What will you do now?" But Tomoe simply responds with a calm, knowing smile, completely unfazed. In an instant, Aira's cheerful demeanor fades away. Before tensions could rise any further, Yuju stepped in, guiding them away to their rooms. Meanwhile, the secretary was briefing the guards, reassuring them that Guam is a safe U.S. territory. "There's nothing to worry about," he insisted, noting that the resort has its own security stationed outside. He concluded with a light-hearted reminder. "Think of this as a vacation." Meanwhile, Jian stands in awe, gazing at the bungalows before him. This place feels like an entirely different world. Lost in his thoughts, he's suddenly interrupted by Ara's secretary. The secretary informs Jian that the chairman wishes to have a meal with him soon. Jian is taken aback. The secretary continues, explaining that it's because Ara speaks about him every single day. This news hits Gene like a freight train. The chairman wants to meet him. This is monumental. He can hardly contain his excitement. The mission is exceeding all expectations. Feeling elated, Jian makes his way to his bungalow, a sprawling private villa just for him. As he steps inside, he is awestruck. I get this entire place to myself? As he explores the villa, he discovers a private rooftop balcony, complete with an outdoor bed. Gazing out at the vast ocean, he reflects on how he never imagined being in a place like this. However, his tranquil moment is abruptly interrupted by Dongwoo's voice calling from the boardwalk below. "Hey, everyone's going swimming," Dongwoo shouts, breaking the spell of serenity. He urges Jian to hurry and join them. Jian forces a smile and reluctantly agrees. It seems it's time to face the music. Back in his room, he opens his suitcase, ready to confront what lies ahead. But here's the reason for his hesitation. His entire torso is marred by horrific scars. Yet, his expression remains resolute. He knows he can't hide this forever. Outside, the other students are reveling in the sun, leaping off the dock into the shimmering water. Suddenly, the laughter fades, and all eyes turn toward the scene. Is that a rash guard? And just like that, Jian makes his entrance, clad in a full-body cover. Dongwoo, unable to contain himself, bursts out, demanding that Jian take it off. But Jian simply responds with a sly, enigmatic smile, leaving everyone in suspense. The heated argument comes to an abrupt halt as Ara and Yuju make their stunning entrance in bikinis. The atmosphere shifts instantly, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. The guys can't help but shower them with compliments, calling them goddesses. Just then, another figure steps forward. It's Tomo, also known as Jin, clad in a full rash guard. Dongwoo's reaction is explosive. He completely loses his composure, shouting about the rash guards in Guam with wild enthusiasm. Another girl whispers about Jin and Tomo, puzzled by their strange behavior. Yuju, taken aback, smiles at the unexpected arrival of Jin. Meanwhile, Jin and Tomo share a moment, their eyes locking in a silent understanding. A brief flashback reveals the truth concealed beneath their clothing. Both bear deep, haunting scars from a shared painful past. While their classmates frolic nearby, the two spies find themselves in a world of their own. Tomo sits beside Jean, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. It's odd, isn't it, that they find this amusing? Yone's expression tightens. He's had enough of games. "What do you want? Why did you follow me here?" he asks, his voice steady. Tomo simply averts her gaze, a knowing look in her eyes. She takes her position, poised and ready. "If you win, I'll tell you," she challenges him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The prize? The truth about her mission. Without another word, she plunges gracefully into the water. Jian, fueled by determination, zips up his suit. He's here to win. A massive splash erupts as he dives in, and just like that, the race begins. Meanwhile, back at the bungalows, Sergeant Kim sits on edge, his anxiety palpable. The door chimes, drawing the attention of the agents as they glance up to see who has arrived unexpectedly. Two secret agents step inside, their demeanor entirely unremarkable, definitely not suspicious at all. Later, after a refreshing swim, everyone gathers at the resort's restaurant, indulging in an extravagant feast that seems almost too good to be true. Well, almost everyone. Jean sits alone, lost in thought, staring at a single grilled fish on his plate. Suddenly, his quiet meal is interrupted by Tomo, who unexpectedly appears at his table. Just as the tension begins to rise, Dongwoo slides in beside him, asking if he can join. With a friendly grin, he introduces himself as Jian's best friend and math study partner. Tomo plays along, insisting she remembers him from Jeju. She showers thick with compliments, calling him cute and mentioning how Jean never stops talking about him. Just as the atmosphere lightens, Jinshuk crashes the party, plopping down beside them. With a mischievous grin, he starts poking fun, asking if they learned to swim together in Japan. Tomoe compliments Jinsuk on his impressive deduction skills. Completely oblivious to the sarcasm, Jinsuk responds, "Of course, it was obvious." Shifting the conversation, Tomoe calls him cool and invites both him and Jean to go snorkeling tomorrow. Jinsuk tries to play it cool as if he's doing her a huge favor by agreeing. Tomoe suggests they go scuba diving deep underwater, catching Jinsuk off guard. Sensing his hesitation, she digs deeper, reminding him that Jin used to do it all the time as kids. Her words trigger a chilling flashback for Jin, who vividly recalls being chained to a heavy ball and tossed into the ocean alongside other children. It wasn't a pleasant childhood memory. It was a grueling training exercise where the only options were to escape or drown. Now, in the present, Dongwoo senses something is seriously amiss and asks Jinsuk if he's all right. Completely unaware of the tension, Jinsuk casually inquires about their level of scuba certification. With a calm demeanor, Tomo smoothly fabricates a story, claiming that Jean lacks a license while she herself holds an advanced certification. Before any plans can be made, Jian slams his hand on the table, abruptly shutting down the discussion. "We came to hang out with everyone, not to wander off alone," he insists. But the truth is far simpler. He can't let number 13 get anywhere near Han Yuju. The tension in the air dissipates when Aura's secretary announces a campfire on the beach after dinner, shifting everyone's focus. With a fresh plan for the night, the group begins to unwind, the earlier tension fading into the background. Jian remains silent, carefully maneuvering through the intricate web of lies and missions that surrounds him. Later, the students gather around a massive bonfire on the beach, laughter and joy filling the air. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards keep a watchful eye from a distance, their presence a silent reminder of the stakes at play. Kim Hyuk engages in casual conversation with Jinsuk's bodyguard, casually mentioning that he heard the man used to be an NIS black agent. The bodyguard simply shrugs it off, revealing now he finds himself babysitting a spoiled rich kid. Ha-gyuk, however, sees the silver lining, remarking that it's a pretty sweet gig. He adds that the NIS director personally recommended him to Jinsuk's father, who is on the verge of becoming president. Curiously, the bodyguard questions why he would even take this job when he's already applied to be a black agent. Yuk grins and declares, "Devoting myself to my country is my dream." However, Jinsuk's bodyguard interjects, revealing that the life of a black agent is far more challenging than Hyuk realizes. Then, he drops a bombshell. He intends to quit if Jinsuk's father is elected. He's a man who abandoned his country for personal gain. He doesn't deserve to serve again. Moreover, the thought of cleaning up after that brat Jinsuk makes quitting an easy choice. Meanwhile, in a nearby bungalow, the two shadowy figures from the airport are observing. The woman questions whether it was really necessary to come all this way, but the man insists on trusting his instincts. She had followed him because of that gut feeling, yet she wonders if that kid truly poses a threat. The man's expression darkens. "Yes," he replies, though she remains unconvinced. None of the official intel links the child to the notorious assassin known as Zero. He scoffs. If intel could catch Zero, he would have been apprehended years ago. Reluctantly, she decides to trust him. "What's the plan?" she asks. He tells her to hold on, as some unexpected VIPs are on their way. The next president and the economic president are holding a secret meeting right here, cleverly using the school trip as a cover. His partner is taken aback by the revelation. "The board is set," he declares, clenching his fist with determination. "And here's the master plan. If they capture the kids, Zero will have no choice but to reveal himself." Back in the bungalow, a wicked smile spreads across the woman's face. This is going to be entertaining. She notes that there are many intriguing kids here. Meanwhile, down on the beach, Jian and the others remain blissfully unaware that they are the unsuspecting bait in a deadly trap. As the trap is being laid, Jian is already on the move, his mind racing faster than his feet. Tomoe effortlessly matches his pace, landing silently beside him like a shadow. With a hint of nostalgia, she asks if he's reminiscing about the good old days. Jian, however, cuts straight to the point, demanding to know her true mission. She simply reminds him that their jobs are confidential. In a tense exchange, she warns him one last time to stay out of his way, but he fires back just as fiercely. "Same goes for you," she retorts, disappearing in an instant. Jian springs into action, determined not to lose sight of her. The two of them dart across the piers, moving at astonishing speeds. From a nearby balcony, Aura watches the spectacle unfold and shakes her head, muttering, "What a bunch of weirdos." Just then, Han Yuju appears behind her. Curious, "What's all the fuss about?" she asks. Ara is curious about the nature of their relationship. Are they truly just childhood friends? Yuju observes that Tomo appears to have a crush on Jian and then poses the million-dollar question. Is Ara feeling jealous? Flustered, Ara quickly denies it, insisting that Tomo simply gets on her nerves. Totally convincing, right? With a knowing smile, Yuju deftly shifts the conversation, confirming that Ara's dad is on his way. Aura lets out a sigh. It turns out Jinsuk's dad is coming too, which means business is on the agenda. She grumbles about having to navigate all this adult responsibility. Yuju, momentarily serious, reminds her that in her position, there's no choice in the matter. But then, with a smile, she adds that freedom from it all is just around the corner. As Yuju observes the two figures darting across the beach, Ara can't help but wonder about their peculiar behavior. Later that night, the students come together for an extravagant feast. Suddenly, a sharply dressed man makes his entrance, the chairman of the Samjung group. He expresses his gratitude for their friendship with his daughter Ara and engages them in light conversation. It turns out he gets flustered whenever he's addressed as the chairman. Ara, curious, asks her father why he even bothered to show up. He replies that he couldn't miss the chance to see her, along with Yuju and Jinsu. Ara, however, sees through his facade, recognizing that it's all about business. He concedes, admitting that the company does need him to work. His gaze then shifts to Jian, who realizes this is a prime opportunity to impress the chairman. Jian stands and offers a deep, respectful bow. The chairman, visibly impressed, invites him to share a meal sometime. Business is thriving. Suddenly, the chairman's gaze shifts to Tomoe, a face he doesn't recognize. Ara quickly interjects, explaining that she is merely a new transfer student. With a charming smile, Tomoe turns to the chairman and compliments him, saying he's even more handsome in person. The chairman basks in the flattery, laughing heartily. But then, Jian's expression shifts dramatically. Something feels off. His mind races, conjuring the worst-case scenarios. In a moment of panic, Tomo hurls her fork across the table. Jian can't help but picture it striking the chairman squarely in the forehead. In his vision, Tomoe leaps through the chaos like a skilled assassin, delivering a swift slice across the chairman's face. But just as the moment unfolds, his simulation is abruptly interrupted. A new figure strides in, Go Young-chan, Jin-suk's father. The two powerful men exchange a firm handshake, and Jian's eyes widen in realization. He recognizes the man Korea's next president. Across the table, Tomo appears equally stunned. The game has shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the realization crashes into Jian like a freight train. The chairman was never the true target. It was merely a diversion. The real target was Go Young-chan. Jian lets out a heavy sigh, his gaze drifting over the lavish feast before him. With a presidential candidate in the room, he knows he can't afford to let his guard down for even a moment. He excuses himself to the restroom, hoping to clear his head. As he opens a stall door, he's taken aback to find one of the mystery men sitting there. The man casually asks if they've met before. Seriously? He stands up and motions for John to follow him, insisting he has questions. But all John can think is, who is this guy? Why should I follow you? John asks, unwavering. In an instant, he sidesteps, and the man's hand crashes into the wall. The force shatters the tiles, embedding his fingers deep into the solid concrete. Staring at his injured hand, the man realizes he's finally met his match. This kid is no joke, yet John's only concern: did you wash your hands? Jian asks, not bothering to wait for a response. He plants his foot firmly, clenches his fist, and readies himself for a confrontation. But just as John is about to throw down, the scene shifts to a luxury yacht where some shady dealings are unfolding. The chairman of Samjung reveals that their internal polls show presidential candidate Go Young-chan leading by a staggering 17%. The chairman extends his full support, eager to help Young-chan achieve great things. How generous of him. Yet Young-chan remains humble, questioning how a mere politician could possibly assist a corporate giant like Samjung. The chairman simply smiles, fully aware that there are many ways to make an impact. Then, he reveals the true purpose of this meeting. Samjung's research secrets are leaking, and it's not just any secret. It's the entirety of their 2 trillion won next-gen semiconductor project. He emphasizes that this project is the future of his company, and he believes the current government is utterly inept. Young-chan, sensing the gravity of the situation, asks if Sam has any idea who might be behind the breach. Young-chan seizes the moment, proclaiming that Samjung's future is intertwined with Korea's future, vowing to protect them at all costs. Just then, the chairman slides a heavy briefcase across the table, a gesture that speaks volumes. Acknowledging the man's pristine reputation, the chairman subtly suggests that some matters demand a more discreet approach. Young-chan coolly declines the offer, acknowledging the sentiment, but asserting that times have changed. For a brief moment, the chairman's expression hardens, but he quickly recovers, claiming it was merely a test. With a sly smile, he shifts gears, presenting a small device that holds damaging information on Young-chan's opponent instead of cash. The chairman emphasizes that had he accepted the bribe, this vital information would have remained concealed. Young-chan agrees to the deal and walks away, reflecting, well, it's just politics. Meanwhile, at the resort, Aura's secretary and Sergeant Kim Yuk remain on high alert. Inside, however, the students are indulging in a lavish feast. Tomo glances around, realizing that both Jian and Jinsook are nowhere to be found. Han Yu-ju seizes the moment, playfully teasing Aura about her potential jealousy. Are you feeling left out? She jests, but Aura quickly shakes her head in denial. Meanwhile, Tomoe strides purposefully down the hallway, her focus unwavering. Suddenly, her path is obstructed by a mysterious girl clad in baggy clothes, her long black hair cascading around her like a shadow. The girl smiles warmly, informing her that the nearby restroom is currently under repair. How considerate. She even bows politely, apologizing for the inconvenience. Such good manners. But then, the friendly facade vanishes. Tomo unleashes a vicious high kick aimed directly at her opponent's head. The other girl remains completely unfazed. What are you trying to do? She asks, unimpressed. She asks, only to receive the same question in return. Tomoe spits and hurls several sharp projectiles, but the woman deftly dodges them. Tomoe is no ordinary student, yet their confrontation is abruptly interrupted when the restroom doors burst open and Jian comes flying out, her expression a storm of fury. He stands ready to face off against the mustached man, who assumes a martial arts stance. Without hesitation, Jian launches a furious barrage of punches, sending the man staggering backward. Shock washes over him as he realizes, on being pushed back, he can hardly fathom that a powerhouse like Jian truly exists. Jian delivers a powerful punch directly into her opponent's gut, the force propelling him backward and crashing him through the bathroom wall. With a calm demeanor, she steps through her newly created doorway, her eyes locked onto the man as he brandishes a long chain whip. The tension in the air is palpable as they prepare for round two. Outside, the two women observe the chaos unfolding before them. The girl with black hair admits her curiosity about who might be inside. Tomo remains silent, but a wide grin slowly spreads across her face. Suddenly, she throws her hands up and cries out, "Appa, save me!" In an instant, Sergeant Kim Hyuk appears on the balcony railing above, gazing down with a serious expression. Sergeant Kim now stands poised above the scene. Tomoe glances at her opponent, her demeanor calm and collected. "You know," she says coolly, "I don't really need to fight this battle myself." With that, she exudes a commanding presence. Just then, her backup makes a dramatic entrance. Sergeant Kim Hyuk vaults over the railing, gun drawn and ready. He lands with precision, aims his weapon, and confidently states his full government title. "I am Kim Hyuk, leader of Team 1. If you move, I will shoot," he warns, his voice steady. The woman stands completely still, her expression unfazed, as if his threat were nothing more than a child's game. She casts a brief glance at his gun, almost dismissively, and retorts, "This is no place for a mere bodyguard." Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger. The bullet grazes her cheek, a swift and brutal reminder of the danger she faces. Yet she remains composed, her eyes locked on him with an unsettling calm. Sis had her stats checked. The time for warnings was over. "Move again and you're done," Kim Hyuk warned. She remained calm as she explained that they were in American territory on a mission. Then, she dropped a bombshell. The child inside her was likely a spy sent from the north. Kim Hyuk was left utterly stunned. Before he could even process her words, a bullet pierced through her forehead with a sickening bang. The impact of the shot sends her sprawling backward, collapsing onto the floor. Tomo, watching from the stairs, remains utterly unfazed, ice cold. Kim Hyuk quickly pivots, his weapon trained on a new target. The man grunts, his eyes widening in shock as he stares in disbelief at the lifeless body on the ground. "Hoshikiri?" He turns to find Kangon standing in the very doorway he had just created. Now he faces two opponents, Sergeant Kim and Jean. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashes his chain whip, which darts forward with astonishing speed, coiling tightly around Kangon's throat. The attacker yanks with all his strength, yanking Jean off his feet. Jion is dragged across the deck as Sergeant Kim maintains his aim. Suddenly, the whip strikes again, this time targeting Kim Hyuk. It coils around his pistol, wrenching the gun from his grasp. Stunned, Kim Hyuk stares at his empty hand, disbelief etched across his face. The attacker screams in pure rage, "You killed Hoshikiri, you jerk!" In a fit of fury, he grabs Jion and swings him like a human flail, crashing him directly into Sergeant Kim. The force of the blow sends even the attacker stumbling off balance from his own reckless move. But as John hits the ground, he vanishes in an instant. Where did he go? The attacker stares in disbelief, leaving himself wide open for whatever comes next. A classic anime blunder, my friend. Jan spots the opening and lunges forward, preparing for a devastating strike. His fist connects with a sickening crunch, sending blood and teeth scattering. Ban collapses to the ground, unconscious. Jan stands over him, triumphant. Tomoe and Sergeant Kim can only watch in stunned silence, their expressions grim. The aftermath is chaotic. Two bodies lie on the floor, and Sergeant Kim is visibly stressed. Yan, unfazed, casually picks up the pistol that the attacker had knocked away. He strides over to a stunned Kim Hike, who stands frozen beside Tomoe. With a calm demeanor, John hands the gun back to its rightful owner. Then, without hesitation, he aims the weapon at the attacker's lifeless body on the ground and pulls the trigger. Blood pours from the bullet wound in the man's chest, painting a grim picture. Yin glances at his companions. "They knew our identities," he states calmly. "So cleaning this up shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" The atmosphere turns icy. Kim Hyuk's expression hardens. The message is unmistakable. He's the one on cleanup duty. Yan turns away. "Let's go. The kids will be waiting." Tomoe beams. "We don't have to worry anymore." Meanwhile, Kim Hoik ponders how the U.S. discovered Yan's identity, and more importantly, if they are being tracked. A short while later, Yan and Tomoe return to the dinner party, nonchalantly acting as if they just stepped out for a quick bathroom break. Meanwhile, Hanyeju playfully teases Aura, hinting at something that's just out of her reach. Aura, feeling the challenge, becomes determined. "You keep provoking me, and now I really want to give it a shot." Just then, Go Jinzuk notices that Gun has returned. "Where did you two go?" he asks, curiosity piqued. At that moment, Kim Hyuk approaches their table, leaning in to whisper something urgent into Yuju's ear. Yuju's expression shifts to one of seriousness. Aura, sensing the change, asks, "What's wrong?" Kim Hyuk's face darkens as he steps back from the table. Turning to her friends, Han Yuju says, "Kids, I'm sorry, but I think we need to head back." Aura stands up, completely taken aback. "What? Why all of a sudden?" The other students at the table share her bewilderment, their confusion palpable. Jinsuk protests, reminding everyone that they still have 3 days left in their trip. But the sergeant intervenes, his tone firm. "Go pack your things. Your father left urgently." The room erupts in confusion. "What's going on? What happened?" Aura's secretary steps forward, addressing the entire group. "Everyone must return to the country immediately." Dongwoo shares the same bewilderment as everyone else. Before they know it, they're all on a plane bound for Korea. As the flight progresses, Dongwoo becomes increasingly anxious. This feels like something out of a movie. What on earth just happened? Meanwhile, Jian remains silent, lost in thought. Unable to contain his nerves, Dongwoo leans closer to Gyeon, his voice trembling. Jin-suk said a killer is targeting Yuju. He trembles, struggling to comprehend the chaos that just unfolded, yet Yeon remains stoic, his gaze fixed ahead, utterly unfazed. Exactly, he thinks to himself. He knows all too well what truly transpired. Meanwhile, within the confines of a secure government building, Sergeant Kim Hyuk is receiving a stern briefing about the resort disaster. His superior is making it clear this entire situation is nothing short of a monumental headache. He can only apologize for, well, surviving. But the boss isn't having any of it. He snaps that it's not the sergeant's fault. It's the fault of those who lost their lives. The man is ice cold. Kim Hyuk sits silently, absorbing it all. The mission has clearly weighed heavily on him. The boss lays out just how high the stakes were. The president's daughter was present, along with the nation's future leaders. In the shadows, attackers concealed their identities and struck with lethal intent, focusing on 2 unsuspecting students. Yet, in a twist of fate, there were no CCTV cameras at the private resort. How convenient, right? This absence turned the investigation into a complete nightmare. Finally, Kim Hyuk musters the courage to ask the pivotal question. Could this escalate into a major diplomatic incident? The boss simply waves it off. Officially, they're in the clear. The attackers received exactly what they deserved. In fact, he's furious that they even attempted it. He insists that the attackers should be the ones apologizing. However, while the official narrative appears spotless, an enormous unofficial issue looms beneath the surface. Among the deceased, one was Japanese. Suddenly, he drops a bombshell. He asks the sergeant if he's ever heard of a ninja. The sergeant looks utterly bewildered, responding, "You mean like in the movies?" Little does he know, the truth is far more shocking. Ninjas aren't just cinematic legends. They're a real-life assassination group. Kim Hyuk feels a chill run down his spine. He discovers that Hoshikiri, the woman he killed, was rumored to be one of them. Talk about a rough day. Kim Hyuk attempts to take matters into his own hands and seek revenge, but his boss quickly puts a stop to it. As a black agent, he has to stay put. Feeling defeated, he offers an apology. His boss simply smiles, assuring him that a nice trip to Europe awaits after the election. As the meeting draws to a close, the boss unexpectedly poses a question. Why is the CIA pursuing a high school student named Kang Jun? Kim Hyuk is taken aback, caught off guard by the inquiry. Noticing his hesitation, the boss dismisses him with a wave, but his expression reveals that he suspects something is amiss. Meanwhile, the CIA's East Asia chief is in the throes of a complete meltdown. Furious over his failed mission, he can't fathom how two of his top agents were taken out by a single high school kid. As he gazes out at the sprawling city, a dark figure catches his eye in the reflection. He spins around, his heart racing with terror. It's not a mere reflection. A ninja wearing a menacing Oni mask stands ominously in his room. The chief attempts to talk his way out of the situation, but it's a grave mistake. A shuriken whizzes past his face, silencing him instantly. In an explosive flurry, the ninja launches a brutal assault, leaving the chief on the brink of becoming nothing more than human confetti. The assassin surveys the evidence laid out on the table, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Moments later, the hotel erupts into flames. From a nearby rooftop, the ninja casts a chilling threat. "If anything happens to my sibling, I will kill every last one of you." Back in his apartment, Jun pushes himself through an intense workout, sweat streaming down his face. Yet, with each rep, a wave of traumatic memories resurfaces. He shakes his head, trying to dispel the thoughts, and completes his routine, but the memories linger, haunting him. Suddenly, we flash back to one of their first tests as children. Their mission? The atmosphere is tense as death row inmates face their grim reality. Pistols are arranged neatly on a table before them. An officer steps forward, commanding them to step up and prove their courage. He grimly warns them that this is a glimpse of their future. Fail this test, and they will be eliminated. No pressure, right? While the others hesitate, a young girl with fiery red hair boldly steps forward, her resolve unwavering. She doesn't even flinch. A gunshot echoes through the air. Young Tomo stands motionless, having just executed a prisoner, her expression eerily blank. Jun, on the other hand, looks as if he's just witnessed a ghost. Panic erupts among the other prisoners as they scramble to escape, but the officer, furious at the children's hesitation, threatens them with a week of fasting and even harsher training. Talk about a toxic workplace. As the last of the prisoners falls to gunfire, young Jun finally takes a stand, fueled by sheer desperation. His voice quivers as he pleads, "Please, don't let us starve." In the present, our main character gazes out at the serene city skyline, forever haunted by the boy he was forced to become. The weight of his past clings to him like a shadow as he watches the city lights flicker in the darkness. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, shattering the silence and pulling him back to reality. He glances at the screen and sees a message from his dad, a goofy selfie featuring a lion mascot. The accompanying text reads, "Don't worry about money. Eat lots of delicious food." For the first time, a genuine smile breaks across Jun's face. Even our traumatized hero has a soft spot. That rare smile quickly fades as Jun returns to his routine, but the silence in his ridiculously expensive apartment feels almost deafening. Suddenly, his phone buzzes again. It's Yuna. They're going to key. He stares at the messages, lost in thought. A fleeting moment of peace, folks. Enjoy it while it lasts. Just then, the doorbell rings, shattering the calm. Jun rarely receives visitors. He approaches the door cautiously, glancing at the intercom screen, which reveals everything he needs to know. His expression hardens instantly. It's young Sick, the bully he had already confronted once. And this time, he's not alone. He's brought a whole crew with him. Jun calmly asks what they want, but their response is a scream demanding to see his mother's face. So they're back for round 2 with Mom. That's the wrong button to push. A vein bulges in Jun's neck. Nobody threatens his mother. Another goon chimes in, urging Jun to cooperate while they're still being nice. But Jun simply turns his back on them. He warns them that he'll call the cops if they cause a scene, but they merely laugh it off. A small fine means nothing to them. They can wait all day. After a moment, our main character lets out a sigh. He tells them to hold on, then turns and walks back to his room, leaving the thugs feeling quite smug about their perceived victory. But little do they know, he isn't going to fetch his wallet. He grabs his pencil case, his expression turning stone cold. With the case in hand, he strides back to the entrance and flings the door wide open. One of them whistles, admiring his nice apartment, but they quickly shift gears, demanding compensation for the young Sick. Jun's face remains icy as he asks, "So, this is about money?" Young Sick grins, revealing that he's done his homework. His father runs a meme coin company and they're loaded. The leader's eyes light up. They haven't just found their target, they've struck gold. They deduce that the kid is home alone, making it the perfect opportunity to invite themselves in and wait for his parents. Yet, Jun remains completely unfazed. He simply points upward. "You do realize this is all being recorded, right?" As the goons glance up at the camera, Jian coolly retrieves a mechanical pencil. With a swift flick, he launches the pencil lead, shattering the camera lens in an instant. The thugs stand frozen, bewildered. What just happened? Jian's voice remains chillingly calm. I will not kill you, he declares. With that, he empties his pencil case, revealing a surprising arsenal of ordinary school supplies. Instead, I will just make you wish you were dead. That's all it takes. Young Sik lunges forward with a knife, his scream echoing in the air. In response, Jan claps his hands, unleashing a small shockwave that sends the scattered school supplies soaring in all directions. He snatches a ruler from the air, using it to block the knife. Yes, a plastic ruler. Young Sik scoffs at the absurdity, but our protagonist swiftly snaps the ruler, driving the jagged edge deep into his attacker's arm. As Young Sik screams in pain, Jian slams his face into the floor. One down. He turns to face the rest of the crew. Their tough guy facade has vanished, replaced by sheer terror, yet more of them rush in, screaming as if they stand a chance. Jian moves like a blur, effortlessly weaving through their clumsy attacks. With a casual flick, he grabs a glue stick. As one of them lunges with a punch, Jian deftly dodges and shoves the glue stick right into the guy's mouth. A brutal uppercut sends him reeling, his teeth flying from the impact. That guy won't be enjoying solid food for quite some time. 2 down. The remaining foes stand frozen in fear as Jian calmly retrieves a pair of scissors. He cracks his knuckles, then with a swift motion, snaps the scissors in half, fashioning 2 makeshift blades. The remaining goons make one last desperate charge, a grave mistake. His eyes glow white. He's officially done playing around. Meanwhile, outside, a mysterious man in a trench coat steps out of a taxi. He has come to meet Jan, fully aware that his parents are out of the country. As he strides into the lobby, the security guard immediately breaks into a sweat. The man declares he is heading to the royal floor, causing the guard to gasp in disbelief. When pressed for an explanation, the guard stammers, revealing that a gang of thugs has just stormed their way upstairs. The man's eyes widen in alarm as the gravity of the situation sinks in. He's about to walk straight into a war zone. The man in the trench coat strides toward the elevator, his mind racing. Gangsters? On the royal floor? Something isn't adding up. As the elevator doors slowly slide open, he peers inside, and his curiosity quickly morphs into sheer shock. The scene outside the elevator is a gruesome bloodbath. Imagine a Jackson Pollock painting, but infused with a darker, more traumatic essence. He stumbles forward, horrified by the gruesome tableau before him. The hallway has been transformed into a macabre display of crimson, with goons busily mopping up the aftermath surrounding their fallen comrades. Among the chaos, one survivor, utterly shattered, desperately attempts to crawl away from the carnage. He can only stare, drenched in sweat, rendered completely speechless by the horror unfolding around him. Meanwhile, in Jian's apartment, the defeated thugs kneel in submission, their purple-suited leader among them. Jian sits calmly on his couch, exuding an undeniable final boss aura. The invaders are bruised and bandaged, looking as though they've just encountered a specter. Suddenly, a visitor enters the man in the trench coat. Jian's eyes widen in surprise as he takes in the unexpected arrival. He steps into the room, his expression a mask of indifference. Jian turns to him, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. Without hesitation, Jian asks, "What brings you here?" The man replies, "Do you remember who I am?" Jian smirks. "Of course, you're the strange bodyguard uncle I saw in Jeju." The man's patience wears thin as he regards the boy with a look of exasperation. "That's not important right now," he says, turning his attention to the kneeling thugs. "What's going on here? I need an explanation." Jian casts a sidelong glance at his handiwork, a silent warning flickering in his eyes. "Wait for me at the cafe out front," he instructs the man. The man hesitates, clearly sensing that something about this situation is off. With a strained smile, Jian reassures him, "I didn't do anything wrong. I'll explain everything later, so please just go and wait." Reluctantly, the man agrees and makes his way to the door. As he exits, he catches sight of the security camera that Jian had obliterated with just a single pencil lead. Yikes. Walking down the blood-stained hallway, he tells Jian he has something to check first. Once he's gone, Jian's expression hardens into a cold mask. Meanwhile, downstairs, the man sits alone at an outdoor cafe, waiting. He pulls up a security feed on his phone, searching for answers. The screen reveals a black and white image of Jian, calm and composed, standing firm against the entire gang at his apartment door. This footage is from the very camera Jian had just expertly disabled. Suddenly, Jian walks in, interrupting his investigation. The man offers him a drink, but Jian declines, insisting he needs to get back to studying. The man calls Jian out directly. "I know you're an exceptional model student," he says, revealing that he is aware Jian has never lost first place and that his grades in the US were flawless. Jian's expression hardens at the revelation. "Who are you to know all of this?" he demands. In response, the man calmly places a card on the table, an ID for the National Intelligence Service. Bro isn't just any bodyguard. He's the chief of the security team, Kim Chol-gun. Jian is taken aback. An NIS chief? What on earth is going on? Chief Kim reassures him, urging him not to be nervous. He simply wants to clarify what truly happened back in Guam. Jian realizes that the chief must have looked into Kim Hyuk, but if there were any problems, Hyuk would have given him a heads up. He takes a deep breath, steels himself, and prepares to weave a convincing lie. It's time to put on a show. With a big, goofy smile plastered on his face, he reassures himself, "Stay calm. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Just someone who's a bit skilled in fighting." Chief Kim, however, remains unimpressed, his gaze fixed on John with a hint of skepticism. Undeterred, Jian insists that his parents taught him to fight, though he's never received any formal martial arts training. The chief interrupts him. "And why should I care?" Jian insists that his fighting skills are crucial to the situation. Intrigued, the chief gestures for him to continue. John begins his story, recalling the Chinese man who had attacked him in Guam. He reveals that the same man has now shown up at school. The chief leans in, his gaze sharp and focused, fully engaged in Jian's tale. Jian recounts how the intimidating man harassed him throughout the day, to the point where he felt compelled to call the police. He urges the chief to review the bus security footage for evidence. The chief pauses, weighing Jian's words carefully. Then, with a hint of gravity, Jian reveals that he encountered the same man in a restroom in Guam. The chief's eyes narrow, absorbing this unsettling revelation. Jian dramatically recounts how terrifying the man appeared, boasting that he wasn't the least bit intimidated. They even engaged in a staring contest, which he insists is a common occurrence in America. The chief listens intently, a subtle, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as if he finds Jian's tale somewhat believable. Jian continues, claiming the man had intentions to take him somewhere, insisting that he was investigating his parents. The reaction is explosive. The chief suddenly realizes that the CIA might suspect John's father is the notorious hacker known as Zero. He's completely falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. Poor guy is getting played. Meanwhile, Jan understands that when you blend in half-truths, even a lie can become convincing. This kid is a master manipulator. He continues to assert that they fought, insisting that his opponents began using bizarre weapons. He concludes by saying that Yuju's bodyguard saved him, exclaiming, "I really thought I was going to die." The chief reflects on Jian's description of Zhanglu, realizing he's a top-tier killing machine. It's hard to believe that a high schooler could take on someone like that just through some exercise. The story feels suspicious. John skillfully weaves today's events into his fabrication, claiming he defeated the gangsters because the narrow hallway restricted their numbers. He taps the table, explaining that they were merely seeking revenge for a past incident. He ties it all back to a confrontation with some boxing club members, insisting that the gangsters were supporting them. Suddenly, the chief slams his hands down on the table, shouting Jian's name, causing him to flinch. In a swift motion, he grabs a straw from his drink cup and points it at Jian's face like a makeshift weapon. But Jian is just as quick, snatching the straw in an instant. The test backfires spectacularly. His reflexes are lightning fast. He catches the straw and folds it in half. The friendly facade disappears, replaced by a fierce, murderous rage. Seriously? Jian slams his hand on the table, flipping the script entirely. He demands to know if the NIS can act with such impunity. Genuine frustration etches his features as he continues his charade. He reveals that Jin Suk's bodyguard is also affiliated with the NIS, and that same man attacked him as well. Chief Kim is taken aback, recalling another agent named Leaning. Leaning in closer, Jian reinforces his claims. The chief's expression reveals his skepticism. He fixes a sharp, scrutinizing gaze on Jian, suspicion etched across his face. Despite Jian's best efforts to act nonchalant, Chief Kim isn't convinced. Now back home, Jian feels the weight of his predicament. The NIS is officially on his trail. With a heavy heart, he sends a text to his dad. The image reveals Chief Kim Chilgan's NIS ID card. In response, his father sends a reassuring message. "Son, don't worry about anything. Dad will take care of it." This unexpectedly heartfelt note touches him deeply, and he finds himself tearing up. Along with the message, he receives a goofy vacation photo of his mom, beaming with joy. She adds that they're having a great time and will be staying a little longer. He lets out a small laugh. If they're joking around this much, it probably isn't a big deal after all. Just in case it's time for a training arc, he immediately begins grinding away, pushing through a grueling set of pull-ups. But just as he finishes his workout, a phone call abruptly halts his momentum. Sergeant Kim Yuk stands in a vast, empty assembly hall, but he's not alone. NIS Chief Kim Chilgan approaches him, a serious expression on his face. "We need to talk," he states, cutting straight to the point. "What can you tell me about a student named Kang Jun from the Guam trip?" Sergeant Kim's eyes widen in surprise. The chief continues, pressing for answers. "Is it true that he sparred with Jian at your gym?" He presses for answers, eager to gauge Jian's true strength. Sergeant Kim's mind drifts back to their fight, where he vividly remembers Jian's astonishing speed and raw power. He recalls how Jian effortlessly evaded his attacks, landing a devastating knee strike that left him reeling. Returning to the present, Sergeant Kim delivers a surprising revelation. "Honestly, I'm not confident I could beat him barehanded." Regarding the Guam shooting, the chief curtly instructs Sergeant Kim to mind his own business before walking away. Left in contemplation, Sergeant Kim can't shake the nagging question of why the NIS is so fixated on a high school student. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, a politician delivers a fervent speech, his words echoing with conviction. A short while later, Jian stands at a crosswalk, feeling that familiar tingle of intuition. A purple SUV rolls up beside him. To his surprise, it's Sergeant Kim Hyuk behind the wheel. Reluctantly, Jian climbs in, muttering that this is a bad idea. He's convinced Chief Kim is onto them. Just then, a girl with reddish-brown hair suddenly pops up from the back seat, exclaiming, "So, I came!" Jian stands frozen, unable to find her words. Before her is Tomoy, also known as Number 13. She introduces herself as Lee Jin, reminding Sergeant Kim of their cover story, their cousins. "This is no time for jokes," Jian snaps, her voice laced with urgency. But Tomoy's expression turns grave. "Does it look like I'm joking?" The tension between these two former child soldiers is palpable, a heavy silence hanging in the air. Sergeant Kim cuts through the tension with the news. He's being deployed to Poland for a mission that will last at least a year. Tomoy, ever the optimist, cheerfully shares their cover story. She's simply taking her younger brother and his friend out for a shopping trip. John can only sigh in response. The absurdity of it all weighs heavily on him. As they drive away, an unseen observer watches from a rooftop, their gaze fixed on the departing vehicle. He dons a genuine Oni mask, issuing a straightforward command to his crew. "Chase them." In an instant, several sleek black cars surge forward, pursuing the SUV. They arrive at a sprawling, modern supermarket. Tomoy mentions that she frequents this place because it's rarely crowded. She elaborates on her cover story, revealing that she's here to stock the fridge for her stingy brother before his upcoming trip. Her reasoning is that getting close to an NIS agent will actually reduce suspicion. Jian contemplates this strategy, knowing it could backfire. It might only heighten Sergeant Kim's wariness. As they ascend the escalator, they remain oblivious to the fact that they are being followed. Meanwhile, one of their pursuers relays a report. The target has entered the building accompanied by two others. At last, the villain's motive is unveiled. The leader chillingly confesses that he is the one who murdered my sister. Beneath the glow of a full moon, he commands his men to ensure their target suffers. An entire army of assassins spills from the cars, poised to strike. One of them deftly brandishes shurikens, taking aim at a security camera. He hurls the devices with astonishing speed, disabling the cameras in an instant. The leader issues his final commands: secure the control room, cut the power, and get out quickly. Meanwhile, Tomoy is blissfully selecting steaks, completely unaware of the impending chaos. In the food court, Jian turns to Sergeant Kim, puzzled. "Why does the NIS suspect me?" he asks, seeking answers amidst the tension. The sergeant remarks that it's only natural for the CIA's top agents to avoid chasing after random high schoolers. Their true target is Man Jumgang, also known as Zero. Jian absorbs this information quietly, processing the weight of the revelation. He then reassures Sergeant Kim, confident that Man Jumgang will ensure his identity remains a secret. The sergeant warns that the CIA is definitely closing in. Suddenly, the entire building is engulfed in darkness, the food court plunging into an eerie silence. Jian and Sergeant Kim spring to their feet, alarmed. Meanwhile, in the meat section, Tomo finds himself caught in the blackout as well. Jian's mind races. Could this just be a simple power outage? But Sergeant Kim knows better. "It's the enemy," he says grimly, his voice steady. He emphasizes that a massive store like this doesn't just lose power by accident. The realization crashes down on Jian. This is a planned attack. A wide shot reveals they are not alone. Shadowy figures lurk all around them. The trap has been sprung. All right, first things first, Sergeant Kim says, his voice steady. Regroup with Lee Jian. Jian responds with a sharp nod. Confirmed. The supermarket is eerily silent, the figures lurking on the shelves resembling creepy gargoyles. It's clear. This is an ambush. Sergeant Kim sprints down the aisles, but despite his urgency, he knows he may not be fast enough. A masked attacker lunges forward, knife glinting in the dim light. Blood spurts from Sergeant Kim as he desperately tries to escape. The masked ninja watches him with a cold, unyielding glare. Already, a fresh cut bleeds down Kim's cheek. Just as he regains his footing, another enemy descends from above, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Across the store, Jun senses trouble brewing and springs into action, his expression a mask of intense focus. He spots a ninja lurking on a high shelf. Suddenly, the ninja leaps down, aiming for Jian. But our protagonist is quick on his feet, dodging the attack with expert precision. In an instant, Jian counters, landing a powerful punch that shatters the ninja's mask. With that, it's lights out for the would-be assailant. But taking out just one was merely the tutorial level. Jian suddenly finds himself surrounded by a squad of masked killers. He takes a sharp breath, his mind racing. Who are these guys? Planting his feet firmly, he braces for the impending onslaught. Just then, Tomo delivers a devastating kick, landing squarely on one of the ninja's faces. Jian watches in shock as she effortlessly pummels the attacker into submission. The other ninjas freeze, stunned by her sudden and brutal efficiency. Tomo lands beside her, her expression deadly serious. Jian, still surrounded, sizes up his opponents as they refocus their attention. Then, a single word slices through the tension. X. Tomo shouts, and John's eyes widen in response. It's a signal. Without a moment's hesitation, they both take off, sprinting down parallel aisles. The ninjas pursue them relentlessly, but John and Tomo move in perfect harmony, a testament to their practiced maneuver. They race toward the end of the aisle, their pursuers closing in from all directions. As they reach the end, they pivot and stand back to back, bracing themselves for what lies ahead. Two ninjas spring from the shadows, but Tomo is quicker, unleashing a powerful kick that connects with precision. Simultaneously, John delivers a devastating punch to the other assailant. Their teamwork is nothing short of impeccable. Ninja reels in shock as Tomoe suddenly appears beside him, providing Jian with the perfect opportunity to strike. Together, they unleash a devastating combination of kicks and punches, sending their opponent crashing to the ground. With one foe down, they stand resolutely, encircled by the remaining enemies. Tomo glances at Jian and asks, "You didn't forget about Operation X, did you?" John remains silent, his attention fixed solely on the fight. Suddenly, a flashback transports us to their grueling training sessions. An instructor stands before a group of children, each gripping a knife. When a few face many, he warns, his expression a mask of menace. There's only one way to survive: coordinate together. Listen closely to the thoughts of your comrades as they fight alongside you. Young Jian and Tomoe, along with others, dive headfirst into a chaotic training brawl. Fast forward to the present, and Jian and Tomoe are gearing up to put that same brutal training into practice for real. As the ninjas launch their assault, the two operatives become a whirlwind of movement, seamlessly swapping places in the blink of an eye. The ninjas are caught completely off guard. What a perfect setup. From the shadows, Sergeant Kim calls out, observing their flawless maneuver. With a swift leap off a display, he brings a heavy panel crashing down on two unsuspecting ninjas. The remaining attackers are momentarily stunned. Now it's 3 against the rest, and the trio is poised to finish this fight. They surge forward as one, a synchronized flurry of fists and blades that overwhelms their target. Their assault is relentless, a perfectly coordinated storm of violence. In the chaos, a ninja collapses in a cloud of smoke. The 3 stand victorious amid the wreckage. Quite intense, wouldn't you say? And that's a wrap on this recap. Don't forget to subscribe and support our journey in bringing you amazing content.